All right, everybody, welcome and good morning to Theory Underground. I'm your host, David McCarricker. I don't even know if anybody is actually awake right now. This is starting pretty early in the day, starting ahead of most people getting up and getting to work. And that's kind of the point, is that these epic marathon streams, of which I think this might be the sixth or seventh that we've done here at Theory Underground, are for bingers in the world of intellectual listening. I know that there is like this heavy pushback against long form content that is kind of impressed upon us all because we're supposed to make everything mass accessible. We're supposed to be constantly thinking, how is this going to take off? We're supposed to be constantly thinking, how will this serve everybody? How will this reach everybody? But what we're forgetting about is the kind of content that I needed when I was working full-time at Amazon, when I was working full-time in grocery stores, doing graveyard shifts, stocking shelves, working in food service industries, or the various sectors of the construction industry that I've worked in. In all of these cases, after and as I was developing myself intellectually, there really wasn't long form content like I wanted. The best kind of long form intellectual content you could find would be some like, I don't know, this is a while ago, Joe Rogan or something like that. Okay. Or, well, you know, after theory became a bit more of a thing for me, oh, cool. I'd find like lectures. This was amazing. You know, especially lectures by someone like Rick Roderick or Wes Cecil or Hubert Dreyfus or David Harvey. There are all these wonderful professors that I was learning from. And my favorite thing was the long form content. So that is kind of what informs my priorities here in creating a long event and doing so unapologetically. Okay. So what is this event going to be all about? I'm going to give you a quick little rundown and then we'll get to it. So basically, this is 4 p.m. my time. Well, just about. It's 3 a.m. Pacific time. It's 6 a.m. Eastern time. This is 12 noon Central European time. All right. And this is going to be going all day. The first guest in this list, in this lineup, is going to be Jela Krečič, who is Slavoj Žižek's wife. She's also a novelist, a journalist, and now is putting a book out on film theory that I have had the privilege of reading ahead of time. I think it's absolutely amazing. You're going to love this conversation. But let me give you a quick speed run of all the people we're going to have on here, and then I'll get to it. After Jela is going to be Leon Brenner. And then there's going to be a European tour organizing segment, followed by a crazy conversation with Malcolm Collins, who is the author of The Pragmatist's Guide to Constructing Religion. The conversation about religion and theology versus philosophy and politics, and the question of the left versus the right and the current situation is going to be the theme of the day. I know that's a lot of different themes. It's a lot of different things that you're not supposed to talk about at the Thanksgiving table. It's not a lot of the things that you're not supposed to talk about if you want to play it safe. Well, we're out here having these conversations, thinking about these things, and we're doing so for the most part unapologetically. And so with that, changing scenes out here, as you can see, there's a whiteboard. We'll get on it at some point. It'll be a lot of fun. But with that, I'm ready to roll this conversation with Jela, and we'll get right to it. So please put your hands together in welcoming Jela Krečič. Welcome, everybody, to Theory Underground. I'm your host today, David McCarricker. This is a part of an ongoing live stream marathon event, but this session in particular has been pre-recorded earlier in the week with the Theory Underground Film Club. Today, we're really excited to be joined by Jela Krečič. How are you doing today?
Hi. Thanks for having me. Very pleased to be here.
It's an honor. And is it okay how we were pronouncing your name there, or?
It's pronounced Krečič, but I will not blame you for, yeah, I will not blame you for pronouncing it any other way. So
Krečič. Is that more like it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, today we wanted to talk mostly about your new book, Those in the Know Err, The Fear of Deception in Modern Art and in Hollywood. But first, I'm going to read off a quick little description I found of you on the internet, and then allow you to kind of add to it some of your own more, maybe like an update, a personal update. It says, Jela Krečič is a Slovene journalist, columnist, and philosopher, and she is the wife of Slavoj Žižek. She received her PhD in philosophy under the guidance of Milan Doler from Faculty of Arts in 2009. Since 2013, she has been married to philosopher Slavoj Žižek. She writes for the largest national newspaper, Cadell. She published an exclusive interview with Julian Assange in 2013 in Cadell. That's amazing. She has also co-edited a number of anthologies on contemporary TV series and on the German-American film director Ernst Lubitsch. Her essay was published in the English anthology Lubitsch Can't Wait. And then it goes on to kind of bring in some of the work that you've done with some of your novels. And I don't think it really got in too much into your theoretical work. And so we kind of want to focus more on your theoretical work, but I wonder what you would want to add to that sort of that snapshot, and maybe say a few things about some of the novels that you've written.
Okay, first of all, I think it's fair to say that my book, Those in the Know Err, is not published yet. It's still being considered by Bloomsbury. So let's see if that happens. The other thing is I don't work as a journalist anymore. My work is now focused on lecturing at the University of Ljubljana, and I am employed as a researcher also at the Faculty of Arts. So that would be the change. I mean, those are the changes I would make in that CV. Was there anything else you wanted to inquire about?
Well, when I tried to find some of your novels, I wasn't finding really English editions that I could get my hands on, and so I'm curious, kind of what is the relation between the work you've done writing novels and the work you're now doing, and maybe what do we have to look forward to in terms of once those do get translated?
Well, it's a complicated question. I mean, I love to write, and I think that my novels reflect my love for Hollywood movies, TV series. So I guess I was inspired by many great works of literature, but especially popular culture. So my two novels are written in a very accessible way, I think. And the first one is almost a classical romantic comedy. And the second one is also written in a sort of comedic style, but also it also addresses some other social dimensions, not only romances and stuff like that. But it's funny that I forgot before to mention my literary work, because in the past few years, I've been just, stuck in the lecturing job and really doing a lot for this research at the Faculty of Arts. So I haven't written in a very long time, and so I'm a bit embarrassed even to consider myself as a novelist, because there's such little work I have done recently on literature.
So it's not really correct then to refer to you as a novelist or a journalist in your current work, but that is something that you've done.
Absolutely. And I would love you to, call me a novelist. I just, if I'm being honest, there's just been such a lapse in my writing that I feel a bit embarrassed by it. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, then I think most of our questions then today are going to be about this yet to be published work, Those in the Know Err, The Fear of Deception in Modern Art and in Hollywood. I think maybe we could kind of just begin with a little bit about the title itself and the topic. What inspired you to write this work, and what is this fear of deception in modern art in Hollywood?
Well, actually, the book, I developed the book on this idea or on this observation that we live in times where people are so afraid of being decepted. The worst thing that can happen to a subject, it seems, is to be deceived, like to be deceived by politicians or by science or, God forbid, by Hollywood or movies. And I really go into that question, why it is so important today to be in the know, to be, aware of what is going around us, to be alert about things happening. And this is why, this was one point of entrance into this project. The other one was observing or finding or reflecting that there are some really curious things happening in the art in the late 19th century and also in Hollywood after the Second World War. Things that are in a way similar, but also different in important ways. So to sketch out a little bit what is going on, that in the 19th century, artists, especially modernist artists and avant-garde artists, start to really they become very critical of classical representation. They become critical of the institution of art, and you see then this movement, the modernist movement and avant-garde movement, trying to create a completely other styles, but not only styles, like completely new art that will not be a bourgeois art that will not sort of be compelling to the bourgeois taste, but art that tries to be also revolutionary and to contribute to revolutionary changes in society. That is seen especially with, Russian avant-garde, especially the constructivists in the beginning of the 20th century, the artistic movement that also sort of helped Lenin to execute his revolution, the October Revolution. So this is one interesting occurrence. So we have the field of art which is dedicated to deception, fakery, make-believe, stories, narratives. And at a certain historical moment, artists begin to doubt this function of art and try to do something else as artists and with art. And then if we now go a few decades on and into Hollywood, after the Second World War, it seems that also in Hollywood, you can sense a certain fear of deception or a certain fear of being fake or phony. It's not a coincidence that Catcher in the Rye, written by J.D. Salinger, was a novel that came up in the beginning of the 50s, and it sort of had a major influence also on Hollywood, and especially the question of phoniness, being fake, not being true or authentic, became a very important question also for the film industry. And from then on, I trace certain phenomena that sort of resonates this consciousness, this also cautiousness of being fake and not authentic. And both of these phenomena in art and in popular culture, I find that very intriguing. The factory of dreams, as it was called, at a certain moment begins to doubt its escapist nature. It begins to doubt its genres, its comedies, because they seem fake, because they seem not to resonate, the true self or the true situation in society. So these tendencies are very interesting, and this is what the book is basically about, trying to analyze what is going on and why this takes place. in two very different fields of artistic and popular creation.
It's amazing. So I've got a few questions then about the main work, and then especially about the last chapter, which I think the film club itself is the most familiar with the final chapter, since it had been previously published as an essay. And that's the In Defense of Happy Endings piece that you wrote. I think that was the first piece of yours that I had read, and I remember being like a very, I guess, surprised at myself, because when I've heard this critique that, oh, Hollywood, it always has like these happy endings, and, you know, it's like people ride off into the sunset, and it's, you know, I just kind of took that at face value and was like, yeah, that is what Hollywood does. And then reading your essay was the first time I ever, you know, kind of stepped back from that assumption and was like, wait a minute. No, we don't get happy endings in movies. When did that become a myth? And so I guess that is kind of my question for you. When did film theory and the world of film, and it's becoming critical about deception and stories, also take on this assumption, oh, we've been selling people on happy endings, when in reality, as you point out, these are very rare and, you know, few and far between.
Yeah, well, let me answer like this. I don't know if you noticed, but also there was a term coined in the 90s, guilty pleasure. And it is about, you know, intellectuals enjoying like pulp culture, or enjoying certain works of popular culture that should not be enjoyed because they are, I'm sorry, just entertaining, or they bring joy to audiences. So guilty pleasure is actually a term we use to say that we acknowledge that a certain work of, I don't know, Hollywood industry is not good, but we still enjoy it, right? And I think that the same goes for Hollywood and happy endings. I think this is something that owes a lot to tradition of modernism, when it was sort of implied that the works that bring you joy are immediately ideological, or are immediately, I don't know, problematic, bourgeois, and the works that bring people, or that shock people, or bring them sort of pain, or something that they cannot really enjoy, then you are talking about art. That was the conception, right? That everything that brings joy is immediately like not worthy of an intellectual. And I think I agree with you. This is a complete myth. I mean, especially if we take a closer look at happy endings. And I have to mention an author, James McDowell, who wrote a book, Happy Endings. And my article is based to a large extent on his findings. And for one thing, he says, for example, you know, what is a classical Hollywood happy ending? The myth. What is the myth about? The myth says that a typical Hollywood movie represents a male hero who has a certain agenda. Like in a Western, he has to, I don't know, or get robbers or some kind of anti-heroes and get them to jail, or kill them. And at the same time, he has to fall in love, and he does. And at the end, you know, he gets the job done and he gets the girl. So this is the definition of a classical Hollywood happy ending. And of course, happy endings like this are not very they are very rare in Hollywood. They are not something that we encounter very often. And there are certain genres, comedies, for example, and melodramas, where happy ending is almost forbidden in Hollywood. And these two genres were very important in the 30s and 40s. And my favorite ending of a Hollywood movie is probably Some Like It Hot. Do you know which scene I'm referring to? It's probably the most iconic ending in a movie. Are you all too young to know Some Like It Hot? Sorry, David, I can't hear you. Are
I'm
you
so
still...
sorry. Oh, I said Theo's shaking his head. He's definitely not too young, but the question, Theo, is do you know what she's talking about? He does not. No. So I think even those of us who are maybe old enough, we're just not cultured enough. We'll have to check it out.
Okay, but the ending is very comical because okay, probably we shouldn't get into Some Like It Hot too much, but the formation of a couple at the end of that movie is very strange because two men become engaged. One of them, the richer one, obviously doesn't know that his fiancée is a male, but after Jack Lemmon is the actor, after he reveals himself as a man, the millionaire just says, nobody's perfect. So like the message is, even though you're a man, we can still be a happy couple. And I use this example with my students to depict that, there's certainly something very, there's a relief in this scene, and there's something very exciting in this ending, but it's not because it's happy. It's because it sort of also changes the definition of happiness or the possibility of happiness. It changes the definition of what is possible, and this is what makes this ending sort of rewarding for the audience. But okay, if we go further, Casablanca, for example, you all probably know that movie. I mean, at least by its great fame. You know that the ending in Casablanca is also it's not happy, at least not for a couple. The Ingrid Bergman and Humphrey Bogart do not end up together. They are parted during that movie. But the reason this movie appears as a movie with a happy ending is because the main hero, who begins as a cynic and somebody who doesn't believe in any political action or that political action can have any real consequences, during the movie and especially at the end becomes becomes totally different. He becomes very political, and he decides he's going to join resistance in the Second World War. So the movie is obviously, it was made in 1942 when America joined the Allies in Europe to fight Hitler, and obviously this movie was made as a propaganda movie, like telling people if Humphrey Bogart could give up Ingrid Bergman in order to save the world or save us from Hitler, then obviously even other people, other Americans can join this fight. So it's very funny that this movie is considered as a movie with a happy ending, but if you watch it very thoroughly, you can see that what the happy ending consists of is the willingness to go to war, the willingness to do the right thing. So happy endings are very tricky in a sense that film critics love to just judge them and see them as, again, an ideological resolution of a narrative. But as we said before, this is not the case in majority of Hollywood movies, I would claim.
When I read it, it just made me think, like, how many of my assumptions about film and how to evaluate or critique them are bad. Like, that's kind of just like my instant takeaway is like, wow, I need to work on this, and that's part of why we started the film club at Theory Underground, is so that people like me ultimately can learn to see film with not more critical eyes in the sense of, finding ways to deflate them and dismiss them, but more really how to enjoy them in a more sophisticated way. And so I'm looking forward to bringing on some of the members here to ask some questions in a minute. But I kind of wanted to, those examples that you were just talking about with Casablanca and what was the other one? The Some Like It Hot.
Yep.
These are examples that you bring up in the in defense of happy endings piece, and you brought up a couple of other examples as well, kind of examples that run counter to this myth of the happy ending. Game of Thrones and The Handmaid's Tale, or is it The Handmaid's Tale?
Handmaid's Tale.
The Handmaid's Tale, yes.
Yep.
And so what do these films, in their sort of brutal realism, or their what do they do to counter? I guess I'm having trouble here with the question, but it basically comes down to wondering what those film or they're not films, they're shows. What do they do that maybe most film critics don't really realize that they're doing? I don't know.
Okay, first of all, one thing has to be said. Like James McDowell, whom I mentioned, in Happy Endings, he has an interesting thesis that a happy ending, what makes a happy ending is that it promises a viewer something. It promises a world after the end of the movie. So there's a certain promise or inspiration that comes with happy ending. And my argument in that text you mentioned actually centers around the question, what does a serial narrative, so TV series, what does a serial narrative bring about? Because TV series introduced a narrative logic of never-ending stories. And this logic cannot be traced only to TV series, but also to movies today, because you know that every movie that Hollywood makes has to have a prequel or sequel or several of them. No movie is made today in Hollywood without a calculation of its potential continuation, right? So what I was debating and in my text was actually, is this logic of never-ending stories, logic of a narrative that can go on and on forever, and that sort of doesn't ever render meaning, a complete meaning, or it doesn't stand for any definite message of the series, is this really something emancipatory or realist? Or is it just also a resonance of the age we live today in a sense that in our current situation, as Frederick Jameson said, there is impossible to imagine the end of capitalism. So we are living in a time where we cannot even perceive the ending of a certain social order, and we cannot even begin to imagine another one. And I think that the logic of serial narrative sort of resonates this political dialogue also. So the problem with Handmaid's Tale and what was the other one, the Game of Thrones, is in my opinion in that both these TV series are so sort of, the first is a fantasy genre and the second one is a dystopian sci-fi narrative, and both of them are sort of afraid of envisaging another kind of outcome. As you know, in the Game of Thrones, the order of that universe we are in is being restored in the end. So all the revolutionary agendas are sort of diminished. and what we see is just aristocracy getting their power back. And for me, it was fascinating that, you know, you put so much effort into creating a fantasy world in order just to show that there's no change is possible, that another order is not possible. And with Handmaid's Tale, which I find interesting, but what is really interesting in that TV series is the way it departs from the novel, Margaret Atwood's novel, because in the TV series you get flashbacks. The main heroine is remembering her past lives, the life she led before this terrible Republican or right-wing government took power. And her flashbacks are all just like, they're like a dream. There was this society where all the people, women and men, blacks and others, lived in perfect harmony. And this is what sounds fake to me, you know, because the story starts with premise that there was a great ecological catastrophe, and then in the aftermath, these right-wingers came to power. And, you know, just to assume that there was a time, I don't know which time, probably our time, neoliberal social democracy times or something like that, the time where everything was great, and then these evil right-wingers came and turned it all around. It doesn't sound convincing to me. And even if you take the ecological dimension seriously, there was obviously something wrong with a society that enabled such an ecological catastrophe. So everything could not be so perfect and fine. And this is where I think the series is sort of false, or it doesn't ring true. It rings false. I hope I answered your question. Sorry.
No, that was amazing. And that you used that as an example of how I think you brought in Angela Nagel's piece. I think it had been published in Jacobin back in the day. I kind of remembered it actually from then. I don't remember the title of it, but it was kind of about how sort of fear-mongering about a return to patriarchy covers over the fact that not only are we in a post-patriarchal situation, but that also this situation we are in, the one that is trying to be preserved, is itself a sort of end of history, capitalist, realist. There is no more future. We've reached it, everybody. This is it, right? And that I love how you brought Nagel's work in there right at the end to sort of tie that together.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't remember which. I sort of forgot a little bit about all my references in that text, but I think I can sort of trace back what Angela Nagel said about Handmaid's Tale. I think that she was critical about the way, exactly about how today, how we treat women and reproduction rights today. We don't, in a sense that we don't need this great right-wing revolution in order for women to suffer because they are suffering already today, you know. And probably after the Roe versus Wade situation being turned down or turned around, the situation got even worse in the United States, I would imagine, as far as abortions and women's rights goes.
All right. Well, that's kind of the halfway point here. And so I do want to open it up to anybody who wants to turn their cameras on. You'll be a part of this next part of the conversation here, which will be more of a Q&A. So Theo, Nance, and if you're able, anybody else who's interested in potentially asking a question. But I think we're going to have John. John, you will get to go first with your question since you had sent that to me ahead of time.
Great, will do. Well, thank you for joining us today. It's a pleasure and an honor. But you kind of heard a little bit before. My question is about the zone of interest, which it sounds like you're familiar with. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Great. Awesome. So, yeah, it was one of my favorite films of the year, but that doesn't matter. But, like oftentimes when contemporary filmmakers really want to take a realist approach to their movies, I think now they do kind of look towards the cinema verite or observational style to exhibit that. But The Zone of Interest, a pretty recent, like realist film, I think this is, you could say, like cinema verite on steroids. Glazer's goal was to create a film that is authorless, kind of using his own words, and is purely an observational look at the ordinary life of the Nazi commandant Rudolf Höss and his family. He wanted to achieve a sense of total realism in the film, where, in his own words, there is no aesthetic between the audience and the experiences of the characters. So, first of all, I mean, what are your thoughts on this approach? And then, do you think it is possible to create a film that achieves total realism? I mean, if so, why or how?
First of all, let me say I share the love for this movie with you. I think it's an exceptional film. I would say that for me, the most interesting thing about this movie is the way it uses this realistic technique. So what I'm saying is, I totally agree that this is realism at its best, but I would also use the term indirectness for this movie. What do I mean with indirectness? Well, the question is, isn't this realism actually a veil over the real thing? So we are watching the everyday life of this Nazi family, but the film is really about Holocaust, the thing the director never shows. He only shows like sort of the horrors of the Nazi concentration camp in a roundabout way by showing us the life of a Nazi family. But in the background, you can sense the horror of this everyday life of a Nazi family. So this would be my observation on this movie, that although it portrays in a very realistic way a life of a family, it is really about Holocaust. And secondly, I don't know if you know this, but so we never see Auschwitz directly. We never see any of the people being captured and killed there. So the director, what he does is he turns his eyes towards something else. But by looking at the family, the Nazi family, we get even more sense of what is going on in the background. So the way to show the probably the most horrific historical event is not to turn into, I don't know, to the ovens or the housing of the people incarcerated in concentration camps, but by showing the life of Nazi family. And at the end, what I find interesting is that he shows the Auschwitz as it is today, as a museum. So you have two displacements of the zone of interest. In the first case, you don't see the Auschwitz directly, but you see the Nazi family. And the only way he enters Auschwitz only, 80 years after the horrors took place. So you have a sort of territorial displacement and temporal displacement of the zone of interest. And this is what I find amazing about this movie, how it communicates something really important, to say the least, but not by directly engaging with that, but by showing the things that are happening around it, so to say, territorially and temporally. I don't know, would you agree with this assessment?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think one of these, I had the opportunity to actually be in the same room of Jonathan Glazer, and we got to talk to him about the film with a couple other students. And I mean, one of the conversations that did happen is we were kind of talking about former Holocaust movies, and they all, especially like the greatest of all time, you could say Schindler's List, but they all they're very voyeuristic in a way more than anything. And that really distracts from the main goal of showing how horrific of events this is. And I mean, this movie was, you could go through every element in it, the sound, but purely, I mean, the visual of it all, just the Auschwitz just always standing in the background. I mean,
With
it's
the
more,
noise.
yeah, exactly.
With the
Oh, no, you're
noise.
totally, yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's just more terrifying and unsettling than any other graphic scene in the camp itself. Yeah, and it's something I've never seen before. It's this new take on, yeah, the Holocaust film. So, I mean, I absolutely agree.
Yeah, and I found very convincing also, if we compare this movie to Schindler's List, for example. You remember that in Schindler's List, the main anti-hero played by Ray Fiennes is a very aggressive type. He's very perverse, he's obscene, and you can see how evil he is, right? But in the Zone of Interest, the Nazi, his character, he doesn't seem as an evil guy. He almost seems like a good father and a family man. And I think that the true horror of the movie is when you see that people who did these horrific, unimaginable things were not per se some like evil monsters, but were family men, and worrying about their children being able to read or listen to fairy tales. And for me, this was the most unbearable part of the movie, just to see how in Nazi Germany this sort of jobs were normalized, how the killing of other people was so part of the everyday life that I don't know. As you see, I'm struggling for words here, because I think this is the greatness of this movie, to show the systemic evil as something systemic in Nazi Germany, not part of evil personalities who, I don't know, did nasty things. Obviously, they did terrifying things, but the evil was sort of systematic. It was part of, there was an industry of evil, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'll just say one more thing. I mean, when I saw it, I had no idea what I was going into. And everyone I've said, like, oh, you have to go see The Zone of Interest, but don't watch the trailers. All you need to know is it's a Holocaust movie. And you are introduced to the family in the beginning, but I was unsure. It's like, who are these guys? Are they like, who are they? And there were only small details that they were the Nazi family until he came out in his full uniform. I was like, oh, they're the bad ones, but you could never tell. It's just so long. They're so ordinary and so normal, which is, I mean, it's genius.
Yeah, it's
John,
this movie. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna ask a clarifying question really quick. It's about Rudolf Hess.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. So that's
Correct.
yeah. I actually, because I visited Auschwitz with Anne in November 2022, and that was, we'd never been there, and it's I thought I should buy something from this shop on the way out, something that takes me beyond just having kind of witnessed the buildings and everything and reading the museum signs. And so I looked through all of the literature, and I thought the most compelling, I don't know why, but it's the autobiography of Rudolf Hess. And so I think if it hadn't been for that, I wouldn't know who he is, but it says Commandant of Auschwitz, right? So he was the grand architect of Auschwitz. And so, yeah, that's just a little background information for anybody who didn't know who Rudolf Hess is.
May I just make a quick remark? Are you all familiar with Hannah Arendt's term banality of evil?
Yeah.
Don't you think that this movie is like a scenario written by Hannah Arendt, a movie about the banality of evil? I mean, that would be my association.
Yeah, I think that's the way that Rudolf Hess is kind of interpreted as well. As, you know, he's a really simple kind of man. You know, all he does is take extreme pride in accomplishing tasks that have been assigned to him. You know, so he is the personification of the person who sits in the front of the classroom and earns A's their entire life, but never ever wonders why, you know,
or how.
Yeah. Well, I have a sort of question then on that I think goes well with that one, maybe. And that is, so if that's one of your favorite examples of realism that is done well, then what would be an example of realism, or people maybe their fear of, you know, the Hollywood fear of artificiality, the fear of storytelling, of fakeness, where that manifests in the most cringe way possible, you know, embarrassing, or kind of just like, how does this ruin films is kind of what I'm asking.
Well, it's hard to think of an example right away, but one thing I would mention is psychological realism, which is also part of the same trend or tendency. And I don't know if you agree with me, but watching superhero movies from the beginning of 21st century makes me think that Hollywood is sort of bound to this logic of psychological realism. And it started with Nolan's Batman. And the thing that Nolan did was to create a superhero who is full of doubts, who is almost like a Hamlet-like hero, like doubting himself, dealing with his childhood trauma. And I think that there's something, I mean, I know you didn't ask me this, but for me, this is even worse than the old Batman, the Tim Burton's Batman, which doesn't employ such psychological realism and just goes for the genre of the superheroes. Because there's something so unconvincing for me in a superhero that at the same time is his main agenda is to keep the status quo as it is, to do everything against any revolutionary or any social change whatsoever. And this sort of hero is supposedly now more compelling or convincing because he's dealing with personal troubles. I mean, it doesn't work for me. And I see this tendency in a lot of movies. Like, you have a genre movie and then you bring in a hero and just focus on his, you know, personal issues. He's trying to be a better person or something like that. And this is supposed to, you know, cover the realism of the narrative itself. And I don't buy it. Mostly I don't buy it because it is just a pretense, you know, focusing on pain of the main hero is just a pretense of not addressing the real agenda or the wider social context in which this hero is placed in. Sorry, I know I didn't answer your question, at least not directly.
No, it is kind of, it's also, we don't want to maybe be too cruel to any one film, but I wanted to then maybe connect it to the rise of, you know, socially conscious or woke films, and, you know, we see this with recent you know, Disney movies, and, you know, I found your approach to this a lot more a lot deeper than kind of just this superficial kind of critique against woke stuff that we usually hear. And so maybe that would be a kind of a better way of addressing it. What are some ways that wokeness somehow relates to this fear of storytelling?
Well, what I notice is that Hollywood is getting very didactic. It's trying to teach the audience all the time about, I don't know, racism and microaggressions. And what I find problematic in this way or this approach is that it tries to, blame somebody for, I don't know, for harassment, for being racist and so on. And I totally agree that persons should be accountable for what they say and what they do and so on. But I think to really accomplish a certain change in a society in regard to racism or in regard to women's rights or other rights, it is not enough just to find individuals who behaved in a bad way and sort of cancel them, I mean, this is part of the process, okay, but it's much more important to achieve some systemic changes, some changes that will influence the, majority of society. Not just the assumption is that if we get rid of individuals who are bad, everything is going to be okay. Well, it's not, because there are systemic problems that should be addressed. And let me give you one example which I did like, and it's the movie She Said. Did any of you see that? It was last year's Oscar nominee. It's basically a movie about the Weinstein affair. It's a movie about New York Times bringing this story up. And what I liked about this movie is that it is obviously focused on Weinstein as the, really horrific character in this story, but the movie manages also to show that there is a system that enables individuals like Harry Weinstein, and the movie tries to be critical of that more than of individuals. Obviously, we have to punish individuals who do stuff like this, but it is also the system that enables this sort of culture and that makes all these crimes look or seem natural. It's the system that naturalizes this. It's the problem. And where I see the lack in Hollywood is exactly in sort of targeting the system, not just the specific individuals who behave in an inappropriate way.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And so I think we have room now for maybe one or two final from club members. I don't want to call on anybody, but I know at least a couple of you do have some really interesting stuff to bring in. Nance is very hesitant to bring up his question because he was having trouble articulating it before you had joined the call earlier. And he was trying to work it out, but maybe you can take a stab at it, Nance, because it is probably one of the more interesting questions of the day.
Yeah, no, and I actually think the last little bit of conversation kind of relates, like, with the banality of evil and kind of the systemic, mechanized evil that we see in the Hess film, and this tendency to have our cultural objects or our pieces of art kind of teach us and get out ahead of us and set the tone for what we view as like polite culture. I think like right now, like, I don't know if you've seen Sora within the last couple of days, like ChatGPT released an algorithm that generates film from a text prompt. So it seems like we're at a point where the film industry can finally be fully mechanized. And I just wonder, I don't know, I guess I wonder what your thoughts on that are. Like, how does it change our relationship to film and TV when it's fully passive now. Like there no longer has to be artistic intent. And I would argue there hasn't been, for the most part, for the majority of it. Like it's just been algorithmic, for profit. But I don't know. Yeah, I am struggling to articulate it. But how do you see the current moment, I guess, in relation to automation?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I am not an expert on this new development of AI or, the what's the term, the new language systems and so on. But if I were to make a joke, I would say that probably the majority of Hollywood production already appeared as if it has been made by artificial intelligence or this sort of algorithms or whatever. So that would be a joke. But obviously, I agree with you, and I believe, I don't know if I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that really good movies or TV series will still require some sort of, or even great works of literature, art, or great works of in painting and visual arts will still require something more than just a very good algorithm. That being said, what I was thinking about when you posed this question was also the function of art. What is the function of art? What is the function of film and, I don't know, TV series, popular culture? And for me, it would be, the answer would lie somewhere in that art is never just about, realistic portrayal of the things as they are. Great works of art, I think, always sort of at least delineate another world. Not in a sense that they necessarily have to be utopias or show us an alternative sort of society or world, but in a sense that they trace a possibility, a new possibility where there was none before. That would be my definition of a good art. So making possible things that were before impossible. And I mean that in the largest sense possible for, I don't know, for the gender, for the poor, for the workers. Sort of good art always makes room for all these groups of people that are living in some sort of social turmoil or in class struggle or something like that. So in this sense, I think that a human or an artistic endeavor will always be needed in order to make good art. I don't think that algorithms will cut it, or at least they can make very generic works, which we can probably watch and perhaps even enjoy, but I don't think it will create or be a creation in this sense, in sort of widening the space for, I don't know, new political possibilities.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think maybe I'm in a moment of alarmism. I'm just wondering, will there be room left in any industries for art to find its place? I mean, I've worked as a photographer, and I've probably made more money doing stock photography than any creative photography, and stock photography's been passe for the last couple of years now with like the image generation tools. And I think just wondering, like, where will that art live? But then I guess the nature of art, it will necessarily find its own place, right? I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really sorry because I'm not educated enough to answer your question, but I suppose, like with every other technology, first it will take time, to really penetrate all the spheres, and secondly, I don't think it's going to sort of cover every part of our lives. So at least I hope so, because I mean, I don't want to be an alarmist either, and trying not to judge in advance. But I do like the idea of, how to put this, what I like about human beings is the way they fail, you know. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a morbid person, but we all have sort of problems and issues with our lives, and being incomplete in a sense is the most interesting thing about a person, you know. Not being perfect is the one thing that is perhaps intriguing in a human being. And with algorithms, I think that there will be a lack of this lack, which is in humans, and that perhaps I will miss. But please don't take this seriously, because I'm really not, I don't have enough knowledge to comment actually on the future of AI technology and stuff like that.
I think though that you're right on the money when it comes to this lack of the lack, in at least one way. You know, what's the name of the old test that we would use to figure out whether a person is a robot?
The Turing test.
The Turing test, right. And we're now at a point where it almost seems like it's going to be the opposite. Like, insofar as you fail to prove that you're not a robot, that proves that you are a person, right? Because I can't get past the you know, the crosswalks and the lights, and, you know, I'm sitting there trying to verify I can't even do it, you know. So.
I totally agree, and I'm glad that there's some comedy in this also.
It's sad, and it's funny and scary all at the same time. Well, I think we're basically at about time, so I want to encourage everybody to kind of stay tuned for this work that will hopefully be published soon for those who know air, or those who know air. And I want to kind of just give you a moment here to say any closing thoughts, and then we'll let you go.
Oh, you mean I get the last word?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, let me thank you for this conversation. I really enjoyed it. I'm sorry if I hadn't answered all the good questions, the compelling questions. Maybe for the last thought, I would just say that I would encourage your viewers and the audience to maybe take a closer look at Quentin Tarantino's cinema and his movies, because I think that his, especially movies where he rewrites history, I think they are very engaging and interesting, and also important in a sense that they are tracing, or they are sort of, he bets on the power of imagining an alternate world. And this is why I love Tarantino so much, because he's never afraid to use all the make-believe, the fakery, the inventions, or the creative spirit to delineate a vision of an alternate reality. And that would be my final word. Watch Quentin Tarantino.
Thank you so much.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house, as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates. of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of underground theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big-time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm. All right. Abrupt beginning, ready to go. Welcome, everybody. And Leon, welcome back to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I think last time we spoke, I was a bit under the weather. So I got some messages from people asking me, "Are you okay?" Is that? But yes, I had a little cold. But today I'm much better. Thanks.
Fantastic. It's great to have you back. And yeah, I think I remember your little cough, but it wasn't too bad, you know? So in a week, everybody, on February 28th, is that right? We're going to begin a course. And so Dr. Brenner's just stopping by the Epic Marathon live stream to talk about it, really. So it's going to be February 28th, March 6th, 13th, 20th, and 27th. So it's 5 sessions with the potential for some longer, more discussion-based, one-on-one or small group kind of stuff for people who are at the higher tiers, for people who really want that smaller group or one-on-one time. That's been made available. But as far as I'm just going to say, like, logistically, for anybody who really wants that up front, it will be on Wednesdays at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time or 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, which is 18:30 or 6:30 where you're at right now, which is CET. Yeah. So it's right now, it's like 1 o'clock your time?
Yes, exactly.
Fantastic. So I was wondering if maybe you would like to say a few things for people who are hearing from you for the first time or who haven't even heard about the course. Kind of, what are you all about, and what's this course going to get into?
So we're going to have a discussion, and also, the course will be based on a series of lectures that will engage with the question of structure in psychoanalysis, and particularly we will engage with the clinical structures, they're sometimes called, And people know them, these terms are used even outside of psychoanalysis. People know them as neurosis, perversion, and psychosis. And we'll also speak about autism as a clinical structure. And this is sort of my spiel. Well, I won't take it solely to myself. I have colleagues that also think about autism in this way. But we will follow some type of an argument that is somewhat present in the book that I wrote about autism. So we will think about these clinical structures from a structural perspective. So this will be a course that, well, I hope to give some clinical examples and sort of engage with the question of the clinic. And this is something that I do a lot in other seminars or at the university. But I think this course will be more focused on some more theoretical or structural concerns about these clinical structures. I'll say this very briefly, and maybe we can then generally go over the plan, the course plan. There is something that distinguishes psychoanalysis from the field of psychology or psychiatry right at the outset of any treatment, and this has to do with the question of diagnosis. So,
right.
What is diagnosis is a very big question, and I don't think there's one answer to it. But for psychoanalysis, diagnosis is the question that one answers at a certain point in the treatment, usually not very quick. And, if you have psychologists as friends or psychiatrists, when they deal with the health insurance, if they do, they have to give a diagnosis, I mean, in 1-2 sessions, something like that, top. So it's a very quick thing to do, and it's very procedural, logistical. It has to do with bureaucracy. One wants to get rid of it. They're like, okay, I'll do this or that. Just let's start, let's work, give them the money so we can meet. But in psychoanalysis, diagnosis is something that one takes very seriously, and one takes a long time before they're sort of situated themselves within the confines of a diagnosis, because a diagnosis means a different type of treatment. So when we speak about a diagnosis, we mean a particular type of treatment for neurotic, perverse, psychotic, and autistic subjects. It means that they are completely different, that you won't do one thing that you do here, there, because it can be catastrophic. Not even, not only, let's say, problematic or useless, but also catastrophic. So this is what we mean when we speak about clinical structures and clinical categories. This is basically what they are about. And psychoanalysis differs itself from psychology and psychiatry, not only in the question, what is a diagnosis, but also in the question, how do you make a diagnosis? It's leading to my point. In psychiatry, if you open the DSM, which is a very important book of psychodiagnostics, or the ICD here in Europe, they're somewhat corresponding. You will see that the diagnosis is based on a list of behavioral categories. So you'll meet them for the first time. You see, well, how do they look? How do they act? Did they experience this? Do they behave in this particular way? And you measure them up, and you sort of go over the list. And let's say if you have more than 6 checks in the diagnosis of depression, for instance, major depression, then you diagnose it. And you give the person a diagnosis. The thing is, and that makes a lot of sense, right? It's not ludicrous. You see how someone behaves, you see what their complaint is about, and then you decide about it, what the diagnosis is. But, and this is how we will start our course. When Freud was thinking about the question of diagnosis, he was saying that this is not enough. And he was even saying that this is, well, I would even say that he was saying that this is completely insufficient. He was saying, and we'll read that we will read this text together. We'll begin with that. That when we, let's say, look at neurosis and psychosis, there are so many aspects in the apparent symptom, in the behavior of the subject, in the experience, in the phenomenology of the world, that exist in both of these clinical structures. So let's say, for instance, hallucinations. This is a very sort of important, strong check you make when you diagnose schizophrenia.
Right.
If you see a hallucination, that's very strong evidence for this type of diagnosis as a psychiatrist. But Freud says, well, neurotic people hallucinate as well. Sometimes when they take drugs, sometimes when they're extremely stressed. Sometimes, you don't even need to be stressed in order to hallucinate. You might see something, you might hear something. The classic example is the neurotic going to church and hearing God speaking to them. God spoke to them and he said something, which sounds a bit psychotic, but it in a colloquial way, but it is something that happens. And Freud says, well, we see that in both cases, and there are many other overlaps. So in this sense, Freud says that we cannot base a diagnosis only on these apparent symptoms. We have to look at another level. What is this level? This is the level of, let's say, the cause of a particular structure. What causes it? What sits at what is the kernel of this mode of subjectivity? And for Freud, it is always a type of reaction, a type of attitude in relation to, we will call it many names, but let's today call it the impossibility of one's existence. Let's say an unavoidable alienation. The fact that no one in this world is a healthy subject. We are all here in a wrong way, and this particular attitude that we take in order to compensate for that, but always compensate, right? Not fully adapt or be able to overcome, we compensate. This particular attitude is what Freud looks for. He looks for the way that it unravels. And he says, well, repression, for instance, is one of these particular attitudes in relation to this impossibility. One represses. And Freud says repression is the cause of neurosis. He goes and he thinks about psychosis, and he says, well, psychosis, well, it also has to do with some type of an attitude that we can say is repressive. It is some type of an exclusion, a negation of something, something that is unbearable. But it is different. He says it is more all-encompassing. It has to do with one's reality rather than one's, let's say, affective life. And he calls it rejection. This is how it's translated in English. In German, it's called Verwerfung. And so he has a very specific word for it. Lacan later translates it as foreclosure. And Freud says what we need to pay attention to in order to make a diagnosis is the level of this type of situating, the way that the subject situates themselves spontaneously in relation to this impossibility. And he gives names to these. He calls them repression, rejection, disavowal. These are the causes of, let's say, the subjective structures. And he says that if we can identify the working of these type of mechanisms, let's call them, then we can make a diagnosis. Our course will be about these mechanisms. So our course will revolve around these mechanisms. We will elaborate the structure and working of these mechanisms, which are the cause of the clinical structures, the subjective structures.
And so structurally, the way we make sense of these different, the psychotic, the pervert, the neurotic, and you're saying the autistic, like as these four main categories, is how these mechanisms form for the subject. And so you'd mentioned disavowal, and I was trying to keep up, but there's a lot of things going on. So disavowal, and what are the other mechanisms?
So we have repression, the classic
Repression.
one. That is the mechanism we associate with neurosis. Freud thinks about disavowal in some points as the mechanism associated with perversion. Lacan adopts that. But again, it's important to say that disavowal is also used in other contexts in Freud's work. Freud speaks about rejection as a mechanism associated with psychosis. And I said that Lacan translates this to foreclosure, which will be a very central concept in our course. We will spend a lot of time trying to understand this mechanism. And in my work on autism, I was speaking about an autistic form of foreclosure, which is distinct from the one operating in psychosis. And again, we will spend some time thinking about that as well.
Perfect. So yeah, it's disavowal, rejection, repression, foreclosure. That's perfect. And so we'll get into it, but I guess maybe there's a couple directions we could take, these last few minutes. And I'm wondering maybe if you could give us a hypothetical of an example of how these different mechanisms playing out in these different structures makes it so that if you treat, say, the pervert like the psychotic, if you get that confused, it results in something terrible, right? Or maybe if you're treating, as tradition did, the psychotic, if you're treating the autistic person as a psychotic, that's historically what occurred in psychoanalysis. What might be some ways that this goes bad, and or what might be, the difference in how you're going to have to approach the patient?
Yes, these are very good questions, and they have to do with what analysts have to go through in their training and sort of deeply engage with and become familiar with. I'll give different examples. I give examples for this many times. I'll try and give different examples this time. Let's think about psychosis. Yes, so we spoke about psychosis as originating in this type of rejection. Freud calls it a rejection that is more encompassing than the repression, the operation of repression. He says that, well, in repression, a certain idea that is very disagreeable. It is an idea that is attached to a quota of affect, let's say, that might be too much. It is unpleasurable. It is too much. And therefore, repression sort of separates the idea from its accompanying affect and inscribes the idea in the unconscious. So we have this free-floating affect and an idea that suddenly starts gaining new meanings in one's life because it operates on an unconscious level in relation to other repressed ideas. This is the neurotic symptom. This is how it operates. What many neurotic, let's say, subjects do is engage with these type of, let's say, these type of interactions that an idea has in the unconscious that manifest themselves in very strange symptoms, right? One says, I do this, but I do not want to do this. This is basically the sort of an erotic approach to the symptom, right? I do this, I do not want to do this, but I'm not willing to stop doing it. This is a way we can articulate it. And one sort of creates a certain order in one's libidinal economy by constructing these, let's say, meaningful bits in one's life that compose a story that can be repeated, keeping the subject safe from the fact that, well, the symptom operates without their control. Let's say these are like words. We're simplifying this a little bit. I am neurotic, or let's say I'm narcissist. This is very popular today.
Right.
I'm a narcissist. So the word narcissist sort of explains so much about one's way of being in the world, the way one enjoys and suffers. And the subject can continue saying that to themselves and to others and keep on enjoying in the way that they're enjoying and suffering in the way that they're suffering. So there's a certain consistency in the repetition. Work with neurotic subjects would entail breaking up these particular ties to particular words and sort of trying to challenge the story, to create holes in the story, because this is the story that you tell your whole life. You tell it, of course, to your analyst as well, because you're used to doing it, but your analyst aims to sort of say, well, maybe that's not exactly it. Maybe a narcissist is not the best way to address it, opening up a space for further articulation. And here you see a process where one sort of detaches themselves from all of these identifications that they have with the story that they tell. So a process, part of an analysis in neurosis is a type of a depersonalization. It is a disidentification. It is letting go and even renouncing these identities, values, ideas that you might have identified with so far and told a story that keeps on repeating in the same way, so that one would say something else, something different. Now, in psychosis, this will definitely not be the way the work goes, because these islands of identification are basically the only thing that the subject has to latch onto in order not to lose grip on their relationship with reality. Because, as Freud says, rejection is not a simple detachment of an idea from an affect. Rejection is a total annihilation, an eradication of an idea and its accompanying affect. So it entails making a hole in reality. Something is missing to an extent that it can never be retrieved again. So while with neurotic patients, we're aiming at some type of questioning that aims to retrieve something. This is the working hypothesis. With psychotics, we know that there is nothing to retrieve. There is a hole. And on this hole come these different identifications and words and signifiers that the psychotic chooses from the world in order to stabilize their reality, to live, to have something to step on. So in this sense, for instance, when working with melancholia, which is considered to be a category of a subcategory of psychosis in the Lacanian orientation, we don't aim to come back to one's past and sort of find the underlying cause, that thing that makes them desire in this way or suffer in this way, because the only thing that we will get to is a black hole, is nothing, is a nothingness. And in a way, many melancholics come to analysis so that they could reach this point, which is the conclusion that there is nothing, that they are nothing, that they don't deserve to be in this world, that they are a piece of shit, and then they testify to the analyst and commit suicide. So working with melancholics in this
like
sense,
literally? Like literally? Okay.
I mean, literally. They are there for someone to hear the justification of their own demise and to be a witness to it. So in this sense, in psychosis, we will not work in that direction. We will not be aiming. You see how much it is sort of, it goes against the classic type of idea of psychoanalysis as some type of like a deep exploratory experience. No, this will not be the direction. One will try and find, on the contrary, islands of identification ways of doing with a black hole that is part of one's life. One diverts the discourse away from going back to that moment, that is the moment of the justification of suicide, thinking about art, thinking about, I don't know, the beauty of nature, thinking about something one can do that does not revolve this whole in one's own self. So it will be a completely different trajectory. This is neurosis and psychosis, for example.
And were you saying that the melancholic counts as a kind of psychotic?
Well, this is how we perceive it in the Lacanian orientation. There's a very interesting book, a collection that was published last year, that's called Lacan on Depression and Melancholia, and there are many papers there about this topic, and a certain idea that the notion of depression is too wide of a notion to use as a diagnostic criteria in psychoanalysis. I mean, who is not depressed? Okay, to a certain extent. I mean, this is the human condition, isn't it? Freud called it the discontent that exists in civilization. There is never a moment, not in civilization, not on the social level, in politics, and not on the subjective personal level, where one is utterly content, because psychoanalysis is rooted in the assumption that the moment of inception of the subject, the moment is a moment of loss, right? And it is a loss that is unrecoverable, right? This is the lost object that Freud talks about, not like something that I lost on the metro and I can find. It is something that is constituted from the get-go as lost. There was nothing there before. So the idea is that depression is too wide of a concept, and then there's a certain push towards thinking about melancholia. And Freud did talk about melancholia. And in the Lacanian orientation, melancholia is associated with a type of psychotic depression, we might say. Not psychotics in the colloquial way, in the terms that someone is crazy. It is the idea that foreclosure operates in one's libidinal economy, and foreclosure creates a hole, creates something that is irretrievable in one's reality. And in this sense, the work must be different.
And so is then I just have like this quick question about with the neurotic, this breaks down into the obsessive versus hysteric forms of neurosis, right? Do all of these different structures break down into dual or binaries, right? Like, so that melancholia would be opposed to a different kind of psychosis?
Yes, I mean, this is what many psychoanalysts develop as a meta-psychology. So Freud spoke about obsession and hysteria as two forms of neurosis. Neurosis in the sense that one relies on a certain fundamental fantasy in order to compensate for what I was calling earlier this initial impossibility. And obsession is one type of fundamental fantasy that is different than hysteria, but both will be treated in analysis as an analysis of neurosis. In psychosis, we have melancholia, and we also have paranoia and schizophrenia in the Lacanian orientation. And what I develop in autism is something like that, where I speak about autism in terms of particular difficulties or particular projects that the subject takes on itself in relation to the body, to the social bond, and there I provide some categories as well, and we will talk about that. We will discuss that. That will be the last session of our seminar.
Don't want to spoil it. Yeah.
Spoilers, huh?
No spoilers. Well, I think that we're just about at time here. I think the question I'm most excited to ask you about is Lacan versus Freud on repression and how they actually disagree. But we don't really have time to really get into it. And so I kind of want to just set you up then to kind of share your closing thoughts or anything that you would like to share with the audience about the course that we haven't touched on. One thing that I will touch on really quick, folks, is that we talked about in the last live stream that we did together, that this is going to be more discussion based. But as we've been working it out, just wanted to let everybody know that we are assuming that you might not be there, and that, so there's going to be a large component of this course that is going to be just as valuable for you, whether you're there or not, because the component that's not discussion based is going to be very introductory, very kind of assuming that you really are new to this whole discourse, because, who are we doing this for? We're not doing this just for burnt out postgraduates, even though that's probably the majority of my audience, European burnouts that are postgraduate. That is, I would say, the majority of my audience these days. But I'd say probably 30 to 40% of you are just regular working class people in the United States of America listening for whatever reason while at work. But, I say whatever reason. I know exactly why, because Nance and myself, this is where we come from, is listening to this kind of content and being like, what the heck are they talking about? And trying to get to the bottom of it, but never having the time or energy to get any deeper. And so, Theory Underground is supposed to fill a niche in a sort of sense, which is to say more introductory kind of lecture stuff for people who just didn't have it. And so, we'll assume you don't know. And, hopefully you'll get a lot out of it if you decide to sign up for the course right now. It's half off, everybody. The course is half off. Yeah. And it's been for the last week. But then there's also potential for coupon codes and ways of stacking things so that you can get, all kinds of different, perks. Okay. With that said, I'll give you the floor here to close out.
Yes. We can take a few more minutes. I think that you were sort of spot on what I aim in providing this course is to extend a certain discourse to those that do not speak it. There is a certain tendency in the Lacanian world, in the Lacanian schools, to rely on obscurity many times. That's a very important aspect of the work of analysis, because the analysand is not there to receive, bits of chewed up knowledge or opinion or advice. The analysand is there to work hard. So sometimes interventions and interpretations and analysis would be not completely clear, would raise questions rather than give answers. But this is not what I aim to do in this course, or generally in my teaching. But this course particularly will be introductory in terms of thinking, what are these mechanisms? How do they work? And we'll do that step by step, never sort of relying on jargon, going to a level of just throwing concepts in. Any concept that will be used will first of all have an introduction. And we will only use concepts when we have introduced them. And this is how I built it up, sort of slowly building up a vocabulary that will eventually allow us to speak about autism. So we will go through neurosis, psychosis, and then eventually with this vocabulary, we'll be able to speak about autism. And about the discussion, I might have been a bit I might have confused the audience a little bit last time. And after speaking to you, sort of realizing where we're aiming at, as clearly, yes, every lesson will have a lecture, and then time to engage with the lecture where we have an open discussion at the end of the lecture, or maybe I'll make some breaks and stops during the lecture. But then I think that the tier system that Theory Underground offers in terms of sort of these higher tiers is offering a more sort of personal engagement. And this is where I think this more, let's say, intimate discussions can really happen, where we can truly diverge from the structure of the lecture and engage with anything. And this might be extremely useful, for instance, in maybe thinking about other work, further work, maybe working about doing a project together, writing something together, publishing something on a Theory Underground website or other websites together. And this is where I'd love to meet the participants and get to know them personally, and the book as well, right? So
Right.
I hope this clarifies where we're gonna take it.
I think that's perfect. Thank you so much for making it here and for filling us all in. I feel like I'm starting to get it, and that's exciting. It's scary. And so thank you so much. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Appreciate it.
Okay, Dave, Nance, see you next time.
See you next time.
Thank you.
Take care. All right. Let's see here. How do I fix this? All right, everybody. So that was Dr. Leon Brenner. Amazing. We did it. And Nance, amazing.
Dude, I'm so excited for that course. I love Leon Brenner. I don't know if it's just as affect. I don't think it's just as affect. Like he's definitely knows what the fuck he's doing. But he presents it in a way that is very friendly to, little old me over here being the perennial uneducated outsider. Like he does make it accessible in a way. And like I worked in like positivistic mental health care. Like we did cognitive behavioral therapy for bad kids. And it's horrifying. Like it's super positivistic. It's very like, oh, you're incorrigible. You have ODD. You're retarded. You're autistic. You're this, you're that. Like it's very much like these diagnoses become life sentences. And these children become products in the healthcare industrial complex. And it's so inhuman. It's so horrifying. And we're at like a pivotal point where alienation has skyrocketed. We are all becoming, colloquially at least, autistic and disconnected and disaffected. And there's just so much. And there are people who just want to sit back and do this obscurantism and have a Lacanian circle jerk. And it's like, look, man, I think Lacan has some special sauce that we need. It's not just, what did that comment say? Ideology or wishy-washy heebie-jeebie bullshit, or I don't remember. But it is essential.
Wait. Are you saying that there was a comment?
That comment
someone was
that you sent me this morning.
Oh yeah. You get people who are just like, oh, this is obscurantist bullshit, blah blah blah. And insofar as it does play out that way, I see it. My red flag goes up. I am aware that this does happen. I don't think that Brenner is one of those guys. I think that he's doing something special. And that's kind of what, I mean, when I think of Dr. Brenner, I'm thinking of a clinical, psycho. What am I trying to say here? An analyst. Thank you. You don't say psychoanalyst. You say analyst. Thank you. I was like, what the? Yeah, no, I'm a clinical analyst. And that's special because right now in the world of psychoanalysis online, most of it's not coming from the clinic. Now, the
And the
coolest
best shit's
thing,
not even coming from inside institutions. The best shit
Right,
is
'cause
coming from the outside.
yeah, and like Zizek is not,
Yeah.
he's not a part of, and the thing is like, what is Zizek doing with psychoanalysis? Well, he's taking it into other areas. And so that's obviously something that we can be cautious about. And it's something that Brenner says, look, what I'm doing, it's something specific. I'm not going to speak to how it does or does not apply socially, culturally. And in fact, arguably you're using different signifiers at that point, right? Like he'll say things like that. I appreciate that sort of epistemic humility instead of him just taking these concepts and then talking about everything with them, right? But as theorists, we get to take everything he talks about and do whatever we want with it, right? Ultimately, we get to try to make sense of the world, right? We try to understand things using these concepts. I love that. And that's our freedom. Guess what, though? It's one thing to listen to a bunch of people use these words a lot, and those people say cultural critics, and then you start to use these concepts yourself. It's another to kind of get this firsthand crash course from someone who does this, and then you go play with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you play with how someone else has played with it, you're a couple orders of removal. If you're just right there with somebody who's got the epistemic humility, the rigor, the experience, oh yeah, I think it sets us up a lot better as theorists. So really excited about this course.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. Super fucking stoked, dude.
Yeah, and so really quick. Oh yeah, go.
I was just gonna say, like, the tiers thing, like that. I'm glad that he brought that up. The fact that having opportunities to actually go a little bit more in depth, like it'll be these very accessible lectures, but then you will have the ability to access him and like pick his brain a little bit more and have a little bit of maybe even some like, just, hey dude, I'm not getting this. What the fuck are you talking about? Shit like that. Like, that's dope. I'm excited for that. Because it's very oh, well, I'm smart and I know what I'm talking about, and fuck you if you don't already know this. And it's like, bitch, I'm here to learn. Like, I'm not here to just perpetuate this cycle of like, oh, you know, you're so great and I'm also so great too. Look how great I am. Like, no, I want to learn, and I'm super excited for it.
I'm going to switch the view here really quick. By the way, quick note. I had said that I was going to speed run the lineup before I switched to Jela, but I was running out of time. And so I decided to just cut myself off and play her. So it is what it is. Deal with it. And if you want to see the actual full lineup, just go to the description of the video. All right, I'm going to jump up here at the lecture and we're going to use the next 15 minutes to run over a couple things. Boom, check. Mic check. Is this working?
Yeah, man.
Hey, what's up, everybody? If this is your first time seeing that I have this lecture or this lectern set up, or at least seeing how I can switch to it, how cool is that, right? So the reason I wanted to come over here was because I thought form and content, right? I wanted to talk about lectures and how lectures have been actually a theme of, I guess, Theory Underground itself. The actual operating assumption at Theory Underground goes a little something like this. So this isn't, oh jeez, this is not exactly where I want it to be, but the microphone setup's a little wonky still. Was it loud? Was it like when I pulled it out?
No, I mean, I'm sure someone will complain about it, but it wasn't that bad, dude.
Okay, cool. All right, so if anybody's listening to this and then they have a problem with it, know that you're that person, and just know that you need to be more like Nance. Lectures over discussions. Now, my favorite thing in the world are really good discussions. But I've had a lot of discussions at this point. And having had a lot of discussions at this point, my big takeaway from 10 years of philosophy clubs and from flipped classrooms at the university and from reading groups that happened outside of the university, as well as para-academic or just underground theory kind of related courses, is that the overwhelming tendency here is that it's discussions over lectures. So, I just drew it where it was lectures over discussions, but reality is like this. It's discussions over lectures. And some people think that's radical. Some people think that's a way of making it so that we're all part of the thing and we're all equals. And, I think that there's a sort of self-consciousness that comes with being a professor these days, where you think, people are very critical of hierarchy, and for good reason. And people don't like the sort of asymmetry. And, they get this idea from Paulo Freire, right? Where they're thinking, oh, yeah, no, we don't like the banking model of education where it's all somebody at the front of the classroom talking down and at you and depositing their knowledge into you like a piggy bank. And then you're going to be evaluated on whether you agree with them or not, or if you can parrot them properly, right? I agree as far as that goes. If you actually have somebody who is teaching this way, like just it's all one directional, it's kind of a bummer, especially when it feels like they just dust off the old syllabus and repeat themselves over and over and over again to the point where it's just all formulaic and canned. But that's just a bad lecture, right? That's just somebody who's not tracking with the audience, right? So in my case, actually, I can actually see what's going on here in the chat. And I've got Nance, and I can be like, are you following what I'm saying, Nance?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. See, checking in. A lecture that checks in, that gets the pulse, that flips things around. I think that's kind of one of the big differences. So no, I will put it back on you then, Nance. I've got a question for you. I'm curious if you've had that experience where you went to learn something and all everyone did was talk, but the person who was there to teach it never really got around to talking about the subject matter.
Yeah, dude, like when I was working with these so-called troubled kids, we would have like trainings and all this shit. And like I would go and take it seriously because I gave a shit, right? And they're like, not to say everyone else was an idiot and didn't care. There were other people that also took it seriously. But for the most part, like we would go and have our courses, have our trainings, and they would just turn into like social club. Like it would be an hour of someone who clearly doesn't know what they're talking about, just standing in front of a room of, I don't know, 20 people, and 15 of those 20 people are having sidebar conversations, or they're on their phone, or they're dicking around, or they're, trying to fuck each other. And there's a few people taking it seriously. But for the most part, it's just like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, I do care. I do want this information. The dude who's giving me this information is a fucking moron. Like, in it's just a total breakdown. And so you then have to go learn on your own. You then have to, I have to go read this shit. I have to go track down a fucking a lecture on YouTube or something and really learn it yourself, because everything, and again, not everything, but like for the most part, things have just become, oh yeah, you go to this course, and as long as you're not a big asshole, the instructor will sign off that you completed the course and you're good to go. But you didn't learn anything. You learned how to operate in this social grouping, which is valuable information, but you should fucking learn that in school, in high school, in middle school. Yeah. Like you should learn that like when you actually go for so-called higher education, you should actually get educated. But no, it's just more of the same social dynamics. And everything has just become like functional, like, oh, well, yeah, it is what it is because of course it is what it is, but there's no real substance to anything anymore.
Yeah. Excellent. So I think that feeling that you hear in his voice is something that we all feel. And if you don't get it, if you haven't been through this experience, then what it amounts to is saying, I have precious little time energy. I'm going to put what little I've been able to scrape together, as well as what money I've been able to scrape together, towards a course, or, you know, at least in terms of time energy, like a discussion group or a book group or something like that. It really is this thing where the person who has prepared the least, the person who has spent the least time being confused about the reading, is usually the person who talks the most. This is historically how it goes in philosophy clubs. You get somebody who they think knowledge comes from within. Being critical all comes from within. I don't have to do anything except show up and then just nitpick. Which, look, I love critique, right? I love being critiqued, even not in the ways that we were talking about with us. We get a lot of dumb critique where it's just like, it's like, okay, well, if I can't even recognize myself in what you're saying, if it's like you could just as well be talking about any other person, but really this is like your criticisms are like, I would agree with you if I actually held any of those positions, like, you know what I mean? Like at that level, it's not criticism, or it's just like, you're just upset and you're pointing it in my direction. But no, the nitpicker who doesn't think that who doesn't think that they have anything to get from the book, or maybe they've rationalized why they didn't spend the time with the book. Oh, I don't have the time, energy, blah, blah, blah. Well, then why don't you show up to learn before you pick it apart? Why don't you actually like really try to wrap your head around it? Assume that the person's not an idiot, right? Now, do want to counter that by saying that recently somebody at Theory Underground was like, actually, no, this whole like trying to read it and try to be as charitable as possible and try to think through what the author actually is saying is less effective, because you can just go off of your first impression and see what other people say, and that creates contradiction, and then you can step back and then you can reevaluate and then you can reread, and it can be an accelerator on your learning. And so actually I respect that. But what I'm talking about is the tendency for philosophy clubs and for discussion groups and for graduate seminars to get dominated by people who are working through their imposter syndrome because they didn't do the reading by talking a lot and sort of free associating and name dropping and using jargon that doesn't pertain to the actual issue at hand, except for maybe tangentially. But they like to hear themselves talk. They like to practice talking. That's great. We love that. I mean, everyone loves to practice talking. Okay, but here's the thing.
I practice in the mirror.
Yeah, you go and make faces at the mirror.
And I do this with my hand and kiss it too. Mm.
Make out with your. What is it? Yeah.
That's what everything has become, dude. Like, it is just that. Everyone's just making out with their hands, dude.
How do we have 26 people watching already? It's like 5 a.m. How many of you are in Europe? I want to know. How many of you are in like Hong Kong or somewhere else in Asia? Like, let me know where you're at in the chat. Go ahead, share your time zone, and or you don't have to say the time zone. Just tell me what time it is and where you're at. Vaguely. You don't have to dox yourself. Okay, don't give me your address. Or
Drop a pin in chat.
Drop a bit, okay? Hey, look at that. We've got Salamoon da Costa in the chat. That's Mihal. He's going to be on here in a few minutes. Great to see you, man. Stoked to have you. Finland, France. All right, that's the first couple. What else do I want to say? We love the lecture model. We're super for lectures, but it's not just for all the reasons that I was just touching on. It's also because as a learner, it's the best way to learn. Now, I try not to teach things that I haven't already learned, in a sense. I try to teach things that I'm going over again. I try to. It's not always possible. But for the most part, that is what's going on here. And the reason that that matters is because I'm trying to force myself to understand this stuff at a level that I wouldn't be able to if I was working on my own. Now, first of all, Theory Underground and the whole course structure is ultimately my research regimen and an accountability structure for getting myself through that research regimen, right? So it's like, I'd probably fall off of a lot of these readings or, you know, these things that I'm doing part way if it wasn't for the fact that I've got other people along for the ride, and ultimately they're looking to me going, dude, I fucking paid you. You better fucking make something of this, right? Okay, there's that. But also going from being a student to actually being a learner. So it's not about the student versus the teacher. It's just like you're a learner. So whether you're playing the role of the teacher, professor, or whatever, or you're playing the role of the student, right, is kind of outside of the fact that you're becoming a learner. And becoming a learner means that you take on these roles and you switch back and forth between these two roles within yourself, between parts of yourself, but also obviously with other people, which is where you actually cash out and kind of overcome your self-delusion and find out, like, you test yourself, right, in the actual dynamic with others outside of yourself. You need that. We need that. And when people try to act like that's not important, or act like that's just the reinforcement of an unjust hierarchy, get the fuck out of here.
It just makes me want to cut someone up with a chainsaw. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's pretty much the rant that I wanted to make. Is just to say, Theory Underground is a lecture course site. And the structure of these lectures is meant to be worth coming back to. And they're supposed to be worth watching even if you weren't there. So that they're there for people who are binging it for the first time, watching it all at once because they weren't actually there. But also, more importantly, people who are coming back to it, right? I just think that if the lecture course site that you go, you know, or you sign up for turns out to just be a bunch of discussions, that's interesting to listen to. But since you're not there, it doesn't have that staying power because you can't intervene. But with a lecture, you can binge it. And then with Theory Underground, you can still intervene. You still get to, because we have ongoing weekly and monthly events. And so the weekly events are the multilingualism immersion sessions, right? We don't want to just get together with other people and sit around in a circle and hear them name drop and use jargon if they're not willing to get outside of their comfort zone and make a fool of themselves trying to pronounce words in other languages and really just stay outside of English for a while, right? Now, of course, for our European audience, that's probably not a problem at all. They're all multilingual anyway. Most people in the world are. But we don't want to deal with Americans who aren't willing to get outside of their comfort zone and show their lack. And also, I mean, if you want to be some kind of a modern version of what used to be called the man of letters, right? Or the polymath, or the underground theorist, right? Like, no great thinker in the history of the world was ever monolingual. None, never, zilch. I don't think you could find me an example of a polymath who was monolingual. I don't think you could find me an example of a philosopher who was monolingual. Now, there might be exceptions to that. American underground theory people are redefining things. And of course, we've got someone like myself or Michael Downs. We're writing theory, we're doing it, and we're not multilingual. So maybe it can work. All I'll say as I close this section out is that if you have your time, energy, You'll hopefully be a part of groups that make getting outside of your mother tongue just a routine, normal thing. It's just something that people do. And that way, it's not just a class, some one-off class, and then it's over and you move on with your life. It's just always a thing. So anyway, we do multilingualism events. What are some other kinds of events we do on a weekly or monthly basis? And then we'll close out here. Nance.
Well, we just did the film club event. That's what that interview with Jela was from, that aired earlier this morning. We do a version of like a health and wellness with Swoletariats, the dialectics of health and fitness, which is actually something I think we can all benefit from. We're all little wieners from the internet, and we have to confront that fact and either overcome it or just accept it and stop fronting.
Yeah.
But like one way or the other, Swoletariats out here pulling motherfuckers' cards.
When I do those sessions, it makes it so that I end up going outside more often. It makes it so that I end up touching grass more often. It makes it so that I end up following through on running, weight training, or jujitsu more often. And that's just the 3 that I've taken on this year, right? In the past, I never took on 3 physical goals. It was always 1. I find that I get more done if it's 3. Well, yeah, but thinking that way wouldn't have come about without this this regular check-in, which we haven't started for this new year yet, but it's going to be starting up next week. And then, yeah, outside of all of that, we've got other stuff going on. We're not going to get too much into it, but the main thing is that monthly, we've got 2 seminars, the Critical Media Theory Seminar and the Critical Doxology and Time Energy Seminar, both of which meet on Sundays, right? The CMT meets on the 2nd Sunday of every month, and the CDT meets on the 4th Sunday of every month. And then both of them meet for discussions on either the 1st or 3rd Sunday. That's kind of a floater. It can move around or be canceled altogether. It kind of depends on our schedules. But that's probably the coolest way to get involved. And where I was saying, what I was saying when I was earlier, I said that you can binge a whole course. Well, then you come to these weekly or monthly events, and guess what? You're around other people who were there. Now, you didn't get to know them yet, but now you can probably read something that they wrote on the topic. You can probably talk to them in the hall hours after the seminar or whatever. And so it's a great way to get involved, to binge. You can catch up, you can get involved, or you can just get involved. And then as you hear people reference past material, you're going to have access to that, because through the subscription tiers, there's access to that. I've got really exciting news about the subscription tiers that I'll share on not the next segment, but something at some point today. There's really exciting news about the new way that I'm doing the subscription tiers. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back right after this with some of the amazing people that we're going to be doing events with in Europe in May. Be right back.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm. Boom. And we're back. Welcome, everybody. How's it going?
Hey, Dave. How you doing?
It's fantastic. Cadell is just getting in here right now. His audio is connecting right now. I was supposed to have sent him the link a while ago. Looks like he's in here now. Welcome, man. How's it going, Cadell?
Yo, am I coming through?
Coming through perfectly. All right, I'm going to start the recording here in a second. Just got to set 2 things up on the screen side. Make sure you guys aren't getting cropped out of the picture. Perfect. And then let's go 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody. Welcome to Theory Underground. I'm your host, David McCarricker, and right now I am joined by several of the amazing organizers, the local organizers for various segments of the Theory Underground European Tour. So welcome, guys. How are you all doing? You can all unmic. You can all, hey, everyone go ahead and unmute, stay unmuted unless you need to do something that's, but you go ahead and stay unmuted so you can all talk over each other or interject and not feel weird about that, because Zoom is good at canceling out background noise. If you have a jackhammer out on the concrete, Zoom will cut that out. Like if your kid's running around slapping things and screaming, that usually gets cut out. So Zoom's really good at cutting stuff out right now. So don't worry about it if your copier goes off or anything like that. But let's start out with we'll do some introductions. First, I'll let everybody know that the tour is going to begin on the, I think, last or couple of last days of April. And then we'll go through most of the month of May. We're going to be hitting a lot of different cities, but the ones that I want to focus on today are the ones that we have participants here representing. And so we'll have you introduce yourself and the city that you're representing and or organizing in Cadell's case, there's 2 cities. And then, talk about the why you wanted to do this and or how you're going about it, maybe the theme you have in mind, the topics, whatever. You can kind of fill in the blanks. And we'll start with Bram and then go Michał, Lukasz, and Cadell.
Cool. Shall I just go ahead and introduce myself then? I'm Bram. I'm an author and podcaster living in Glasgow in Scotland. I first heard of Theory Underground around about the Young Žižekians episode. I think I read the Counterpunch article and then tuned in for that episode. And I really, really do admire what Dave's been doing in terms of trying to put together an online platform that's open access, that's centered around really complex academic ideas, but is also about making those available to a broader spectrum of people beyond the academic sphere. And that's broadly the mission of my podcast as well. I interview interesting people who are either theorists, academics, journalists, novelists. I even had a combat magician on one time, and just talk to them about their ideas. So, I think it's going to be great to have you over in May, Dave. Really looking forward to that Glasgow leg of this. It's going to be exciting. Still kind of TBC on what exactly the day is going to look like, but I know that in Glasgow we're very, very interested in the idea of union organizing, and you've got stuff to talk to us about in that regard with your own experience with Amazon, which is some of the stuff we talked about when we did an interview for Strange Exiles, my podcast last week. So yeah, really looking forward to getting into all of that, Dave.
Fantastic. And really quick, I'm going to share for you all the live stream chat into not the YouTube video, but just the live stream chat here into the comment. We have our own chat, right, on Zoom. And that way you can be in the chat there as well. And I think it'll add to the view count and the algorithm and everything like that. I'm not going to have my eyes on chat. If you want to, go for it. Or at least I will occasionally, but chat, don't hold me to any sort of expectation there. I know the Twitch people especially can get pretty upset. Like, I think recently I had a commenter saying he shouldn't be allowed to keep talking if he's not going to check in on the chat more often. So, it's kind of a thing on Twitch, but at least you've all kind of gotten the memo. So Bram, yeah, I think you're like the last in the line of people who reached out to me, except that there might be some newer people who've filled out the form, but there was a deadline on the forum and I haven't gotten a chance to email back everybody. And so if you're one of the European organizers who hasn't gotten an email back, I'm sorry, I've just been so swamped, but I do plan on getting back to you so that hopefully we can do something next time around. But right now it's all filled out. And so I want to turn now to, did I say Michał would be next? Because, man, as far as guides go, like, I think that Michał has given me the best treatment of anybody on any of my travels. So, we really wanted to make sure that we went back to Katowice. And I think that I'll just set him up to say, if you don't know where Katowice is, but you do know where Warsaw is, then you might understand why he gets a special kind of enjoyment from the fact that this tour is going to Katowice, but it's not going to Warsaw.
Yeah, okay. You did set me up indeed. There is just like typical center versus province tension, in Poland. The same, I guess, they have it in France with Paris and the rest of the France, which is unknown, especially, in our circle of people interested with theory. Anyway, my name is Michał. I'm from Katowice, Poland, the Silesia region. And I'm going to host, and I'm still, organizing our event in Katowice, which is going to be something more official because we're organizing it at the University of Silesia in Katowice in our Institute of Journalism and Media Communication. So it's going to be more like a book promotion meeting, something like that. For all those Polish-speaking people in the chat or whoever is going to watch it later, I have my own YouTube channel, which is called Pojęcia przy pracy. In English, it goes as concepts of work. Can I do a quick auto-promotion now?
Yeah.
Because I've just done some both Polish and English subtitles to the only interview given in 1970 by Amadeo Bordiga. He might be known to some of you as the founding fathers, one of the founding fathers of left communism or ultra communism or anti-Stalinist communism in Italy. He was the co-founder of Italian Communist Party. So from time to time, I'm also dropping some content in English. So maybe some of you will be interested. So yeah, that's all about me.
Did you do the translation yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a bigger deal. That's a big deal, man. So you found this interview and then you translated it into both Polish and English?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Congratulations. Good work.
Thanks.
Yeah. So definitely check out his channel.
I'm stoked because I only know Bordiga from memes, so now I'm like, time to
So did I like a month ago, but then I went into the whole Bordiga pipeline and I started to read his articles because I'm learning Italian, so
nice.
I can.
And the theme in Katowice will be mostly critical media theory. Michał has, and by the way, he says Michael to be nice to you all, but whenever you see that Polish L with a little line through it, it's a W. Just think of it that way, which is why I say Łukasz instead of Lukasz. But you can call them Michael and Lukasz if you forget. But also, it's not that hard. It's a little line through an L and it has a W sound. So anyway, come on, Americans. It's not that hard. But critical media theory is something that we have been into since day one of Theory Underground and before then. In fact, in this Underground Theory volume, Michał is prominent with an amazing piece on alternative forms of doing media and the commons. And so he'll be presenting on either of that or stuff related to that, as well as a lot of the others who have been a part of the CMT cohort. Lukasz, do you plan on presenting on CMT in Katowice?
Yeah, man.
Yes.
That would be dope. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it would be great to have somebody who's not in the volume, but is in the CMT cohort, right? But then when we go to Krakow, which is your spot, it's going to be on this question of the left, actually. And so today, with this live stream, we're going to be talking about left versus right, not just like, oh, which side do we like more or which side should we critique more, but also the actual binary itself and what it actually does for laying out the parameters on the horizon of either liberalism or capitalism or however you want to talk about it. But there is this tendency called the post-left. I get associated with it. It's my own damn fault for not renouncing it hard enough, for not disavowing it hard enough. But that's because I think methodologically it's an interesting standpoint. I'm kind of post-identitarian. And so post-left is a dumb identity as are all the rest, right? It's a spook. But with the post-left, there's actually like, I would say most people who are doing it in this sort of anarchist way. And actually that seems to be the way that it is done in Krakow. So in Krakow, I plan on talking about post-left Marxism versus post-left anarchism. And then I want to do like some comparisons. And then I want to talk about people who are doing it methodologically as opposed to people who are doing it as a new form of identity. And so that's what I'm working on. But Lukasz, maybe you could introduce yourself, say a little bit about the group and kind of how it's coming together.
So hi everyone, I'm Lukasz. I've been taking courses on Theory Underground the last year, and I'm finishing my philosophy studies right now. Actually, about the event in Krakow, I thought, because Katowice is going to be both a book promotional event and the CMT talk. And I think that Krakow should also be a book promotional event, because like I don't assume that the same people are going to come like only we will be at both, but like we should also promote time energy and underground theory in Krakow. And sorry, I lost my train of thought. We are going to do politics, but I also wanted to bring, because I am into psychoanalysis. Mikey Downs taught me Lacan a few years ago. I watched the course, and I wanted to do a little presentation on enjoyment from Todd McGowan's Enjoyment, Right and Left. And this will be connected to post-left because it's the McGowan is trying to apply this concept of enjoyment to kind of muddle the simple binary of left and right, or maybe the ways they are taken usually. And so I wanted to do that. And I think that we already have a venue. I contacted the venue. It will be less formal than Katowice, as Michał said. The place is literally called the Common Basement. And it's a basement in the middle of the city. And we meet there for free with people like every week. So it's a pretty dope place.
It's amazing. Yeah. That's really exciting. Cool, man. And then finally, Cadell, if you're here, man.
Yo, I'm here.
Perfect.
Yeah, man. Great to be here, and great to know I'm a part of something that's European wide. We're going to be meeting up in Paris and Brussels. And do you want me to just do a run over of what's going on there and some of the ideas we brainstormed together?
Yeah. Also, I would like to assume at least 50 new people who've never seen Theory Underground stuff with you in it. So maybe you could also introduce yourself to the new audience.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I run Philosophy Portal. If you're interested in learning about me and what I'm up to, best place to check out is philosophyportal.online. I've been doing online education since before coronavirus. I completed my doctorate in 2019 on the idea of the singularity, and my interest there was to develop a theory of human evolution that was compatible with technological singularity. During my research, I became sort of obsessed and fascinated with Zizkian philosophy and spent a lot of my free research time reading the primary sources that inspired that tradition, that Hegel, Freud, Lacan, and everyone knows the whole lineage. And I've been sort of, after finishing my doctorate, teaching those foundations and sort of trying to build a little community that's really engaged in what I would call long-term conceptual mediation, inspired by foundational modern texts, and also trying to create environments, situations, projects where people can create. So we've released anthologies, we produce conferences. We have a conference coming up this weekend focused on Lacan's Écrits. In fact, Lukasz will be presenting there as well this weekend. And Dave, of course, you'll be presenting there this weekend. So, if you're interested in checking that out, philosophyportal.online, that's where you'll find everything.
I couldn't have said it better, I don't think. But folks, we've collaborated together for a couple of times in a few different ways in the last year. We're publishing one another. We're doing lectures together. And so, there's not a lot of people doing what we're doing out here as far as like the course platform thing goes. And I really admire Cadell's work. But with that, Cadell, what do you have in mind for Paris and Brussels?
Yeah, man. One of the things that's also sort of been on my mind for the last 2 years is that since leaving the institutions really and taking a lot of my work online, is trying to figure out a relationship between the online and the physical. That's one of the things that attracted me to you, Dave, and Theory Underground, is that you're doing the online and the physical. I mean, we've been doing some retreats and also trying to figure out the relationship between the online and the institutional, which is also a stumbling block. But I see these events in Paris and Brussels as an attempt to sort of really dive deeper into the physical. And those two locations are selected because I've got two collaborators there. We've been doing events in Paris. There's this, basically, it's a type of fancy Parisian book club I've been attending in Paris. It's run by a psychoanalyst. Her name's Cinziana, and she's been running this salon every month called the Absolute Salon. And the Absolute Salon is we just basically, we take a book, a fiction book, as sort of our primary material. For example, we read last month Joseph Conrad's The Heart of Darkness. And then we come together and discuss our relationship to that book from the perspective of the absolute. We're talking about madness in the jungles of Africa and stuff like that. And it's been a real wild ride. And so I asked Cinziana, hey, I've got this collaborator theory underground. Let's do an absolute salon. Not inspired by a book, but inspired by sort of the philosophy that we've been teaching, Dave. And so in Paris, we're going to have an absolute salon, which is kind of an extension or an addition to the book club we've been doing in the last few months. And then in Brussels, I've got a collaborator. His name's Joris. Shout out to Joris if he's listening. And Joris has been one of the best students at Philosophy Portal. He's been with Philosophy Portal since I started. And he also is running his own project called The Multiversity, which is really doing on the ground stuff. He's got a house where he can do like educational initiatives. And so a few months ago, we did our first sort of on the ground work in Brussels, basically trying to connect philosophy to business. And so this event that we're going to be holding in Brussels is, it's still open-ended, but my tentative sort of proposal would be that we frame this event and workshop in Brussels as speculative imagination about the commons. What is the commons is sort of what Joris is most passionate about. We always talk about the commons, and actually his primary work right now is, let's say, serving a commons. And well, I'd let him get into the technical details of what that looks like, because it seems quite complex and quite a large self-sacrifice, it sounds like. And so what I would propose is that we bring sort of philosophical cognition to the concept of the commons, and that's something that I've been thinking about for a long time, and during my doctoral days, one of the main articles in my doctorate is about what does it mean to move that small distinction of the commune to the common, because usually these very small distinctions have huge effects, like in major fields, like this is a silly example maybe, but like Einstein saying, hey, what if space and time was space time? Like those small distinctions have huge effects. So it's sort of like if we change the commune to the common, and of course this is a long discussion, but what does that mean? And so I would say, like, let's have a workshop about that.
I love that. Yeah. And it's easy for me to tie that into critical media theory, the experiment, the hybrid experiment that we've been doing with the Theory Underground, and the scene itself as a kind of commons, and whether it's how to actualize it into some kind of milieu, right? An intellectual milieu, and of course time energy. So like all of these things relate to the commons. It's kind of like Mihaw's piece is also about the commons. So I don't know if you'll be able to get away, visit Paris, but if you can, let us know.
Come to Paris. And folks,
that kind of stands for all Theory Underground fellow travelers. For all Theory Underground fellow travelers, well, we've got lots of people who aren't able to be here right now. We've got Alfie Bone and Nina Power in London. We've got Ashley Frowley in Athens, Greece. We've got a bunch of other people who are going to be a part of this thing. And maybe I should actually pull up a full list of it, and we'll go over that in a second. But for now, I was just going to say, if you're watching this and you are one of those people or one of the other kinds of people who plans on doing stuff with us when we're there, maybe, for instance, Josh, who comes to the German language sessions, right? We're hoping that he's going to be able to come from Wunterpol to Berlin, right? Well, I just want all of you to know that you're welcome to come to these events in Paris and Brussels, but you'll want to let us know way ahead of time, because this is going to be a closed, small group thing. These are not big public, like most of the events we're doing on tour are big public things. But when you're doing a salon in somebody's house,
yeah, this will be a bit more selective.
It's a bit more selective.
But contact us, and we'll, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All that fun stuff.
With that, you can all ask me questions or ask one another questions, or I'll sit here and hystericize all of you. But take it away. We've got a full half hour here.
I just wanted to start with a testimony, let's say, because Lukasz just said that he learned his Lacan, or at least a part of it, I don't know, from Mikey. And I can say that I've learned a lot of my Lacan, Hegel, Zizek from Cadell. Way back when he was, starting his channel. I think you had a different name of it, wasn't it?
It wasn't Philosophy Portal. It was just me. I think it was just my name. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I remember that. You're one of the in the first. Were you in the Exploring the Self course, or were you in the Freudian Unconscious course?
Freudian Unconscious for a short while.
Yeah.
Before I got busy with my MA thesis.
Yeah, no, that takes me back. It seems like another universe because it was before coronavirus. So it's like that was just a whole other world,
No, I can say because I was doing some seminars at our university where we're reading Zizek's Sublime Object of Ideology, and I remember that I was, quoting your videos a lot because they were helpful. So it's all connected, in here between me, you, Lukasz, Dave, Mikey, and so on.
Dude, I'm doing for the last 4 months. I'm reading What is Sex with people from my uni. And I literally, when we did the 3rd chapter, I got so frustrated because a friend was asking, what are the formulas of sexuation? What are I? And I was like, I don't know, man. And I looked at Philosophy Portal at the posts about what is sex. I was like, man, I have to read this. So it's all connected.
Nice.
Well,
nice.
This is I think let me just say very quickly, like, this is, I think, why Dave's notion of the intellectual milieu has become so important, and that concept has really concretized something for me, because one of the reasons why I wanted to collaborate with Theory Underground in the first place was because we don't want to be these isolated thinkers, or we don't want to be these isolated teachers. We want to be in a milieu with other teachers, and we want to be in a milieu with other, with people who are studying in various locations, because that just enriches the entire space. And you get these connections, which are kind of, I don't want to say organic, but in some sense it's organic, in a way. Like, it's not like sort of a forced industrial, like we're all at the same university, but somehow we're all gravitating and swirling around the same sort of milieu. And that's yeah, that's a special thing.
But I also say that this is one of the commons thing also, because we are actually gathering a pool of, like, knowledge open to the public. Because, we could as well publish our Theory Underground chapters as, some fancy articles behind the paywall just to get our academia credits or something. But instead of that, we're kind of wasting, in the more battalion sense, we're wasting our time, energy, our cultural capital, just for the sake of, the common good.
When I think about my own academic experiences as well, time, energy absolutely plays into that, along with money. You're in a very kind of compressed environment for a short, compressed amount of time. The kind of things you're trying to jump through, the hoops you're trying to jump through, are not necessarily ones that lead you to like sustained insight. So it can feel very compressed, even if you've got the money to pay for an academic course, to have to kind of rattle through it really quickly. I don't know about you. I'm interested in this question to everybody here. What was your kind of like gateway drug to theory? For me, it was actually being in an academic context as an English literature student, and coming across Mark Fisher, particularly the early K-punk blogs, and then of course, you know, capitalist realism. That was how I found my way to Zizek. You know, that's how I ended up writing a book that's kind of taken on thinkers like John Gray and Zizek and others. How did you find your way from that first kind of glimmering of, or the first bit of theory that you found? I'm really interested to find out if it was Fisher that was the gateway drug for more than one or two of you, you know?
I will say really quickly, since this is a little bit less formal, and I'm not interviewing like a guest, I'm gonna go make some coffee and oatmeal and like eat it kind of while listening to you all hang out and talk. I might interject and ask a question or whatever. By the way, Phobe in the chat, shoot me a message, wants to be there for the event in Brussels. Fantastic. That's awesome. I'll say my gateway drug to the world of theory was, this is the funny thing, it really was like big ideas. Like I am embarrassed to say it, but you know, it was like documentaries like What the Bleep Do We Know and the Zeitgeist films and the Venus Project and Joe Rogan talking about DMT and getting into Terrence McKenna and thinking about UFOs and like what the government's really up to. Like this was all just like me going, oh, I should open my mind and thinking about big ideas, because I'd spent probably the prior 10 years really wrestling with a religious fundamentalist kind of worldview and being like, I don't think I really believe in it, but then also kind of really believing it. And so, but like never really like, just kind of like not wanting to really wrestle with it head on. And I still didn't during my big idea phase, but I was like, you know what? There's so many more likely possibilities than what I grew up thinking. Right. And so, I just got into like these things while listening to stuff in the workplace. And if it wasn't for, you know, a couple of years of just listening to stuff like that, and then also listening to books that would come up on Joe Rogan or other kinds of places like that, then I wouldn't have started getting into nonfiction, serious nonfiction. And so a lot of people like, for instance, with the critical doxology and time energy course, there were people in the comment section who were like, you know, Eckhart Tolle was actually my gateway to thinking about things, because it's easy to trash on these gateway figures because they often set themselves up as like the end. This is all you need to do is breathe. I'm the guru. I've got it all figured out. But if you kept going after you burned through that person, then they become this sort of gateway. And it was, if it wasn't for all of that preceding reaching an end really of a phase of my existence, and then trying to take more responsibility for myself, I wouldn't have been listening to the people who were like, you really should just go to college. Because I never took that seriously. I didn't see any value in that, because nobody I knew went to college. Like no adults, no peers went to college for where I come from. And so I was just like, you know, I've burnt out where I'm at. I don't see any other options. Might as well. And I wouldn't have signed up for a political philosophy class as an elective if not for all of those big ideas that I'd been into for all those years, but also kind of feeling embarrassed about going too deep into that stuff and wanting to be more critical and wanting to be more rigorous and systematic. So philosophy all of a sudden was like, oh, there's a way to do big ideas, but not just, you know, like Midnight Gospel, but instead like actually, you know, it's like a serious approach.
That's really interesting. There's lots of parallels to my own journey with that, and fascinating that you mentioned Zeitgeist and the Venus Project. I've had so many people on my podcast who've mentioned those two things specifically as like where they became, I guess, politically conscious, or where they started to get interested in those big ideas. So that's absolutely fascinating.
Do you want to talk about cringe, like pipelines or like things you have to go through? I started my theory. I dropped out of music school when I was like 15, and this freed up like a lot of time energy, but I also had no interests, because before then I had no time literally for anything else. I was only studying and playing instruments. And then I dropped out because I was burnout. And I had no interest, and I went on the internet. And there were two figures who hooked me onto theory and politics. Both are cringe. One will be known to you. The second one is Polish. So into politics, I got into a guy called Janusz Korwin-Mikke. Michał will know. He's a very cringe libertarian old man in Poland. And he has the taxation is theft, everything. But he does those speeches which are very accessible to young people, especially. And he hooked me into politics. I became a libertarian for a few years, and then I became a liberal because I watched some content of American content with liberals, and I was this guy like reason, like you have to be enlightened, 4 horsemen, and I got into Sam Harris. And Sam Harris was the guy who hooked me into philosophy. I read his book about free will, and I was like, man, this is incredible and stuff. And I was watching the channel on YouTube. It's called Big Thing, and it's all the guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson, all the guys. And I saw Zizek, this old hobo who was talking about some plastic penises, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. And this is how I got into philosophy. I literally went to uni because I saw that one video on YouTube.
I'm always saying that you can talk whatever shit you like about Zizek, and I have to admit that I also have some grudges with him as a either person or a theoretician, but nonetheless, he's like one of the best entry points into philosophy because with all those, like meme-like, sex-oriented, like toilets and shit like that topics, he drops you in the middle of continental philosophy, and you start with Hegel and Lacan, and like nothing is too hard for you then, I guess. So with me, my interest in philosophy started like somewhere in high school when I had those, big existential questions about meaning of life, God, and so on. And I had some very superficial reading of Marx, Freud, and Nietzsche. It was like more a libertarian approach. Like, Mom, I don't want to go to church because Marx says that, blah blah blah, and so on. But it kind of evolved in. I went to study chemistry at university. That was my, my first choice, and I started to see that it's like the problem of our civilization. Let's say it's not actually about the lack of resources or technology. It's about how we organize our knowledge and how we, treat each other. So, and you said, Lukasz, that you dropped out of music school, and I've dropped from chemistry to actually do some more music. And I became a music journalist in our students' radio. And I was, doing some radio programs about psychedelic rock, jazz, and all things experimental. But I wanted to go further, like elaborate get some meaning out of it. And I started to read some philosophy of music. And I started to study journalism and philosophy at the same time. And my supervisor was like, with your interest, you should read some Adorno. Bam, you got it. Next Marxist, and dialectician coming into the world. So that's how it went.
Well, I totally agree with you, Mikhail, that that Zizek is a fantastic entry point into philosophy, and also, I've had that experience as well of after you've read Hegel and Lacan. I mean, other things seem easy by comparison, and it's like it just makes reading other things in some sense a joy, because it's like, well, this is light compared to Hegel and Lacan. I'll just say very quickly that my first sort of, I guess I've had 2 theory pills. My first theory pill was I'd say it's most easily defined as Darwinian and evolutionary when I was about 19, and I got kind of caught into the debates between evolution and intelligent design and got sort of caught up into that sort of whole whirlwind. And then I found myself drifting towards the worldview of evolutionary cybernetics, which sort of helped me to, let's say, approach some of the issues of technological singularity that had come up in sort of the more futurist speculations angle of theory. And then after that, sort of, like I said, when I started my doctorate, it was kind of focused on the evolutionary cybernetic angle, but my institute had let me have sort of free reign in terms of research. And I also sort of stumbled down the Zizekian rabbit hole. And after sort of stumbling down the Zizekian rabbit hole, I would say that I saw the lack in evolutionary cybernetics or something like that. And ever since, I've been obsessed with dialectics and psychoanalysis. So who knows where it goes from there, but that's sort of the main thread of my thought.
Yeah, I think I was similarly like a high school, like disillusioned, disgruntled punk rocker, and like propagandy, and got into Crass and like Proudhon and Kropotkin, and then found my way to Marx, and then had to kind of like give up on it because I had to work. So I did have like a second theory pill later that probably was Mark Fisher and Zizek. And now kind of just coming back around to it and being able to have the time to like study and think seriously, instead of just being an instrument. Like, oh yeah, I identify as a leftist, and I say all the right things and read all the right books. Yeah.
Love that idea of theory pilled. But no, it's interesting. You said, Michelle, that you were a music journalist. That was one of my kind of early jobs as well, and that's kind of my background as a writer. But yeah, maybe the Fisher route is a particularly, strong one for British people. I certainly found my way to Fisher through his writing about British music, like drum and bass. And of course, Zero Books is a British imprint. That's who I'm working with now. There's a new imprint called Revol Press, which is being run by Mike Watson and Dan Mello, who both previously published with Zero. And yeah, that's a really, really fascinating project as well, a bit like Theory Underground. It's more of a collective model. And it's kind of, author-led, author-run. So I'm really excited about working with them because I feel like they're small, carrying on a little bit of the tradition that started with K-punk and those early CCRU writings, which, so directly engage with culture. So yeah, that engagement with culture is like so important to me. That's my wheelhouse, if you like. So yeah, it's really fascinating to hear that Zizek was definitely a factor for everyone, but we all reached him by different methods,
Yeah, but I can literally see that your background is, is musical. I mean,
yeah. I do some music as well. So that's my sampler in that silver case. So yeah, I mean, talking about time energy, I mean, I'm doing this in my lunch break from my office job in my studio where I make music, with the kit that I bought to do podcasting. You've got to do that if you want to engage with big ideas. I think a little bit. You need to run several streams at once. It's more than a side hustle. It's an actual kind of approach to structuring your life and thinking about it, which is another thing I like about Dave's work, is that it's not just theory, it's theory and how you use theory in life.
Sorry.
I just wanted to add one thing before you, Lukasz, because Nance said that at one point, you said, Nance, that you had to go to work, and it sounded like an interruption of the theory stream, of the theory peeling. But to be honest, for me, having a shitty wage labor was the most radicalizing thing ever. Like, at moments, I felt that I'm going beyond even, what Marx imagined, or Lenin, or whoever else, or any of the anarchists that I'm also trying to follow. And I think it's a very important experience when you had, this preliminary grasp of class theory, critical political economy, and so on. And it gets grinded with your everyday experience of alienation, exploitation, and your specific and immediate experience is being mediated through theory, and it creates a bomb of a synthesis, to use a properly Hegelian jargon.
I think absolutely. I think working is the most radicalizing thing one can do. But I think, at least here in America, it's the desperation. There's too much desperation, and it leads to ultimately nihilism. And I think we all need more opportunities to take a step back and think more. Like I had kids young, so I had to work. There were just no opportunities on the table. And so I couldn't think about the future. I couldn't think about hoping for anything other than the daily grind, 60, 70 hours a week. I didn't even have time to, love the kids that I was working to support. But absolutely, I don't think you can have the theory without that direct confrontation with that desperation. Just desperation and mediation, maybe.
Yeah, I don't get that desperation pipeline that some people get. I mean, the nihilistic one you've mentioned, because my first thought was like, I want to taste the blood of landlords, That ain't no nihilism.
I think that's a dead end, though. I think we have to hope for more than that. I want, yeah.
Oh,
it was working in call centers that really radicalized me, and it was that experience of having 30 seconds wait time between calls, of having to repeatedly cold call people. The repetition of that I found really dehumanizing. So I think I totally agree with you that work is radicalizing, and that's one thing I loved about your book, Dave.
Same experience in call centers.
Yeah.
Except I always do this. I hate to be that guy. Obviously I enjoy it, but look, what works for us weirdos is exactly what doesn't work for the overwhelming majority of human beings. Like, not having your time energy is the most de-radicalizing thing that is fucking possible for 98% of humans. The only thing that's able to get you from not having time energy to being radicalized is no bread on the shelf, and then moms want to go to war. As soon as moms want to go to war, it's like, bitch, it's fucking over, right? Like, but of course, we have a left that doesn't care about moms. We have a left that doesn't care about soldiers. We have a left that is 100% anti-war. Like, it's just, okay, well then, so being radicalized is just like having critical consciousness and wanting to taste the blood of the landlord, but it's not, there's not like any kind of a real possibility of it going forward, which is where the real cynicism comes in. And when you're surrounded, especially in America, when you're surrounded by, we don't have this rich labor history. I mean, we have a little, but when you're surrounded by people who just espouse the boss's standpoint, or they think of themselves like in the same boat as the boss, or they see themselves first and foremost as a Whovian, like they're into Doctor Who, or they see themselves first and foremost as a frat bro, whatever their identity is and their social role, and they see that as more important than their worker status because they produce, but their main thing is how they consume, and it's so fucking frustrating, right? Like, it just really is like, you just kind of go crazy being surrounded by people who just don't care about anything. So time energy as a concept really comes out of not trying to explain, because that's the whole thing, is like, as soon as you're in the mode of explaining, you've already lost. Like, the point is just like, oh yeah, well, I think about this all the time. It's this concept. And then people are instantly like, yeah, I never have time and energy for things. Huh, interesting. It opens up the can of worms, right? We've got a few more minutes here for everyone to close out. I just wanted to shout out Revolt Press and Mike Watson. Hopefully we'll meet up in Europe. He might be coming to one of the events there. I wanted to say, though, what makes us so different is that we're not a real publisher, and we're definitely not communally owned. And this is my little fiefdom, and I'm a dictator. And everyone who's most serious about Theory Underground is super into that and prefers that because I'm the one who's responsible at the end of the day. Right now, if I was running a nation state, that would be fascism. But because this is not a nation state, it's okay. All right, because this is just my little thing I built, my little sandcastle. It's okay. And ultimately, what I hope it does is that it helps other people do their own things. It'll be a model, then they can go do their own thing. But this whole like, oh, author run, everything's like collectively decided on, and also, oh, we're all leftists here. None of those boxes are checked when it comes to Theory Underground, though there are a lot of overlaps in terms of interests, in terms of people, in terms of the kinds of questions that drive us. So solidarity in that sense, but also I just don't want anyone getting this idea that this is like a collective in the sense of like shared responsibility so much as, I mean, you're responsible for how you show up and how you engage, etc. as a participant. That's true.
Well, as far as Reval Press goes, it's very much run by Mike and Dan, so it's maybe less of a communal model than I was kind of indicating there. It's just centered around giving authors a good deal, kind of is what I was trying to convey there. But no, I mean, Dave, what I would say is it's a good thing to have somebody running the show. This is my first time on one of the Theory Underground calls, and this feels like a community to me. So yeah, I'm really, really, happy to be a small part of that today, and I think you've built something cool here. I hope I get to meet some of these guys who are doing the European events as well, but I think it's pretty cheap for me to get to Brussels. So I'll be in touch, Cadell, if I can make that one.
Yeah,
That'd be
let's
awesome.
go. Come to Brussels.
Yeah, and everyone is going to get to meet Nance and probably Poland onwards as far as the actual trajectory goes. We'll get to meet Anne. She's only going to be there for half of it. Anne's brother will also be there for a lot of it, helping with the documentary side of things. He's going to be getting a lot of footage. I'm going to just quickly run through the lineup here and then close out. But I want to give everybody an opportunity to say any closing thoughts that they have, anything that's any open tab you want to close out.
I'll say quickly that I think that there's a lot at stake in the discussion that was just had about wage labor, alienation, exploitation, the feeling of that, and at the same time what Nance was saying about the need and the opportunities to think and withdraw and just have that thinking space. And the way I understand it, inspired by Zizek, is this relationship between action and thought is at the level of the distinction between Hegel and Marx. And whether we go from Hegel to Marx or Marx to Hegel and that retroactive turn and playing with that relation, I think is important. And I'm happy to be a part of your fiefdom here, Dave. And I think that we should have, we should accept sort of the concrete realities of the our political organization. I think the challenge that I would say that you and I have is, and what I've had is, and this is what I want to commend you for, is there are a lot of people who are building their little fiefdom or their little sandcastle and they don't want to play. And I think that what I've seen from you and what we've been able to achieve is that we have our sandcastles and we're playing together. And I think that that's the spirit where we can play with real actual contradictions and maybe new things can emerge. And who knows? Yeah, thanks for having me on, and I hope to get to meet all of you in the real or in physically eventually.
Amen to that, brother.
Cool. Well, everyone, I'm just going to quick speed run through the actual little agenda here. I'm just going to straight up put it up on the screen over like everything and just say, you see, it says Paris from it's going to be on April 27th. Now, this isn't all like the way I want it to be, as far as it doesn't look as nice as I want it to look like, but it's just the information. Paris, April 27th, Brussels, April 30th and May 2nd, Athens, May 4th through 8th. We're not exactly sure of the date yet. Ashley's still figuring that out. Germany, Berlin will be between May 8th and the 14th. We're not exactly sure what the days will be there either. We don't have venues yet. In some cases, we might just meet in the park, hang out, I guess. But hopefully we'll get something soon. Poland, May 15th and 18th. Katowice is on the May 15th through the 18th in Poland. Katowice will be on May 16th. Krakow will be on May 18th. Glasgow will be on May 22nd. And then really the culminating events are in London. It was going to be in Portugal, but that plan fell through, sadly. And so it's going to be between May 23rd and 27th. Alfie Bone has all kinds of access to really cool venues and audiences. And so that's what we're talking about. That's basically the plan. I don't think we really have room to add anything else unless somebody else drops from it. Or there's something that's just too good. So, we're not beyond reach in terms of potentially still making plans, but it's probably booked out. And with that, everybody, thank you so much for being here. I'm really happy that we all got to talk about this. It's what I wish I'd done with the United States tour, was some of this pre-tour planning. So I'm glad you were all able to make it today. Hopefully we'll get to do it again before the tour, and we'll get to have more of the organizers on that you can all meet each other. Okay. Thank you so much. We'll be right back in a minute with Malcolm Collins. It's going to be awesome. Take care.
All right. Peace.
Sucks. And I think that's like what the underground movement has always been about, is just like seeing what's in the mainstream, being like, it ain't there, and kind of like cobbling something together, and yeah, it's a little mismatched, but that's like its beauty.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
We bring primary texts from leading lights of diverse fields to bear on topical issues and works popular in our current world. Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy.
Usually a good edited collection has good essays, but you only want to read a few. Every essay makes me want to read the other essays because you have a vision. Everyone that you invited for a reason. You weren't some fake publicist. It's like, how so-and-so's a new book, have them on your show. No, you only talk to people because you've read shit by them, that you've thought about, that you think has value, even if you disagree. So I think that's what's amazing.
I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. Support at this stage of the operation is more crucial than ever because my savings were used up over the last year of getting this established. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. If you cannot afford it, but want to get involved with some of the stuff behind the paywall, I have made a financial aid scholarship you can sign up for here in the description. Quick side note, some people ask about the profit motive. At this point, I have not actually made a return on any of my investment in terms of the amount of time, energy that I put into things, the amount of savings I've actually put into things, the opportunity cost of the work that I'm doing as opposed to the other kinds of things that I could be doing for money. But more importantly, I don't actually make enough to pay for my cost of living. The goal is to make enough for my cost of living. And then once that is achieved, everything over that amount is going to go towards expanding the operation to the point where I can hire Michael Downs, aka Mikey of The Dangerous Maybe, to be a full-time researcher and part-time teacher at Theory Underground. All right, so with that aside, I just want to say also, if you are a worker with earbuds, what's up? I see you. I work at Amazon part-time, and everything I do is for my past self who used to work there full-time. Most workers with earbuds couldn't care less about theory, but I do believe a working class intellectual revolution could grow out of the underground theory scene. My hope is that what I have built here will contribute to making the scene something more than just a scene, and you into something more than just a scene kid. We're trying to make this into a real intellectual milieu capable of leading a way forward beyond the imminent crises facing humanity. But for that, we need thinking now more than ever.
Start thinking.
I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind!
I love you so much.
I love you too.
All right. Let's see here. There's one thing I have to do before I actually say welcome, make the Capital Mondays thing go away. I don't know why that was on the screen. Okay. So 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Theory Underground, and welcome back for the folks who are watching this live. So great to have with us here in the live stream, Malcolm Collins. How you doing, man?
Absolutely spectacular. It's wonderful to be here today.
Hey, you've got that kind of radio sports broadcaster energy. You also got a microphone.
Having me on in the morning.
And you also have a microphone. It's perfect. Like, how can you?
Oh yeah, I've got a full setup here. Yeah, we do episodes every day of our podcast, so I've got to, keep it professional.
Yeah, man, for sure. So I'm actually I'll say a couple things about Malcolm, everybody. This guest is not a normal guest at Theory Underground in any way, shape, or form, but I think that what he's going to help us get at is something that I consider to be absolutely essential for moving into the future. That is not just thinking about how humans make sense of themselves and continue to exist, but also how we are to coexist in some meaningful way, not some bland, stupid way. And so I think that Malcolm and Simone, who sadly is not able to make it today, his wife, the two of them have been putting more thought in this direction than almost anybody that I've found. And more importantly, they're coming from a perspective that is very rare, and I would say not really represented by any predetermined marketing demographic on the internet. Actually, they really are like the voices of some people out here crying in the wilderness, saying, Make way, the end of everything you take for granted. It's coming. It's coming soon. And so I found you first on, I think it was Dimitri's channel. actual spirit, where you had a conversation with him as well as Michelle and Daniel Garner. And so Michelle and Daniel Garner, we love OG Rose, and Daniel will be here meeting Samuel Loncar of the Becoming Human Project soon. Actually, he's part of the lineup here. But as soon as I saw that, so many things were clicking, and I was like, this is, you know, when like you find a book and it's kind of feeling like this, you've been thinking, but you keep running into walls, right? You keep thinking and running into walls, and then you find a book that kind of opens up all these paths forward. That's what your book, it was called called The Pragmatist's Guide to Constructing Religion.
Crafting
right?
religion, yeah.
Crafting. Thank you. Yes. Great. So with that said, would you like to tell everybody kind of about what your project
Yeah,
is
so
all
what
about?
we're most known about, like our Know Your Meme page, we have 2 Know Your Meme pages actually, but the more recent one that we get seen a lot on is the elite couple breeding to save mankind meme, because we're sort of known as being the public faces of the pro-natalist movement, which is the movement that's sort of based around pointing out the dangers of a fertility collapse and how fertility collapse is going to change society. However, we come at this with a pretty unique standpoint. A lot of people hear that and they're like, oh, you must be trying to get population rates up. And we're like, that's impossible at this point. Like, one, it's going to happen no matter what we do. All we can do is prep for what comes next. And just so people understand how severe the issue is right now, for an example of the numbers here. So Latin America, right? In 2019, the UN Population Division did a study, and they were like, oh, Latin America is going to continue to decline in fertility rates, but in the second half of this century, this was in 2019, it will stabilize at around 1.75. For every single one of the countries, except for Mexico, just about, 4 or 5 years later now, it has fallen below that number. In fact, a number of countries, and if you want to read the article that's on this, I'm not just pulling this from but you can check out America's Quarterly. They did an article on the unexpected Latin American fertility collapse that no one knows why. So for a number of countries, so this includes Cuba, Jamaica, Chile, Costa Rica, and Uruguay, the fertility rate has fallen below 1.3. So they're basically halving population every generation now. I think broadly, just no one expected it to be falling this fast and this severely, sort of all across the board. And it completely changes the structure of what the future of human society looks like. Because a lot of people will say, well, there's still some countries with high fertility rates, but they are, other than Israel, the only reason they have high fertility rates is because they're in desperate poverty, not South America poverty, but like Central Africa poverty. And they're like, so what does that matter? Like the world's population is well, it might be declining. It'll decline slowly because of this. And it's like, no, but it's going to decline quickly in all of the economically productive places. And that matters because that matters to this thing we call a global economy. And they're going to have demographic profiles that are impossible to support. But this all gets really interesting in the context of religion and philosophy and theory, because we have to ask, why is this happening? And it turns out the core reason it's happening is that if I go 3 generations back, having kids, the more kids I had, the higher my quality of life. That was more kids for the factory, more kids for the farm. But now the more kids I have, the lower the quality of my life. The only people breeding above replacement rate are doing it for an exogenous reason. And that reason is either a philosophy or a religion. And so then this gets really interesting into understanding how these belief systems structure themselves, why they formed the way they formed in the world today, and also studying the global mimetic landscape in a lot more detail. Because I think understanding this urban monoculture, which I think people have mischaracterized as just wokeism, is really important because it is a type of almost like a mimetic virus that we have never really experienced as a species. Historically, mimetic viruses usually or mimetic systems usually survived and did well because they positively augmented the fitness. And when I say fitness, I mean that's in a biological sense of the population that hosted them. So like a religion, for example, if you look at the data, and we go through this in the Pragmatic Guide to Crafting Religion, religions historically didn't really spread by conversion that much. It was mostly by augmenting the survival rate of the people who had that belief system and the number of offsprings they had and the fidelity with which they pass their culture intergenerationally. But I'm happy to pick up on any part of that thread that you want to.
Yeah, I think we should start with the, I want to go to wokeism because I know that, whenever this topic comes up, I get an eye roll from a significant enough portion of the audience that it's worth addressing and getting a little deeper into, why it's not just, for instance, a right-wing boogeyman, which is a common kind of meme at this point. It's kind of annoying. Mm-hmm. But we'll get into that. First, I want to focus on fertility collapse and demographic decline and talk about why that actually matters. And so from the standpoint of political economy, what are examples we've seen historically of these kinds of rapid declines, or do we even have historical examples that you can draw from?
So there are two answers to this question, which are both kind of true. A collapse like this we have never seen before in human history. Nothing like this has ever happened at the population level. However, we have had fears throughout human history of temporary fertility crashes. They've never been at this scale. But typically this happens right before the collapse of an empire. Famously, this is something that, when Rome was transitioning from a republic to an empire, that Augustus was very concerned about and pushed was falling fertility rates, especially among the Roman elite. But you other empires before. Oops.
Yeah, that mic just cut out.
Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. You're back.
Okay, great. But you have this with before the fall of other empires, the Islamic Empire, stuff like that. The question is why do you keep seeing this before the fall of empires? The core answer is prosperity leads people to abandon tradition. When you abandon tradition, a lot of tradition is just pointless, like random stuff that got like sort of like we picked up like dirt rolling along the street, but some of it is there for a reason, and we may not understand the reason that it's there. And so when they just start abandoning tradition, a lot of that tradition had co-evolved with us, because humans are an evolving biological hardware, which is like our proclivities and everything like that, insofar as they are genetically correlated, combined with our culture, which motivates us. And a lot of this culture, this tradition, motivated fertility rates because, raising kids is hard. And if you live in a society that is incredibly wealthy, it's actually pretty hard to motivate that. And so this is why when these societies reached this level where there was no longer a threat to them, and then this is important to note. It's like an animal. So, I started my career as a neuroscientist and like biology and everything like that. If you take an animal and you take away all its natural predators and you just let it breed over and over again intergenerationally, it becomes very unfit very quickly. Like they basically become like walking balls of cancer and stuff like that. If any of your viewers are in the UK, have you seen your rabbits out there? Like they are messed up rabbits. And it's in part because of this, because they don't really have natural predators. That is what it happens to cultural systems in the face of prosperity. They don't really have the pressures that keep them intergenerationally fit, and so they begin to throw out aspects, and this leads to fertility collapse.
They throw out aspects of the culture, and the cultural aspects they throw out actually undermine the drive to not only reproduce but also to rear children and pass culture on. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Well, also mental health issues. So here's an example of this. If you look at every single one of the evolved cultural subsets in the world that I am aware of, all of them have some sort of arbitrary self-denial ritual that have existed for a long time, I should say. So you could be talking about Ramadan, you could be talking about Lent, you could be talking about Feast of the Firstborn. Well, this is one of the first things you throw out when you have prosperity and you're like, yeah, but this causes pain, this causes suffering. Do we really need to do it? And what we know now from neuroscience is that you actually do need to have these periods where you are arbitrarily exercising self-control, because it exercises the inhibitory pathways in your prefrontal cortex, which are used to shut down things like intrusive thoughts and other things like this. And as you throw out these, what can feel like arbitrary rules, it creates mental health issues, because again, evolved with these, sorry, is it pop out again? Can you hear me?
Yep. We can hear you, but it did pop out. Yeah.
Okay. We co-evolved with these cultural groups, with these rules on top of us, right? So our brain wasn't really meant to work without them. It creates, and you can see this in society today. If you look at for example, I think it's women under 30 who identify as progressives, over half of them have a major mental health issue right now. It's really bad. And what we are trying to do, like a lot of our research, a lot of our channel, is trying to understand the parts of cultural systems that are actually needed and the parts of cultural systems which we can get by without, as well as identify the parts of cultural systems that maybe had a purpose historically, but don't have a purpose in a modern context, i.e. in a world of IVF, IVG, stuff like that.
That's amazing. Okay, so there's a lot that's come up. I have probably 3 questions I think that could keep us preoccupied for the rest of this conversation, and we still won't get to most of the things I'm interested in talking about.
I'm okay with going to the wokeism point if you want to go deeper on that, because
I think that's where we want to go next. Except I do want to, now that Nance is back, introduce you to Malcolm. Nance, Malcolm. He was
Hello,
obviously out of the room. He's the co-pilot here. So, and he's also the representative student at Theory Underground, in that he has taken all the courses here. And he's just always grinding on that. And he's going to be one of the big members of the tour when we go to Europe in May. All right. But with that, Nance, were you listening when you were out of the room? And did you have any questions or points that you want to come in with of your own before I kind of take it where I want to go?
No, I first, it is nice to meet you. I think it is very interesting. I obviously have questions, and I don't know, maybe points of contention that I would raise, but also I would like to hear you out before I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, this and that, because I do think it's interesting, and it does certainly seem like we are facing something like a collapse. So.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. And so with that, there's 2 different directions that people often will go with the idea of wokeism. One is just that it's a right-wing boogeyman. And then the other, slightly bigger brained approach is to say, oh, it's just a form of secular religion. Now, the way you've set this up, it sounds like it's not just a secular religion, because you're saying that we've never dealt with a mimetic virus like this. So let's characterize it. What makes it so different?
Okay, so in dogs, there's something called a transmissible canine venereal tumor, which is a contagious form of cancer. Now, this cancer actually sort of evolved out of a dog thousands of years ago that came from Native America. It's a really interesting phenomenon if people want to study this. I think calling wokeism a religion is like calling a canine venereal tumor a dog. It has some of the DNA of a religion, but it lacks all of the stuff it needs to survive on its own. It can only survive parasitically, and that is going to cause the core cultural conflict, I think, of the next 100 years. So we don't like to use the term wokeism often. I use it so people know broadly what I'm talking about, but I think it too narrowly talks about this. We're talking about a cultural group that I call the urban monoculture. This is the cultural similarities you see in every large population center, basically around the world today. Whether you are in Paris or New York, or Tokyo, they have a degree of cultural similarity between them that they don't have if I'm like in New York and I'm driving just a couple hours away to meet with like Amish or like ultra Orthodox Jews or any of the other disparate cultural groups, right? And this cultural group, the core conflict is going to come from the fact that this cultural group is incredibly low fertility. It is the lowest fertility group in the world outside of explicitly celibate cultural groups like the Shakers or something. And because of that, it can only survive by converting children from nearby demographically healthy cultural groups. This creates a major conflict when this cultural group, the low fertility cultural group, is the dominant cultural group in terms of control of our educational system and in control of mass media. Because it's going to use those avenues to try to sustain itself naturally. And none of this is like malevolent or anything like that. It's just a case of basically evolution, the iterations, and we actually document this, of this urban monoculture that didn't do this, that didn't overly exercise the education system to convert people, basically ended up dying out because they weren't getting new members. And the iterations that were really focused on these conversion pipelines did really well and spread and grew bigger. Well, all of the groups around it, right? Obviously, this causes antagonism. It causes antagonism because they feel like their kids are being taken and having their cultures erased. And this is true both of native populations, because one thing that the urban monoculture can do is to take children from nearby native groups, not native, but you know what I mean, like in their area, or they can import families from other parts of the world that don't have this wokeism yet, or urban monoculture yet, really, that haven't gone deep into these regions, and then take their children, right? But obviously this causes a huge amount of consternation. And right now, I think the political divide in the world is sort of splitting into two groups. One is about, which I think is the far progressive side, is about sort of pushing the interests of the urban monoculture and its philosophical subset. And then the other is about protecting the intergenerational fidelity of a wide diversity of traditional belief systems and ways of living, as well as new hypothesized ways of living, like my family does, you know, because we would see, like, if our kids went to the school system, they would try to be converted out of our family's weird ways. And when people hear all this, they're like, well, you're overstating the point. You know, there's lots of different cultures that live or identify with this urban monoculture. And here I would point out, if you talk to a far progressive Muslim or a far progressive Catholic or a far progressive Jew, and you ask them what their beliefs are on, you know, gender, marriage, our relationship to the environment, sexuality, their broad cosmology, their broad moral framework, it's going to be pretty much exactly the same. But if I go to a conservative Muslim and a conservative Jew and a conservative Catholic or a weird conservative atheist type thing like myself, like, our answers to all of those questions are going to be wildly different. And a lot of people hear this and they're like, well, come on, all of those conservative groups aren't really coming together, are they? And it's like, look, last year, the #1 conservative influencer in the world, Andrew Tate, converted to Islam. And for the most part, all of the conservative influencers I know were pretty happy about that, regardless of their religious background. And it's because we now see much more of this alliance of this one group against this other group. Which is just an interesting change. And that's what I'm talking about. Now, I could talk about the evolution of the urban monoculture, which I think evolved out of Hicksite Quakerism, but that's probably beside the point.
I think that was probably one of the most fascinating chapters that I came to yet, which was the actual role Quakerism has had in the United States. And maybe we can kind of get into it a little bit. First, let's just, I want to turn to this idea that this urban monoculture doesn't reproduce. And I think that is obvious at this point. Individualism doesn't reproduce is another way of saying that, right? Like individual consumerism doesn't reproduce. Not only do I say that, would I say that most of my friends, most of my colleagues, most of my fellow travelers are either single or they are married without any intention of having children, or I actually know people who've got the tubes tied or got the vasectomy. But more than that, it's like there's a disdain held for people who have children early on. The obvious, like, there's this prerogative. You need to get a career and do the career. And then like, maybe like when you're 35, then you'll be mature enough to make that decision. Obviously you're already mature enough to make a million other decisions up to that point, but babies, no, don't do that. So, and there's this sort of like, I don't want to call it virtue signaling, but there is this like, it's more like this in-group belonging kind of script where people will talk about how difficult childbirth is. They'll talk about how expensive it is. And it's like this thing that people are doing at parties. It's like, this is not what this should be about, but this is what this has become about. And it's interesting because I come from a really big family. I'm one of 10 children. A lot of people don't know all these things. So I'm one of 10 children. My parents moved to the United States from Canada before they started having a lot of kids. They converted to Christianity. It was a very fundamentalist kind of conservative sect. It was part of the IBLP slash what's the name of this group? Bill Gothard's thing. Institute of Basic Life Principles. There's a Netflix all about how cultish it was on Prime, of course. And the Duggars were part of it, actually. They were really big into having as many children as God intends, which is just, just shake the dice and see what happens, right? Obviously, everyone's like growing up, are you guys Mormon? Are you guys Catholic? Right? Like all of our lives. And my parents are very into this, like, having children is a good in itself. Personally, I come down very hard on the side of, yeah, if you have the time, energy, and money, go for it. But if you don't, I'm sorry, you have to have the ability, large energy infused, repeatable blocks of time to be able to incorporate building a relationship with those children. If you are strapped for that because you're constantly working from before sun up to after sundown, it's just not going to happen. And so this is, I think, an essential class divide within the church is you have people like my parents thinking, oh, well, God will provide. And they're looking at these rich families and how good they're doing. And they're just like, of course, we can do it. God's providing for them. God will provide for us. But at the end of the day, if you can't have a relationship with your kids, it sucks, right? Like that is, I guess, my biggest concern when it comes to people who are going to have a lot of kids. I see you've made a couple faces here, though, so I kind of want you to just go. I feel like you've got some stuff to say.
There's a couple things to note with this. One is why is the urban monoculture so low fertility? It's because the core of its moral framework, like its moral North Star, is negative utilitarianism, and a specific brand of negative utilitarianism, in the moment negative utilitarianism. So basically the reduction of in the moment suffering. If that is what you have promised your converts, it's very hard to motivate sacrifice. And kids really don't make sense within that framework. I mean, people are thinking, can I give them a good life where good is defined by minimize suffering? Can I give myself a good life where good is defined by minimize suffering? And the equation often doesn't work out. And so within groups like your parents' group, that probably wasn't what they were optimizing for. They were optimizing for some religious other, like the service of God or living some sort of lifestyle ascetic and assuming things will work out outside of that. And when people say, oh yeah, they can't afford to have a lot of kids, within and between countries, the less money you have, the more kids you have. So that's just like an obviously not true thing. And it's also true with handouts, like cash handouts on the government level don't really change fertility rates that much. And in a country, they're experimenting with big ones. Like South Korea now does a 22,000 per kid one, basically. Can't hear you, Nance.
What, Nance? What was that?
I was just like, I don't think South Korea is the greatest example. I think they're pretty extreme in some other things too. Okay. But I don't want to be disingenuous. Like I think a lot of what you're saying is I have no problems with.
There's been a great study that if it was my channel or you go to one of our things on this, we put the graph on screen often, but it shows all of the studies that have looked at how much cash incentives matter to fertility rates. And it's like a bar graph here. And what you'll notice is that the more a study says that cash incentives are useful, the larger its error margin is. And the smaller its error margin is, the more likely it's going to say nothing. And it should make immediate sense to people. There is an amount of money you can pay people to have kids. but like it needs to be huge, like in the like 500,000 like range, which governments just aren't going to do. You know, you give somebody 10, 20K for a kid, it's just not that. That's like what, 1 year of raising them maybe for like a middle income family. Like it's irrelevant. But it's a large amount of money for a government to be handing out, right? So back to the other thing I want to point out here is people often look at this and they think that I see wokeism as like this big bad or something like that, or this urban monoculture. But really, to me, it's more irrelevant in the big game that we're playing with the pro-natalist movement. It is not the real enemy. It's what we will frame, because we have sort of a religious system we've been building as well to try to, for my own family, is we call what we're going through now as a species, it's the trial of the lotus eaters, which is to say, it's this sort of crucible our species is going through. We're only the iteration of our species that can motivate intergenerational cultural transfer and reproduction in the face of near infinite, what's the word? Like pleasure all around us, right? You know, we talk about how we have this sort of inversion of the Adam and Eve story in an episode we did recently, where all of the curses that God gave to Adam and Eve have been lifted from our species in the past like 50, 60 years. You know, man no longer needs to spend the majority of his days toiling in the field. Women don't need to feel pain in childbirth anymore. You know, we've got epidurals, you know. So women don't live under men anymore, you know, now we have more gender equality. And as these things have left us, you know, can we motivate intergenerational fertility? And I think that when we look at the urban monoculture, really all we're seeing is an iteration of humanity that just can't, and that we shouldn't be forcing that iteration of humanity to save itself. It's just not meant. I mean, things are only going to get harder from here, right? Like, okay, I convinced one of them to have 2 kids. How are their kids, who can now date fully simulated perfect girlfriends and boyfriends that can then have simulated kids if they want, when they want, you know, if they're just living for happiness, they're not, that iteration of humanity is gone. But the iterations of humanity that make it through this crucible fall into 2 categories. The number one strategy for maintaining high fertility rates in the world today, and it's a very successful strategy, is to, as I mentioned, the less money you have, the more kids you have. So to engage in practices that lower your group's economic productivity, to disengage with technology, to become pretty technophobic, and then to maintain intergenerational cultural transfer by becoming highly xenophobic or looking down on outsiders. And then the other strategy is what we promote as the pro-natalist movement, which is cultural innovation and experimentation. If we were going to see like an avatar of this other strategy, I think Elon is a pretty good avatar of this strategy. Where you're seeing all of, yeah, you know, he's not a conservative in the old way of being a conservative. He is experimenting with a completely new way to motivate high fertility. He's experimenting with completely new family structures. But it's all in service of a very similar vision to our vision, which is to eventually leave this planet, go to the stars, you know, be very technophilic. And what we are trying to do is the pro-natalist movement, and the way we see this is we right now as a species have the lesser of the 2 trials, our generation, in this last age of prosperity, the trial of the lotus eaters, as we call it. But the next trial is going to be, because this middle part of humanity is sort of being completely thinned out really quickly due to fertility rates. What is left after this, after the curtain of safety that the urban monoculture provides, which it does provide to an extent. Yes, it's antagonistic. Yes, it wants your kids, but it won't like go out and kill you. When it falls, what will be left is a battlefield of one, hopefully some sort of unified, technophilic, economically productive, pluralistic group, which we're trying to put together, and then a number of technophobic, economically unproductive, incredibly xenophobic groups that believe that the world can only continue to exist if everyone thinks exactly like they do. And this is when things get hard. And so really what we're trying to do now is sort of accumulate all of the resources, all of the tech, all of the friendships, all of the connections that our family and our cultural group can need when we go into this transitionary period. Because if we don't make use of this, like when I'm explaining to my kids and they're like, Mommy, Daddy, you know, the world right now is a hellscape. Why didn't you prepare when you had all that wealth still? And we can already see it. Like our parents' generation definitely would have lives of more prosperity than our generation. We're already seeing this level of collapse. But the difference between us and our parents is going to be minuscule when contrasted with the difficulty between us and our children. And we're going to have a lot to answer for if we don't take advantage of this period.
Boom. Now, I know that's
Nance,
a lot.
you had something you wanted to say, or?
Yeah, and there's a lot going on in the chat, folks. I hope that we'll be able to get to everything. Probably not this time, next time, but Nance, go for it.
No, I think that point, I have five kids and 2 stepkids, and I often feel guilty because I know their future is far less bright than my already darkened future. And I think, yeah, just kind of confronting that fact is something that I think a lot of us tend to run away from because it's uncomfortable and it's a little inconvenient for our commitments and our worldview. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's interesting. Very interesting.
It's not going to keep going down. I mean, the point that I make is my children and my grandchildren may have a worse life than I had, but my great-grandchildren, if we make it through this, they will have access to a world, a utopia that we could not even dream of. Yes, we are heading into a dark ages, and we are, it is our, as custodians of the species and the planet, it is our job to ensure that, like, these angry groups don't end up nuking the whole planet over something silly. But we inevitably win. Even if our population is much smaller than this other group's population, the other group is, because they're technophilic and because technology is moving quickly so fast right now, even a small group can obtain a vast disproportionate amount of economic and technological capability in just a few generations if they can protect themselves long, which is why it's such an interesting sort of a crucible that we're going through as a species, because eventually things do get better and they get astoundingly better. I sort of imagine my great-great-grandchildren, they will live in a world and live in a life that to a human today is probably better than what we can imagine heaven is like. In that they will be interconnected with most other humans through like neural implants. They will have, everyone will have as many servants as you want because you'll have these AI things. You'll have be able to enter video games where the worlds are created around you, doing whatever you want. Everyone can go on like a real life D&D adventure. But you just need to find something higher than happiness, something higher than pleasure to motivate you, which is why channels like this are so interesting that delve into philosophy and stuff like that, because that is the answer. We need new and better philosophy that can compete with these new mimetic strands that our ancestors didn't have to compete with.
Okay, and so we've got several things going on in the chat, but I'm gonna shout out Me Panther Theo. What's up, man? Good to see you. So happy you're here. I think something you're saying must be running counter to his. He's like, what? And then he's like, what? And then he's like, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. And he's like, citation needed. Dude, I mean, we don't have time. Okay. I actually got an email from somebody who was talking about how I do softball interviews recently. Like, they were critical of my whole approach to when I interviewed Nina Power, because she's she's controversial because she's transphobic is what they'll say. And so, she's definitely a critical person when it comes to this whole discourse. She's also an intellectual and a philosopher, and she's been around for a long time. She's got a lot to say, and people want to silence her. So I've had conversations with her, and they go, oh, you're not going hard enough. You got to get to know a person before you have disagreements, if you actually have any respect for them, and if you actually want those disagreements to amount to anything. So Malcolm, I hope that someday we can have some great disagreements. I honestly want to get to know you, though. You've got multiple books. I'd like you to be able to talk about what you and your wife have been doing in these books. So as far as citations go, they're big books. Go look at them. But I want to talk about antinatalism versus pronatalism. I did hear you give a very fair treatment of the antinatalist position, and I thought that would be worth revisiting, because I definitely have antinatalists in my life, as well as people who are frequent, I'd just say fellow travelers at this point here. I'm not one, but also I get where they're coming from, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but we're going to save that one for last. I want to first get to the idea that there are going to be two major groups that are leaving this planet. And it's a different binary than the one that I've been working with. People who've been around long enough should know. I talk about the cyborgs versus the naturals. And there's no such thing as a purely natural person. But of course, the ideology is going to be like the ideology of we're trying to get back to nature. We're trying to stay in touch with who we actually are as humans. And so Amish people are leading, they're spearheading this, of course. And on the other side is cyborgs. So it's going to be like people who do body modifications until there's a point when we're like, are they the same species anymore? And I see that as the major thing. This is obviously also where, is it Hubert de Garis comes in with his whole thing. What is it?
Hugo
de
Garis, yeah.
De Garis, yeah, sorry. So, he in his book Art Elect War, he talks about the Terrans versus the Celestials or whatever. And the latter group wants to create giant gods, like actual gods. Like they want to make real gods, kind of like you get in the Avengers universe. Whereas the prior group says, no, that's crazy. We should not be doing that. He's worried that there's going to be crazy war between these groups. I think that there won't really be much of a war because the cyborg people will be so much more advanced that, are you kidding me? But of course they'll probably, if it's anything like we see the current discourse where this urban monoculture, the progressive version of it, has made it impossible to speak about certain things to the point where you can't just say something it's controversial to say that there's two sexes. Even if you want to disagree with that, the fact that you're going to have your career ended on that is one of those things where it goes, okay, well, that doesn't mean that doesn't give me much hope for where we're going. If the cyborg problem's just going to get worse. And so the idea is like the naturals are going to get scapegoated. The naturals are going to be persecuted, and rightfully so. Probably a lot of them will be reprehensible, but also it's going to be on both sides. So I see this as a big division. You have a different division, and maybe
on this idea?
Yeah. We've got another 15 minutes, and basically this is your playground. Now take it away. Do exactly what you want.
I want to talk about the cyborgs versus the naturals concept and maybe change your mind on this a little bit. Okay. So the reason I think it's the pluralists versus the anti-pluralists instead of the cyborgs versus the naturals is, and I think that it will split this way. Most of the cyborgs are going to be pluralists, or almost all of them will be, because the cyborgs, because they're a minority population and because they're going to have advanced capability, they basically always benefit from siding with the pluralists. They always benefit from siding with a group that is okay with people different from them existing, because there's going to be different branches of this cyborg tree, basically. There's going to be the direct human augmentation group, but then you look at families like ours that do like genetic selection with our children. Like there's going to be the genetic accelerationists and stuff like that. And all of these groups are generally going to be okay with any naturalist that doesn't want to kill them, because they don't have any real threat from naturalists. Naturalists can't allow the cyborgs to come to exist for the very reason you're talking about, if they believe in like a pure naturalism. And so they sort of start with this level of antagonism if they're naturalist purists, like only my community can survive. So what it means is you're going to have any naturalist who is a pluralist will be basically on the same team as the cyborgs. So I don't know if this is important to make this divide is sort of and another take that I make that I think is really important is I obviously I'm far on the cyborg side of this, but I think it's really important that we as a species, before we leave this planet, we make sort of a covenant among all of humanity that we do not denigrate or attempt to subjugate other sons of man. And by that, what I mean is any of the cultural descendants of mankind, whether it's AI, whether it's human cyborgs, whether it's human hive minds. And the reason I say that is because if we do, we create an incentive structure for those things to come back and kill us one day if they advance significantly, because then they know that we wouldn't let them exist. And now we are an existential threat out there in the universe to them. And so it is very useful. Like this pluralism that we need is incredibly important to the long-term survival of our species. And it's also why we're so antagonistic to racists and stuff like that. I'm like, look, if you are an individual that cannot, that lords even some small perceived advantage you have at like a, I don't know, whatever level over some other group, given how small human differences are right now, we cannot allow you to join the humans that become uplifted because you become an incredible danger to all other humans if you become cybernetically advanced and you actually have some giant IQ advantage, or genetically enhanced and you actually have some giant IQ advantage. So that's another thing where we take a really hard stance against.
And so you're thinking the pluralists are going to be largely on the cyborg side. You don't think that...
the pluralists are mostly the side because they're okay with people who are different from them existing. You know, they don't mind that you're different in this way or this way or this way.
I mean, okay, have you seen The Expanse?
No.
Okay, great show. It's also a bunch of books. And I love this example because, you know, it's like, what, a couple hundred years in the future, Earth's still a thing. There's Mars has been colonized, and most working class people are in the belt. They're just mining asteroids. And so there's like this tension between Earth and Mars, because at this point, these two human cultures are kind of like diverging. But it's fascinating because there's actually different fleets of starships that belong to different cultures. And so there's actually the Mormon fleet. Like the Mormons have a fleet, right? And I know you talk about the Mormons in your book, which is really funny because like you talk about like there are some things that they're doing very well when it comes to crafting religion in a sort of pragmatic sense.
Are you familiar with the Mormon transhumanist movement?
No, I'm not.
Oh yeah, so one of a big branch of like the Mormon intellectual community now, and they sort of believe that we will eventually actually become God through technology, and create simulations, and we're living in one of these simulations. So Mormons might become one of the most cyborgy of all the religious movements.
And they are like the business religion of all religions. Like, it's so funny. Like, instead of Bible studies, half the time they're doing like how to pitch things, like kind of sessions. Mm-hmm. But one of the interesting points, going back to like successful cultures do not rely on recruiting. Going back to that idea, you raised an interesting statistic about Mormons, right? Like, they don't get almost anybody through recruiting.
Yeah, so the Mormon recruiting, they don't do very good. I mean, they get some, but it's just not really worth it for them. It's more about creating a cognitive dissonance along leaving the church. Because you've gone and you've had to pitch this to so many people, and you make and taking people. So what they're doing is the time when most people deconvert is the time when kids are on a mission trip. And so what Mormons are essentially doing is they're taking the kids away from any other cultural subgroup that may influence them during that period, and then pairing them with another person, and then putting them in an environment where they're constantly building sort of, that sort of bias where like you've been pitching something, you've been pushed back on for it. But Mormons are actually sort of falling apart right now in terms of both fertility rates and numbers. The group that's doing really well is a group that takes the exact opposite strategy, which is the Amish, which take the kids during their most likely period to deconvert and basically just says, okay, see if you can do better. And because they're kind of set up to fail, like they don't have any skills or anything like that, they can't do better. And so they always come back. And so I say that I think that this Mormon high control strategy during kids' rebellious period is a really bad strategy.
Oh, you don't like Rumspringa? So
no, I love Rumspringa. Sorry, Mormons I don't like. I don't like mission trips. I love Rumspringa.
Oh, you love the Rumspringa, not the mission. Yeah, and the mission. Talk about a way to make people. I don't know. It's doing something to them. It's doing something to them that makes it very hard for them to actually connect with other people. And you were saying this is kind of the function is ultimately. Maybe I wanted to step back. Instead of going into that, I just want to set you up to say some closing thoughts about religion as a set of functional evolutionary modifications and what the pragmatist approach to it is. Someone was saying this is pure speculation, and I said, yeah, when you're talking about the future, you do that. And also, hello, what was the CCRU all about? Hyperstition. And we actually, sci-fi constantly is coming true. Anyone who doesn't take speculation and hyperstition seriously at this point, please go do the Intro to Nick Land course. You in particular, Theo, you have access to it. I know you've got catch-up work to do with the CMT course, but that's very important because, yeah, we're doing something very different from what the CCRU guys are doing. But they pioneered a sort of field. And that field is taking the future seriously and taking speculation seriously. And it's not pure speculation, but also pure speculation has also come true. Pure fantasies come true. Pure myth has come true. Here's an example. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? Oh, well, guess what? I can go, okay, Google, who's the most beautiful person in the world? Hold on. Okay, and this is Gemini. This is Bard's Gemini.
Beauty is subjective and varies across cultures and individuals. What one person finds beautiful, another may not. It's also important to remember.
You know
like
that
a
Gemini
woke mirror. I love it.
Yeah, Gemini has argued with me on a bunch of things. No, Gemini is like the HR bureaucrat, like has it all figured out. Like tried to talk me out of using the word monoloid for people who only speak one language, right? Because it's offensive and it stigmatizes a group. And this is the whole thing. We had a whole argument. It's on my Substack. Anyway, so what was the functionalist approach to thinking religion. What is that?
So, I mean, one of the things that we've been doing, we've released track 1 last week, we're doing track 2 this week, is we're really trying to build a harder religious structure for my family and my children and stuff like that, you know? And we sort of go over the theory craft that we're going to use to do this in the Pragmatist Guide to Crafting Religion, that book. But the idea here being that a lot of, I think, unnecessary things due to technological changes are happening to our species right now. But also, a lot of people say to me, and actually this is a bigger question, why don't you just go back to the old ways, right? While religious communities that have stayed technophilic and intellectually engaged with the world have a higher fertility rate than other communities, they are still falling below replacement rate, and they are still falling about every year. And they will eventually succumb just a little later than the secular people. They get a bit more time to try to jig this, and people are like, well, why? Why isn't old religion doing what it used to do? You know, if you look at like Catholic majority countries in Europe right now, right, they have an average fertility rate of 1.3. Like, that's incredibly low. So why aren't these old ways working anymore? Why does it look like Mormons have fallen below replacement right now? You know, and the answer is because they evolved in a cultural context where they were not dealing with the tactics that the urban monoculture is using. They were not dealing with the tools that it's using, like the internet. If you look at when Mormonism really started to crash and fall apart, it was when cell phones began to get really popular, because then they're on their mission trip, but they're also looking up like the arguments on the other side, you know? And so what we argue really for is augmenting your traditional cultures. We want cultural pluralism in the future. We don't just want people like us. We believe that this is how humanity advances, is through the competition of different cultures with different ideas about things. And for that reason, diversity is like of absolute importance.
And I just want to say, like, because I know your book, you're not talking about like necessarily like war when you're talking about this kind of competition. You're talking about when children reach a certain age and they have to decide what they want to be. The whole point is the culture should be trying to set that child up to go, you know what, it's worth being a part of this culture. There's things I don't like, but there's also so many benefits to being a part of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about the culture that's doing best at this right now in the world, hands down, no one comes close, it's Jews. Their fertility rates are great. They're really technologically engaged. And that question, that moment that you're talking about, I think is why. Jews have an answer to that. When a Jew is growing up, they're like, do I like my people? Do I like the rules that my parents used and were making decisions around when they were raising me? Do I want to raise my kids in the same system as that? And many of them think, yes, I do. Like, I've looked at what the urban monoculture is offering as an alternative, and I don't think it's better than what I grew up with. But a lot of cultural groups, they go in another direction. They go in a direction that really worked when they had control of society, which is to say, we will punish you, we will shun you, we will hurt you if you leave us. And that worked all well and good when they were the dominant cultural group in society. But now that they're not, all of that is completely feckless. You know, it reminds me, sometimes I'll be talking to like a conservative Christian dad, and they'll be like, well, my kids won't leave the faith because they'll know what would happen to them. And I'm like, well, you know what you just told me? You just told me that if your kid had already deconverted, they wouldn't tell you, and you wouldn't know. And you wouldn't know until they had left your house, and it was far too late for you to do anything. We need to build cultural systems that actually improve our kids' lives and focus on changing our old systems to actually improve our kids' lives. And in a way, this crucible that our species is going through right now is in our species' best interest. Because I shudder to think if humanity as we existed now was the iteration of humanity that went to the stars. We need to, but I also want to talk to antinatalism. Sorry, if it's about to end, I gotta pontificate on negative utilitarianism. And okay, I won't have time, but what I would say is if you are a negative utilitarian, check out our view. These people want all humans dead and are weirdly reasonable about it. I do think it's a logically consistent moral philosophy. I just think it's but I also think our moral philosophy is also logically consistent. And so if I'm choosing between two holistically, logically consistent moral philosophies, the one that doesn't want to kill all people is the one I'm going to side with. Sorry, kill all, I get word, rid the world of life. You go to the Ephelis subreddit and they're always talking about Venusing the world and stuff like that. And I'm like, come on, do you not see that you're the bad guys? There were some studies that came out that we did an episode on that shows that within the antinatalist community, there specific dark triad traits are hugely overrepresented, specifically narcissism, psychopathy, and a few others. And it's like, why are they attracting these individuals? Because, oh, you can watch our episode on that as well if you're interested on Basecamp. But yeah.
Well, I would just also add that there is nothing in the urban monoculture today that is pro-natality or nurture.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, and I don't think the kids who grow up in it are happy.
No. And that, so, hey, I think we have to basically cut it off just about now. I want to say thank you so much for coming on. Folks, I think you should definitely check out their books. This is only one book that we're talking about here. There's a lot of other ones. It gives a lot to think about.
Basecamp, and we do use a lot of citations. If somebody's like citation needed, we generally always will mention the article that we're pulling something from. I don't know what I said that was controversial other than the Latin American fertility stats, and that's why I gave the article that you can go to find those. Yeah.
Well, and you use that example because people assume that these declining birth rates are only in the, first world or whatever. And so it's not. It's not just in the first world.
India fell below repopulation rate. China's only at like 1.1 now. Like it's all over the world.
Well, and so I guess I really have to ask this question. So most people are going to say, well, okay, yeah, but we never had 8 billion people on the planet, right? It was under 1 billion for most of the human existence. And so it grew way too fast because of industrialization and globalization. And so, of course, we have to go back down. Duh. What's your problem with that? So what is the actual problem? So you said the issue is with the rapid decline. And you also said, I'm not trying to change it because it's inevitable. Right.
Yeah. The issue is with the rapid decline and the rapid bumpy decline, because it's not happening to all groups at the same time, which means that the future of the human race is going to be much less diverse, both ideologically, ethnically, everything than humanity today. And I need to point out here, one of the groups that is most resistant to fertility collapse are white populations, like white conservative populations. So this is not like an ethnic thing. Like a lot of East Asian cultures are going to go extinct pretty quickly. And and I don't like that. I lived in South Korea for a long time. Like it makes me sad to see what's happening to those people. But in terms of like Earth's quote unquote carrying capacity, it's just a different mindset. One of my favorite shows that I think is the best pronatalist show I've seen is Gurren Lagann. Those carrying capacity type people are a metaphor for carrying capacity. This belief that humanity can't fix its problems or figure out new solutions with technology and willpower, I think is a mindset that has consistently throughout human history been proven wrong. And I hope that me and my kids can prove it wrong again and create a path forward for our species, because on the other end of fertility collapse, like once all of the people who actually care about this have disappeared from the population, fertility rates are going to rise again. Like evolution is happening right now, and out the other side of it, humanity is going to be breeding really quickly. Is it going to be a technophilic pluralistic humanity, or is it going to be a bunch of religious zealots? I don't know, but we're trying to tip the scale in one direction.
Thank you so much, man. It was really a pleasure to have you. Hope to get you back one of these days soon. Take care. Have a good rest of your day. Everybody, will be right back with Duane Roussell right after this. Peace.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books. One, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big-time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm. So, welcome. Hold on. Let me click a couple buttons here so that we can actually get this thing going. All right, 3, 2, 1. Welcome everybody to Theory Underground, as well as the folks who've already been here for this live broadcast, and the people who are watching it in the future, because some people see something that's going to be 17 hours long and they go, I don't have time for that. And of course you don't. But also for the people who are binging this at work, what's up? And for the people who are watching it as a standalone video published in the future, welcome. I'm so excited to have with us today Dr. Duane Roussell. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. I'm recovering from food poisoning, and
Oof.
I'm very tired. It's a bit later here in Pakistan, but I'm sure I'm not as tired as the two of you are.
Oh no, I'm not. I couldn't be tireder. Oh no, wait, I couldn't be less. I couldn't be less tired. I'm so energized right now.
The first Freudian slip.
Sure.
See, they still exist.
They still exist. Yeah, well, I'm 2 cups of decaf in, so you know I'm ready to go. But let's start with that. You are an analyst, and you know your Freud, you know your Lacan. So how did you get into psychoanalysis, and what are you doing these days?
I'll begin a bit before I got interested in psychoanalysis, I was very much involved in anarchist organizing, social movements, social spaces, these sorts of things. And due to various pressures within the anarchist milieu, I retreated into the university as a paradoxical way to sustain my interest in anarchism. Very paradoxical. My former friend Aragorn, I say former because he passed a few years ago. He's still a friend, of course, but he's not with us anymore. He used to ask the question, does anarchism exist beyond the age of 24, 25? And I say yes for those who go into the university. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And during my master's degree, or shortly before, I encountered a sociologist named Richard J.F. Day, who wrote a fantastic book on Gramsci and Lacan titled Gramsci is Dead, on anarchist currents in the newest social movements with Pluto Press. And that's where I really first encountered Lacan in a serious way. I encountered Lacan and Freud through Zizek and other places, but so that was my first real interest in Lacan. I decided I wanted to do something academic relating to Lacan and anarchism for my first PhD project. And at around the same time, I mentioned I had food poisoning yesterday. It's not unrelated to the symptom that brought me into analysis, which was an eating disorder. I had a very serious eating disorder and a panic disorder. And an event happened that inspired me to go into analysis, thinking that I would learn more academically about Lacan in analysis. And I went there explaining all my theories. I remember my first analyst, her name was Mavis Himes from Après Coup. And I used to go to the University of Toronto. She had an office just around the corner. And she used to always say, stop reading Lacan. And I thought, but I'm here to become an analyst. I must read Lacan. And she always used to say, stop reading Lacanian texts, stop reading these articles, stop reading Freud, which I thought was very strange. So that was my first encounter in analysis. I ended up going through 3 or 4 more iterations of analysis, each with its own theme and flavor, bringing out its own dimensions and various forms of suffering and new ways to maneuver in the world. I began practicing after I finished my second PhD, which was it was an ABD PhD that I did under Zizek and Badu and some others at the European Graduate School.
That's really cool. That's really cool. And so that's kind of where you, on the one side, you have this clinical experience, but through the European Graduate School and Zizek and Badu, you've got this kind of applying psychoanalysis to the social dynamic, right? You're not just doing clinical work, you're also theorizing what it is to be human and society, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. I mean, this was also true of Freud. Todd Defresne, a Canadian thinker who's written quite a bit on Freud, likes to say, well, once you get to the later period of Freud, he becomes a sociologist. I think there's some truth to this. Jacques-Alain Miller also described Lacan's sociology. Lacan had a sociology. Of course, when I meet clinicians, particularly around the new Lacanian school, the World Association of Psychoanalysis, and so on, when people say the word sociology, you can tell it leaves a bad taste in their mouth. But I don't think it was necessarily true for Lacan because he flavored it with salt. Miller said, I use this word, Lacan sociology, with a pinch of salt. And you can hear it in Lacan's middle-ish period where he says discourse is what constitutes a social bond. You can see it in the importance he placed upon sociability when he talked about psychosis. You can see it in the late Lacan of the Baromian clinic and so on. He was always interested in the social. And some would say, in fact, Francois Doltos thought this was true of Lacan in his very last period. The crowning achievement of Lacan's work was a social institution of sorts, the school, which went through various moments. Its founding, of course, which was a lonely act, which means it was without a sense of sociability, to its proposition a few years later, where it became a social dialogue, a discussion. How can we allow analysts to face up to their act, and the cutting edge, as he put it, of the Freudian experience, which really is the teaching of the clinic, to its dissolution, which was really the school in its nascent state. The chance for the school to be realized as a school of the cartel, of a school that was based upon a transference to work rather than a transference to the father, to Lacan. He dissolved the school to re-elevate the cartel as a fundamental space of teaching psychoanalysis. And I know I'm using now a little bit of jargon, so if you want to probe a bit, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you. And actually, good looking out. No, I think my audience is mixed on this. And of course, some of you might be a little in over your head at this point, but we do have a lot of introductory stuff. Hey, nobody on the internet besides Todd McGowan's Why Theory has as much introductory stuff on these kinds of topics than Theory Underground. Okay, so
if I may, Dave, for a moment, I mean, can I just, when I was doing my first PhD, I didn't understand, and I still don't think, I think I understand less today than I understood when I started with Lacan. You know, this is how Bruce Fink titled his 3 volumes on Lacan, Against Understanding, you know, which was a phrase Lacan had used. But I remember I said, okay, I don't understand a fucking, we can swear here, yeah?
Yeah. We can swear.
Okay, I don't understand a fucking thing. And so what I did was one summer, I just took all of the seminars, everything I could find that was translated into English, and I just read them without caring at all about what I understood. I'm not sure I understood a single thing, but all of these signifiers were kind of deposited into my mind, and I kind of had some of the nodal points. But I think even if you try to understand, for example, at a conceptual level, Lacan was not building a dictionary or an encyclopedia. He wasn't interested in building concepts in the way that Deleuze says that's what philosophy should be in one of his works and so on. It's not about putting, because a concept sticks to its meaning. You have a word and it sticks to its meaning. You could put it in your pocket. You could redeploy it later. You choose any concept from Lacan. Basically, it's a bit of a challenge. Maybe I'm wrong, but my challenge to you, choose any concept, nom de pair, the real, whatever you want. And you'll find another place in Lacan's teaching where it means something entirely different. Even the subject is represented by one signifier to or for another signifier. Lack is constitutive negativity, it's overflowing. Choose any concept. Lacan is constantly producing this whirlwind of knowledge, which is the experience of the teaching of psychoanalysis. It's not to make it easy. It's to keep the desire to know going. So, I mean, when you go into the clinic, for example, you're encouraged to bullshit. Like, do some bullshitting and we'll get to the truth. Apologies for that little intervention. No,
yeah, and also, we're vulgar here. It's okay, you know. It's okay to we can soil ourselves with you a little bit, you know. Just kidding. So I want to get into the idea of, I think at this point you've kind of covered a bunch of different things that kind of all touch on something that's related to a major research interest on my part, which is, what do we know about psychoanalysis, or what are we supposed to know about psychoanalysis, or more like, what kind of knowledge is psychoanalysis? And I'm raising these questions because of the obvious accusation of it being, on the one hand, a pseudoscience. Whereas on the other hand, as you already addressed, or I mean, you wouldn't have addressed it the way you did if this wasn't a debate. There is this debate between, the clinic and the social, and you're not supposed to take these concepts from the clinic and into the social. And so obviously people like Michael Downs of The Dangerous Maybe, mutual friend of ours, has pushback, and people who are parts of these little Lacanian groups are like, hey, yeah, what you're doing is pointless. You shouldn't be doing that. This doesn't. And you already gave us a stellar like argument as to why it's not pointless. And actually, there is something here. But the question of how should I say this? Epistemological rigor, humility, qualifying knowledge claims, like the guy we just had on, the question of, is this just speculation? Is this just, where's your citation? What's your basis? When we're all learning from someone who has set himself up as like the sort of anti-master, Lacan, right? He is in that position, but he's also kind of providing the equipment to go against that position. And as you said, there's this element of bullshit in psychoanalysis, and he changes his position on things. He doesn't show you his cards like, here's how I came to this, and this is why I think that you should also think this way. So pretty much most of the standards that we kind of take for granted that should go along with critical thinking and a sort of positivistic sort of science, they're not really on the table, which does kind of open the doors for people to come in and just say whatever. And then if you think that they're full of shit, then they can go, oh, well, Lacan said you do whatever with it, right? So how do you address this kind of hystericization, we'll say?
Yeah. Well, the first thing I think of when I hear the word bullshit is I think of this, was he a Yale professor? His book became a staple at most bookstores around the world. I think it was an essay he did while he was doing his PhD. I might be wrong. Harry Frankfurt, I think was his name, on bullshit. And if I remember this text, and I'm telling you, it's been decades, if I remember it correctly, basically what he was saying was bullshit is worse than a lie, because at least with a lie, you can be proven wrong and the error can be rectified. With bullshit, it's like, I take this expression because I heard it a few years ago, it's like nailing Jell-O to the wall. You can't ever seem to pin the truth down. And so I think psychoanalysis tends to begin with a different point of departure, at least within the clinic, certainly within the cartel. And I'll try and develop that for a moment if it's okay. Within the clinic, what was the golden rule of psychoanalysis for Freud? In the beginning, I wouldn't say this is necessarily the case today. Bullshit, free associate. Say whatever comes to mind. Don't judge it. Whatever nonsense, whatever monstrosity comes out of your mouth, say it, and so on. And it's through bullshitting that certain patterns, certain slips emerge, and you can start to hear signifiers that are repeating, mixed metaphors, and these sorts of things. And so it's through bullshit that you get to a truth that hits the bullseye for this particular speaking being. That's a classical Freudian modality. On the other hand, there's a type of let's say, patient who comes to analysis today, and I think it's a manifestation of the spirit of the time. Sorry, there's a little child walking by right now.
Okay.
I'm staying in a guest house.
Cool.
Where patients will come to analysis and they already know quite a bit. And so it's difficult to get them to stop bullshitting. And here, I think another type of bullshit needs to be invented, introduced. It's the bullshit of one's enjoyment, of nonsense, which isn't trying to string a narrative together in some conspiratorial manner or something like this, but is the nonsense that's unique or particular, perhaps singular is a better word, to each speaking being, which is something you can know. And I don't mean N-O, it's K-N-O, which I think to some extent, that's what we can go to analysis for. It's not simply to get to the truth of, the classical Freudian Oedipal sort of model. It's not entirely true for Freud, but it's how we tend to present Freud, at least a lot of theorists in the early to middle Lacanian period will, in the Marxian milieu and so on, I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them will present a Lacan of the unconscious structured like a language, which is an unconscious that is, well, let's make it really simple. Slavoj Žižek describes it as a domain of unknown knowns. Takes that from Donald Rumsfeld. The things you don't know, you know. And it's through slips of the tongue, whatever, parapraxis, that you can get to this latent meaning that can be unearthed. This is the truth that some people imagine, you know, you're supposed to be getting at in analysis. This is an understanding of interpretation that's quite classical. And it's a classical understanding of ideology. I'll give you an example from Žižek. Again, I'm in my hysterical mode right now. Žižek was, of course, he used to call me his slave, you know. So, Žižek will say, for example, he'll give the example from the film They Live. If you've seen this film, you put on the glasses of ideology critique, you see the meanings that are inscribed in the world that are sort of latent determinations, what sociologists call social structure and this sort of stuff. That's very classical Freudian. That's the sort of interpretation that Freud warned us against already in 1899 in his book on dreams, when he said analysts have accustomed themselves now to interpreting the latent content, but they're not interested in looking at, he called it the singular structure of the dream. To do that, you need to look at the navel of the dream, which is the zone of drives, the whole, the jouissance, which is a bit more stupid, nonsensical. You can know that too. So I think there's, let's say, two aspects that we're really focusing on today in the clinic, increasingly the second. The first is interpreting the latent structures and this sort of stuff, slips, dreams, and this sort of stuff. And the second is what's beyond the fantasy of this Freudian structure, at the level of the drives, what some people call the passive jouissance.
The what of jouissance?
A passive jouissance.
By which of jouissance?
Yes, I realize now I'm throwing in more jargon.
Well,
this
so
was Lacan's way as well.
I hope at this point everybody's familiar enough with jouissance, right? And we'll just say, you know, this is very rough and you can add to it, but it's the opposite of what we take to be a sort of peaceful kind of pleasure, unconstrained, comfortable kind of pleasure, and is instead it's very constrained. It's very intense. It's very potentially unbearable or upsetting. But we need it in various ways, right? And so that can manifest for you in road rage, gambling, binge eating, whatever, all kinds of ways, right? We all develop our own sort of approaches to that. We just had Leon Brenner on a little bit ago. And obviously, you know, so we're talking about the course he's going to start teaching next week on the clinical structures. And so with the clinical structures, you know, neurosis, perversion, psychosis, and then he's arguing for a fourth one in autism, then we would also probably think that jouissance would function differently according to these different structures. I don't know. I'm just kind of assuming. I don't know that much about this stuff yet. Todd's going to be teaching a class on seminar 11 in July, and we've got you, we've got Leon, we've got Todd, we've got Adrian Johnston, and so we've got a lot of Lacanians on the stream today. I plan on asking them all basically the question that I just asked you, and I think that was a fantastic answer for now. And there's several different directions that this could go. You guys can obviously take it in any direction you want to go. I'm not going to be too heavy-handed in how we steer this thing, but really quick, I do want to check in on Nance, man. So, you know, when it comes to Lacan, you know, we're back and forth on Lacan, how we do or do not like him, blah, blah, blah. And so I want to bring you in at this point, give you a second here. What do you have in terms of questions or points you might want to raise?
I don't know. I think a little fuckiness is essential. Like the fact that people want this to be very positivistic and very like again, like these are new categories, and these diagnoses or these tendencies or whatever are, oh, this is the problem that I have, and this is going to fix me so I can go out into the world and be a good little productive consumer. And that's not how any of it's done, but that's how a lot of people want it to be and expect it to be. And so I love engaging with people who actually know what's going on. And that seems to be coming to the surface. It's a little fucky. It's necessarily a little fucky, and that's a good thing. I also like the point you said. It was very postmodern. Like, even our bullshit is bullshit now. And I like that. And I don't know what that means, but previously bullshit, it's nailing Jela to a wall. But now, because people have this kind of idea of what's going on, they're going to bullshit with ulterior motives. So our bullshit has become nothing but bullshit rather than bullshit that conceals some hidden something or other. I don't know.
I was like, if I sit here long enough, will he talk first? And I was like, I have to talk. Okay. This is why you're the analyst, right? You're able to sit there and just wait. Come on. So Duane, there's, like, as I said, several directions we can go in. But as far as the question of truth claims and ontology goes, obviously, like, the question of, like, how do we know if these truth claims are real is, like, the question of epistemology. But the question of ontology itself is raised whenever someone is making a statement about how something is, right? And so I'm interested from the standpoint of an analyst theorist, what is the ontological status of say the split subject or objet a, or this relation between desire and drive, or we could talk about the Brahmian knot. Like, what is the ontological status of these terms?
It's a big question, and well, first off, I'll say I know I can't answer it.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
I can bullshit around it a little bit in a way that might be productive, because it was a formative question for Jacques-Alain Miller. Jacques-Alain Miller being, let's say, a compass in the Lacanian orientation, who spearheaded the school. Miller asked this question of Lacan. He said, "What is your ontology?" Lacan, he was fucky about it. Is that what was that the word? Bullshitty about it. He didn't quite answer it. And Miller thought that over the years, Lacan's very last teaching was, in a way, his answer to the question, do you have an ontology? So what happened in his very last teaching? On the one hand, we had in his earlier teaching, let's say earlier teaching, a notion of split subject. The subject represented by a signifier for another signifier. So the subject was missing within language in some sense. Split between what and what, between signifiers and jouissance. And let's say that's the Lacanian subject of the earlier period. In the later period of Lacan, we get a subject who hasn't, in some sense, relinquished its jouissance in a way that we would have expected for there to have been something like a split subject from the get-go. A split subject emerges, as most people who read Zizek and so on know, when you have something like lack, and luck, and objet petit a, desire, these sorts of things. It's, let's say, a classical Lacanian modality of something that we are tempted to build into a philosophy and therefore an ontology. In the very last teaching, Lacan builds what he calls a henology, which is another word that was picked up by an anarchist that I like for various reasons, but disagree with for various reasons, an anarchist named Rainer Sherman. Henology is, let's say, instead of an ontology, it's a thinking of the one. The one of what? Of jouissance. Of jouissance that repeats, perhaps, we can see it in the clinic in forms of addiction. And so it repeats outside of meaning. It repeats outside of meaning. And so what you get in the very last teaching of Lacan, and in the clinic today, is not a subject whose some father came, said, oh, you can't enjoy yourself, gives up their enjoyment, has a desire to return to the enjoyment, to fuck their mother, whatever else. You get what Lacan called par l'être, speaking being, a being who speaks with its jouissance, its satisfaction, its enjoyment. It hasn't relinquished it necessarily, it speaks with it. And in this later period of Lacan, you get what I call in my work a saturation of signifiers with jouissance. Jouissance, in some sense, becomes a pervasive concept in Lacan. So much so that you get people working today. I think Darian Leader was one, he published a book on this, where they're trying to say, well, the concept of jouissance has no value because everything becomes absorbed by jouissance at this point. And this is the problem we're in today, you know. And so, the point is, I think Lacan shied away from ontology. I think, to give you a very clear, more academic answer, he shied away from ontology because he was afraid that it brought him too close to philosophy. And he, like Freud, was very much about putting philosophy in its proper register. He didn't want to patch up holes in the universe or build some grand system. On the other hand, there was a threat of what Nance called positivism. And Lacan saw this as well, which was the emergence and the big threat of the real of science. The real of science, Lacan had already begun to witness it in the proliferation of gadgets on the market, and he even prophesized the plague. He said one day something's going to slip out from underneath the lab door. And so on the one hand, he was trying to defend psychoanalysis against science. On the other hand, he was trying to defend psychoanalysis against religion in his very last teaching. So this is, I think, part of his project to avoid the question of ontology and to shift it into a question of the one.
Perfect. Okay, and so this is the reason I say perfect is because the idea that he wants to put philosophy into its proper register, I think that this is very useful. And there's, I mean, for me, I always kind of come back to, you can't get out of doing ontology. You're saying that something is, you're always presupposing something about isness. You know, this is the Heideggerian influence, I suppose. But also it's like that Heideggerian influence is probably partially why Lacan didn't take ontology seriously, was because Heidegger had already deconstructed the history of ontology. And he was kind of like, I'm just guessing. You can correct me if you think that that is not right. But I just want to say really quick to everybody, first of all, shout out to the person on Twitch. You know, I'm restreaming to Twitch and YouTube. Normally, there's not really anybody on Twitch. And the person was saying that they're not able to follow any of this, or they're having a hard time like getting any of it. And I just want to say, you know, some of the guests, some of the topics going to be a lot more esoteric, and then some others will be a lot more exoteric. Duane, I think you're doing a great job, though, in terms of making this accessible to some warehouse workers who have some prerequisites,
Accessibility bullshit. This accessibility bullshit. What does it presuppose about the people you're speaking to? Let's be honest. When you speak at this level, you're placing yourself in the position of being stupid. The analyst has to be lazy and stupid in some sense to provoke. It's others who know everything. I came from Canadian working class culture, and you know what I've noticed? Whenever I went into a Tim Hortons is a cafe chain in Canada. This is where everybody knows everything, and this is a blue-collar working class public in the Canadian cultural scene. This is where people all already know everything, and they'll go. They even had a TV show. This hour is 22 minutes or something like that. That was set in Tim Hortons, and people would go there, talk about politics, talk about contemporary issues, and these sorts of things. I think it's not a question of me bringing a knowledge to anybody. That's not what Lacan brought. Lacan said, I have a teaching. In fact, I still have the quote up here somewhere because I was quoted earlier. Let me just read it to you. This is from, after he published his decree, he said, the end of my teaching is to train psychoanalysts who are capable of fulfilling the function known as the subject. Because it so happens that it is only from this point of view that we can really see what is at stake in psychoanalysis. His idea of teaching had nothing to do with giving people the comfort of a knowledge. He said at the beginning of this session, I will not give my teaching in the form of a pill, which means if you understand me, you're not learning anything. I remember at the beginning of a mystical text by St. John of the Cross, I think Ascent of Mount Carmel, he says, understanding understands not save that which is contained within. I think I'm quoting it directly, which means if you only understand something, the comforts of which you have already felt. This is how Malher puts it in his preface to television. So if you're confused and you're not following, it's the beginning. This is how you enter into the Lacanian orientation. If you want an accessible introduction to Lacan, you will never understand Lacan, because Lacan was, how one of his colleagues, George Bataille, said, "I am at war with myself. I'm always at war with myself." Lacan's text is always at war with itself. His ideas. He'll begin a session and say one thing, and by the end of the session, he said something completely else. I challenge anybody to read Lacan and claim they understand it. He said of his decree, they're not meant to be understood.
Right.
They're meant perhaps to produce an effect. This is why another one of my intellectual heroes, Marshall McLuhan, he favored a device he described as the probe. It sounds a bit perverse. The probe was meant to open up something, to produce a clearing, to clear away all of your delusions of already understanding the world and psychoanalysis and whatever else, to confuse you enough so that you'll have the space to give birth to something new. I know your former guest was talking about how there's an infertility crisis. I think psychoanalysts are in the business of learning how to finally give birth to themselves.
That's amazing. And actually, you just made me realize for my soundboard here, I've got like various things that I can do. And I just realized, because you shouted out Marshall McLuhan, and I think his grandson might be in here right now in the chat. I think I saw Andrew a little earlier saying, I think he said you're a punk rocker. Yeah, that's what he said. Well, it's great to have you here, Andrew. Much love. We visited him on tour. It was one of the coolest things we did. Well, probably one of the smallest events we did, but also the smallest events were usually the best events, right? They were, in this case, we were out in the countryside, in his new Archive Institute space. It was amazing. But I realized for my soundboard, I need to get the quote from Annie Hall when he says, "You know nothing of my work." Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. So did you say that he was trying to defend psychoanalysis from religion in the later work? Is that how you had said it?
maybe defense wasn't quite the right word, but he recognized that on the side of science, this is his very last teaching, on the side of science, he said this is basically, let's say, science in its I don't know how to put it, more extreme form. It's basically a zone of foreclosure. Foreclosure meaning there's a certain type of madness to science, and this is why in the hyper-pragmatic confluence of science with capitalism today, we're seeing ethical committees emerge to try and patch up holes. After the fact censorship techniques of artificial intelligence, chatbots, and these sorts of things, we don't even know what destruction will come as a consequence of our dipping into the real. On the other hand, religion, which in the very last teaching of Lacan, he equated with meaning as such. Meaning is religious, which means concepts are religious. For the very last Lacan, well, we can disagree with that if we like, that's fine, but this is what the late Lacan really thought. And he thought this is why religion will triumph over science in the end, because it will provide people with some sense of meaning for their lives against the science as death drive, basically.
Yeah, man.
So,
well, I was like walking past these, like every day when I go to campus. I don't go to campus every day, but every day that I do go to campus, like I walk past this this lab, and it smells like formaldehyde, and they've got, the carcasses of things, and they're cutting it open. And that's on my way into the sociology department, where I'm an adjunct for an intro to college class. And I smell that, and I'm just like, it's like in the sociology department, you get a bunch of like, I'd say progressivism on a spectrum of milquetoast to radical, but it's progressivism, and it's usually very, very relativistic. It's sociology kind of has that idea of the sociological imagination, which kind of just lays the field for, it's just like, you just change perspectives, and like, it's all just very, but of course there's things that we don't like. And so like, there's the main things we don't like. The main one is usually racism. And so it's like, there's that picture of reality that I'm walking into, but I'm catching the scent of a different reality as I walk past, right? And it's this reality that says, fundamentally, reality is that inanimate, chemical soaked thing that can be put on the stretcher and flayed, and we don't feel anything as we do it. And right, it's very much like, it's like, oh, these are the two worldviews. They kind of work together. They might have disagreements, but it's I guess the connection here is like as a zone of foreclosure. I mean, also thinking about like, I don't want to say nihilism, but I don't even want to say alienation. I don't even want to say despair. Obviously I am saying them, but like, you get this sense on campuses. Students are walking around with their cups nowadays. They're like 3 times larger than this one that I'm holding in my hand. The Stanley Cup is like trendy right now. And so like 1/3 of the women on campus are carrying around these giant, they look like Big Gulp cups from 7-Elevens, and except that they cost a lot more, right? And that's kind of like, it's a sign value thing. And they all listen to this. Like, I don't know, I guess there's part of me that's kind of going into, old man, get off my lawn. What's going on with the kids these days? Shaking fist at sky. But also like, there's a sort of lackluster and like there's not even a passion for partying. Right. Because the fact is, it's like, oh, well, why aren't students taking the classes seriously, getting into the subject matters? Oh, because they're partying. They're not even partying. People are just like listlessly scrolling and then like showing up. And it's like, well, why? Well, we're in a meaning crisis, right? Like, we're in a meaning crisis. And for those handful of weirdos, like maybe some of you, who are watching this now, who found a way to make some meaning, maybe it's not even as serious for you. I think it's a very big problem for people, and they might be secular now. And I think it's going to lead to an inevitable explosion of religious, blossoming here in the next 50 to 100 years, right?
The question is, what type of religion? I heard the word secular being used quite a bit today, because, again, in the late Lacan, I'll scale it back from Lacan, but in the late Lacan, I think where he was pointing toward was what we find in, let's say, the mid-late Freud in Civilization and Its Discontents, where if Nietzsche said, Zarathustra said, God is dead and we have killed him. And there are some saying God is alive and so on. I think what Freud and Lacan were saying is that we have become gods all alone, gods in our bedrooms. What Freud said was we've become prosthetic gods through what? The products of science and capitalism, gadget culture, what at one time Lacan called Lathos, and so on. And in some sense, I think this means that we've actually become, in some sense, more religious than ever before, precisely because we become increasingly trapped within our own rooms, our own bedrooms. When I talk to patients today, and I think these are the new revolutionary subjects, mostly melancholics, I would say, not the hysterics of the 1960s. I think the subjects the people we need to reach today are mostly melancholics. They're people who don't want to work, can't find value for their inventions, whether they're musical or cinematic or YouTube, whatever else, but they're stuck in the rooms. They don't know how to make a world for themselves. And so on the one hand, we have people who have made reified, ossified worlds for themselves, rigid worlds, based upon certainty. It's not the old Freudian unconscious of I don't know, and there's somebody out there who claims to know, tell me why you think you know, and this sort of stuff. We have worlds that are built upon certainty. I know, and why won't you recognize my certainty? And I'm not saying this is a problem. I'm just saying this is kind of what we're living in today. It's not the time of what Judith Butler was talking about. I don't know if you remember Judith Butler's idea at the beginning of queer theory was person walks up to the restroom door, says, am I really this ideal typical gender construct that the other claims me to be? I can't live up to the ideals of whatever gender paradigm is on offer. It's not this paradigm of Freudian doubt and latent determinations and so on that's animating today's most vocal social movements. What you have are people who, again, this is not a critique. These are the people that are speaking today. They'll walk into the restroom, and many of whom are quite certain of their gender, and the other will inflict violence upon them, doubting them. So the doubt is out there instead of in here. The doubt has been externalized. So I think religion, we have to be a bit more malleable or inventive when we think about what we mean by religion today. We never get rid of religion. It just shifts into a different register, just like our atheism shifts into a different register, and so on. And so I think we have to take very seriously what an early Hegelian philosopher, Max Stirner, Johann Sebastian Schmidt, said. He said, our atheists are the most pious people because it's precisely the atheists trapped in their rooms or the atheists out on the streets who demonstrate to the world that they believe themselves to be gods.
I think I'll probably should cut it off here in just a second, but I don't want to. And in fact, I'm going to just transgress that injunction anyway and say, no, I really want to delve into this question just a little bit more. The question on truth claims, ontology, and the relationship between religion, science, and psychoanalysis. And I know we don't have time, but the point of these segments is to open up what will hopefully become an ongoing conversation that we can return to as we all keep thinking about it. And you're all part of that. Everybody in the audience, you're all part of that as well. If you get in the comment section or whatever, maybe you'll write something on this that will end up in a Underground Theory volume or something like that. Hey, the conference is in October, so lots of time to prepare and to present. But the question, and this one really does open a can of worms, is on this idea, we never get rid of religion. It only changes registers. That is a truth claim. coming from someone who identifies, or you've sort of kind of, I don't want to say a bullshit artist, but he's got some element of bullshit in his discourse. Maybe bullshit, maybe he brings back some nobility to the concept or whatever. But when we're talking about, when you say we never get rid of religion, well, now we're saying what it is, right? And one of the big questions we're about to get into here in the next segment is, what is it? What the heck is religion? And so I take it to be like an open question at this point, because most of my fellow travelers disagree. And so what does it mean for psychoanalysis then to inform you in your understanding of what religion is? And could you maybe say a little bit more about what that understanding is? Or I guess maybe I'm sorry, maybe that's the wrong word, understanding. You already said at the point that we understand, we don't understand. But okay, how do we talk about this then?
Well, I mean, for me, if I could, I'll just draw a little bit from my personal experience. I mean, I grew up quite resolutely Christian, Catholic, close to the Jesuits tradition. And I experienced a number of conversions, reversions, long period of atheism. I reverted to Islam, as is popularly known. And one of the things I've noticed is, and I know you don't want this to be a can of worms, so I'll try and refine it. In each of, let's say, the Abrahamic religions, you have a space where non-belief is permitted, around which you can construct your social bond, your discourse, your narrative about your myths, whatever you want to call it. And it's interesting how each of the Abrahamic religions confronts this question. For example, in Judaism, I have many friends who are Jewish, who are also atheist. And they've told me, I don't know if it's true, that if you are in the lineage of Jews, you can go to a synagogue if you're an atheist and you're still considered a Jew. But temporally, you first have to be a Jew and then an atheist. In Christianity, you know, Zizek, in one of his books, one of my favorite books, The Puppet and the Dwarf, he describes Christianity as essentially perverse. It's debatable. There's probably some truth to it. But in Christianity, you have a different sort of, let's call it a temporal structure. First, there's a sort of, let's call it naive belief. And then there's a fall from belief where you're permitted your atheism, and then a resurrected belief in some sense. And so you begin with, I believe in God, and then Jesus on the cross, my God, why have you forsaken me? God, as Zizek says, as G.K. Chesterton says, becomes an atheist, and then he's supposedly resurrected. And so atheism is permitted in the middle, temporally, in order to renew the belief. And you have different gods, you know, you have a repressive God in Judaism, you have a so on, God of the flesh, the body, the imaginary in Christianity. In Islam, atheism's, it's there at the beginning. You know, people like to think about Islam as a religion that that expels atheism. It's no part of it. But the most prominent Islamic and popular Islamic scholar in the world, Dr. Zakir Naik, he claims that atheists are actually the closest to becoming Muslims. Because they've already said the first half of the Shahada, which is a negation of all the prior fraudulent formulations of God that had been formulated before. There is no God, that's the statement of atheism, but God and the Prophet Muhammad is his messenger. And so temporally you get atheism at the beginning. So Judaism, atheism at the end, Christianity, atheism in the middle, and in Islam, atheism at the beginning, but you cannot return to it, and then you get this strange idea of sort of an innate linguistic, or sorry, an innate religious acquisition device. We're all hardwired already to believe in God. So I think the question of religion for me is simply a question of meaning, how we construct meaning. How we can possibly believe in our meanings against the horror of a genuine atheism. And I'll be honest, and I'll stop here. I apologize. For me, it's never been, in the West, I always hear, oh, make me believe in God, make me believe in God. Like they begin with a presupposition that they already don't believe in God or whatever. And, somehow somebody's got to make them believe in God. My whole life, I've been a person who's been trying desperately to be a better atheist. I'm trying to be an atheist. To confront that horror is so difficult. So I begin with the humble, I would say, position that I do have some fixed meanings that circulate in my discourse and so on. But I'd love to continue to confront the space where they collapse.
Thank you. That's so helpful for thinking about a lot of things. And I'm really excited to see what comes from this. So again, thank you so much for being here. It's been an honor. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Everybody will be right back with Daniel Garner and Samuel Loncar right after this.
We cannot do direct use, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books. One, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big-time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
We're live.
What? And we're back. I know.
Delightful.
Sorry, everybody. My hands are still wet. I was just washing up.
Did you pee on your hands? Is that what you did?
No, but I just
spilled
believe
coffee
in
on my hands, actually.
just
and
believe in-
excitement.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, no, it's just excitement, guys. So I haven't started recording yet. It looks like Samuel Loncar is going to be able to make it. 'Cause I think I see him. I see him right there. So let me get it opened up here. Oh, there we go. He's already
the
here.
man himself. Oh, it is good to meet you, sir.
Hold on.
Great to meet you, Daniel. Dave, Nance, great to see you guys.
Welcome,
Samuel,
welcome.
good to see you.
Fine.
Hey, sorry, I was trying to get set up there. I'm always a little tech unsavvy.
Oh, man, you're looking sharp, Dr. Loncar. I like that coat and the pocket. I don't have anything in my pocket. I need to get that. That is nice. Looking
Yeah, I got a
sharp.
guy. No, I was stealing those pocket squares every chance I can.
Guys, I'm trying to make it so that we'll have, hold on, before we actually start recording, I have to get the scene set up. I thought I had a 4-person scene already set up, and I'm wrong. So
take your time, my friend.
Let me just check really quick. Did either of you get a chance to see anything so far from today?
Hey, a little bit. I did. It looks cool. Looked great.
Cool. All right. And so you're coming in cold. Is that right, Samuel?
Yeah. I was just coming from prepared breakfast.
Okay, fantastic. It's sorry to blow you up like that. I was like off calling you and everything. I was like, is Samuel gonna be here?
Because I knew the time. I was just trying to get my computer set up and.
He pulled off the carrier pigeons, though, so they're not going to hit your window at the last second.
Oh, good. I love carrier pigeons.
You don't carry pigeons? Okay.
I like them. I love that John Wick actually had that as a series.
All right. Look, chat, if you guys know who these guys are, you should be very excited that they're both on screen right now. But if you don't know who they are, don't worry. I'll be explaining all of that in a moment. I'm going to go ahead, even though this is not exactly how I wanted to have the setup, it's good enough. So let's get going. I'm going to click record in 3, 2, 1, and go. Welcome everybody to Theory Underground, or welcome back for those who have been here the whole time. Some of you are watching this in the future. Some of you are speeding your way through the live stream to catch up. Some of you are seeing this get published as a standalone video. And no matter where you're coming from or what you're up to, good day. I'm really excited about this in particular because Samuel Loncar and Daniel Garner are both, with us. For those who don't have eyes on screen, they're here. So first of all, welcome guys. How you doing?
We are doing
Great.
well, Dave. Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. And so I guess I'll say a couple things to those who don't know either of you or your work, right? We should probably assume some people who've never seen you before. I've done things with both Daniel and Samuel at this point over the course of the last 6 months. I met up with Samuel in New York City, where he gave a presentation on orthodoxy, talking about how things that get called cancel culture, it's good to think about it as a form of orthodoxy, right? And he was talking about how like the New Yorker, as an example, like it has its orthodoxy. And that was a really exciting conversation. Every conversation I've had with, presentation, but all the conversations I've had with Samuel have been awesome. But there's something going on with you too that there feels to be some kind of a similarity. I can't exactly pin it down just yet, but both of you have a different approach to religion and philosophy and psychology and class. And I think that's very important to say all of those terms in a row like that. I bring in class specifically because if a person cares about those other three things, but they don't really care about class and capital and power and questions along those lines, I'm usually kind of like tuning out at that point. But you've both surprised me repeatedly with this, not just like it's a breadth of knowledge, but more importantly, you're clearly thinkers who are thinking these things through. And so I want to give you both an opportunity to introduce yourselves to one another and the audience. And we'll start with Samuel. Could you talk a little bit about the Becoming Human Project and what you're up to?
Sure. Well, it's great to be here. I'm excited to talk to you, Daniel, and With you and Dave and Nance, the Becoming Human project is based on the answer to the question, what does it mean to be human? And I think the answer to that question is we don't really know, but we know it's important because whatever it is, it's somehow our future. So I think the project of living is becoming human, and you're either becoming more human or you're becoming inhuman. And I think we have a pervasive set of examples in elite culture of inhumanity, and not in this typical things like war, but the actual fact that we have a kind of culture, a literal culture of death, not the way the Pope talked about 20 years ago. But we have people like Ray Kurzweil who call people who dissent from his orthodoxy deathists, when in fact Kurzweil created the best name for transhumanism, which is deathism. The autogenocide of the human species. If you don't want us to kill you and take your body like a murderer, then you're a psychopath who's against progress. This is a pretty severe form of anti-humanity that we have, and it's incredibly popular. You've probably all seen the horrendously embarrassing clip by Yuval Harari talking like an absolute philosophical fourth grader about the fact that if you cut open a human person, this kind of monstrous serial killer type example, you won't find mentality, which is something so stupid from a person so smart that it proves that in all the years of his great success in advising Google, one thing Yuval Harari has not done is ever read anything in the philosophy of mind, even by the most materialist folks who would never, ever, the most materialist atheist philosopher of mind would never accept what Harari said as at all even coherent, because it betrays such a fundamental betrayal of the norms of thought itself. And so clearly being human, I think, has something to do with embracing the distinctive aspects of our human nature, which I think are our power to feel as animals and to think and to reason. And so the project is about gathering people together who care about being human, not that we have to agree on what it means, but that we agree that the project of becoming human is something we all have in common. We're all united by our shared imperfections. I'm a drastically imperfect person, as anyone who knows me could tell you, and I hope they don't, but please don't ask them, or they will. And so this drastic incompleteness of our humanity, I think, is comforting. So I don't feel I'm better than people, even if I feel like I might know something they don't. It would be the stupidest thing in the world, because I also know I'm ignorant, which means I don't know many things that I don't even realize I don't know. And I don't know the salience of my ignorance. The most important part of ignorance existentially is you don't know the weight of what you don't know. It's not just that you don't know what you don't know, it's that you don't know how important it might be that you're missing it. And so for the Becoming Human project, for me, names the project of my life as an individual, and it names the organizing approach of my work, where I have a portfolio of projects, from the marginalia review of books to course communities. I teach philosophy in similar ways that Dave is doing, and I'm learning from him and benefiting from his entrepreneurial vision as a philosopher. So that's it in a nutshell.
Well stated. And that, I think, really sets us up here. It sets the stage. And so Daniel is one half of a two-person project. I hope to have both halves on very soon to do something. But Daniel, could you tell us a little bit about OG Rose?
My goodness, Dr. Loncar, that was magnificent. And I really resonate with this emphasis on the question of what is human and being human and redeeming that. And you don't know what you don't know. That strongly resonates and all. I'll have to speak to that. Yes, I am Daniel. OG Rose means Opperman Garner Rose. It's a pen name from 2011. Michelle and I write together. And I would say that one of the things, just to kind of bring it into the orbit of this conversation, is we really focus on changing the conditions of possibility. Because I think it's very easy to oppose something as opposed to change the conditions of the possibility of the thing. But to change the conditions of the possibility of the thing, you have to really know the thing and study the thing and really work really hard and go into text. And I know Dr. Loncar, Samuel has spoken about this problem of people saying not knowing the tradition, not reading the great books, not knowing the philosophy, religions, or different things. And what ends up happening, just like he was saying with some of the transhumanists, is this kind of idea that you end up doing philosophy not knowing you're doing philosophy, and you do it badly as a result. And there are all sorts of metaphysics and assumptions that are smuggled in that you don't even realize occur. I would hope an OG Rose, and I'll speak also to Koratani, because I know we've been speaking to him, so much of his kind of emphasis on this idea of changing the capital nation state is changing the conditions of possibility, the value form itself, of which then internal to, say, capital changes the quality of the whole. I think something similar applies to religion. What you need to do is work within the conditions of possibility of the religion and change it internally. If you do not, you may have capital race in to fill the void. If you destroy capital, but you're not ready for the nation to replace it with something, then the ethos races in to fill the void, and you get forms like fascism and different things, right? So much of the trick today is, if we want to work against the triplex that Katani talks about, is thinking in terms of changing the conditions of the possibility of. And I think ground zero of that question, just to base it off Samuel, is the question of what it is to be human. Because if you don't even know what it is to be human, you don't even know the horizon with which you are working to ask questions about changing the conditions of possibility of. And I hope that at OG Rose that we would show that can be done in philosophy, that can be done in religion, sociology. We do a lot in economics, kind of the thinking of terms of economics as a psychotechnology, and what are the conditions of the possibility of which can be introduced to change the ways that psychotechnology would make us toward the world. Because if you're, quote unquote, toward the world in a way that you don't even realize you're toward it, well, then you just think it's the way to be toward the world, and you stop imagining alternative possibilities. And I think we start seeing that. And so really situating, I do really like that, kind of focusing on the question of what it means to be human. Because if you're not asking that question, someone has already answered it for you, and you are simply participating in that. And it's probably going to be in service of the capital nation state, of which it would be a longer argument, I think, is ultimately auto-cannibalistic. Rather, we believe in forms of a great stagnation, the Nickland AI, all of these different questions. There are various forms that the capital nation state can have an auto-cannibalistic quality to it. And if we don't ask questions about the conditions of possibility, centering it on this question of being human, I think we're in trouble. We're just going to be caught in oppositions that are actually just in service of that triplex without realizing it, as opposed to changing the entire ground of its possibilities so that we can think it anew. So I very much resonate with what what Samuel was saying. So I appreciate it.
Can I jump in there, Dave? This is, oh, sorry.
Take it away. Go, do it.
Yeah, I find this beautiful, Daniel, hearing about the work. So I particularly like this use of the Kantian transcendental category, the conditions of the possible. So it sounds like, in a way, your project is something like what I would consider a sort of transcendentally revolutionary philosophy, where I think revolutionary philosophy is impatient, like Marxism is an impatient philosophy. And I'm not even condemning this, but in Marx's own context, I think, he had a great German education, but the idea that we have to go really fundamentally very deep. If you're a Marxist, I think you could actually argue Marx and Engels are doing that. But if you don't like Marx, you could argue it's not deep enough. So there's not enough attention to what are the conditions of the very fact that I'm doing philosophy this way. And when we look back, I think we see that most of the answers to our big questions come from these 19th century framings. And that even the framing that you're using, which I think is so important to ask, what is the conditions of the possibility of an economic and social order? This is a kind of continuation of the Kantian project in a revolutionary key. Dilthey famously said we needed a critique of historical reason, which is, he thought this was the thing missing from Kant. And it sounds like in many ways that's what you're doing at OG Rose, is that there's a kind of a critique of the historical, structural, ontological, even conditions of the temporal contingencies that structure any capacity for a unified collective action. And if you don't attend to those conditions, then there's zero way that any revolutionary impulse is going to do anything other than, as you said, feed the engine of the system. And I particularly agree with you about religion. I think it's exactly right. I think the best work on Nazism and fascism has seen it in general as political religion. And I'm not necessarily wanting to hew to Arendt's categories per se, but I think that's exactly right. And I think that's what we're seeing today. So if I could just throw this in, Dave, I think we're living through a major revival of religion. And as a result, if we don't control and watch what's going to happen, we're going to see what we're also seeing, which is a major revival of fascism, of every sexy right-wing thing that people thought was dead. I think it's all back. I mean, even things like respectable anti-Semitism, which occurred in the late 19th, early 20th century, when you get political parties in England and other places where it's extremely respectable. There's a weird way in which we're getting new forms of all of these very respectable, forms of essentially proto-fascist or overt fascist or, political philosophies, I think.
I think that my wildest dreams have come true. Neither of you will have any problem carrying this conversation. I don't have to steer it. But I guess I will set things up by playing devil's advocate I know Daniel already knows what he wants to say in response to Samuel. I want you both in your dialogue here to also keep me in mind, but not just the current me that is open-minded to you guys for a variety of reasons, but also little old me, younger self that had a thing for Dawkins and Harris and Hitchens and Dennett, insofar as Dennett would talk about atheism. I wasn't philosophically there yet, really, right? And so New Atheism is, I think, one of those gates through which many of the people in this audience have passed. In fact, I saw Me Panther saying earlier with one of the previous guests today that, oh, I could feel my New Atheism coming back. And this was actually during the Malcolm Collins visit, right? And so he's really interesting guy, you know, talks about the need to create cultivars, which is like basically families and communities just need to be preparing for like this crazy crisis that we're coming into. Well, and that we need to think about religion in a sort of pragmatic way. What is it functionally doing? How does it actually help us evolve? How does it actually help us pass ourselves on, but not just genetically? That's not the only thing that matters. Like ideas matter, making sense of the world matters. And the ways that we do that cannot be completely made up. They actually have to have some kind of function. And so I'm interested in what you both think about that functional approach to religion. But I also just kind of want to say, you know, in defense of my younger atheist self, religion's really annoying. And I want to talk about why I think it's really annoying. And I wrote this piece, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it starts out, religion is so annoying. All I've ever wanted to do is understand, and it has always been religion, or religious people, to be precise, who want me to shut up. To why, they say because. And if I follow that up with more questions, the ultimate answer, once force was not enough, became because God. But it was force before because God, right? It was actual force. It was discipline. It was, so, you know, I come from a strict kind of conservative background. You guys are so, you know, you guys are sweet. You guys are like so open-minded. Well, most fucking religious people aren't. All right. You guys are so philosophical, psychological, sociological, political, economic, critical, the whole thing. Most religious people are not. Okay. And so the major response, not just from my younger self, but from my currently living and breathing 2024 fellow travelers, right, who have got in my ears, several of them, they still have this burning hatred. And then if I ever sit here and, well, that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about this, they're talking about that. Inevitably, where it goes is, I don't live in the neighborhood with those guys. I don't live in the city of those guys. I don't know those guys. I know the religious people I grew up with. I know Americans, and I know what Protestant Americans are doing, and I know what they're teaching. And their God is a bastard. Their God actually wants you to genocide, right? Their God actually wants you to go to war. Their God actually wants you to rationalizes all kinds of things. Rape's not in the 10 Commandments. That's kind of crazy. This is supposed to be the basis of morality. He's more interested in, oh, well, you're looking at someone else. Okay. So there's a whole sort of horizon that opens, I think, with this can of worms I've kind of thrown on the table. I love you guys. I really do. And I hope my audience will be receptive. But either way, I want you guys to be able to kind of give your positions on what is religion, what is the human, and what is their relation to philosophy. And also, maybe we'll talk a little bit about science. I know that's a lot, and we only have, 40 minutes, so we'll see what we can make of it. Take it away, Daniel.
It was evil what you were submitted to. You should not have been submitted to that. And I'm sorry about that, Dave. And I think you're right. I think a very, very large amount of religion falls into that. And I am grateful for the critiques of which would throw religion against the wall and say, look at what you've done, because that is that is a necessary component of getting religious to ask itself if it's actually serious on this whole dying on a cross, or if it only says that so it can substitute itself from having to engage in its own death, of which the human being without cannot be fully alive. So I think it's a good thing that you have that kind of critique, because otherwise Christianity is a doctrine of substitution as opposed to participation, and a doctrine of substitution is evil. So I think it's a good thing to have that sort of rage. I think also, to Samuel's point, I think a bit on it's very important, like on this kind of question of the new age atheism, the conditions of possibility and things like that. I think a lot of how someone like an E.P. Sanders, who was reading a new Paul or trying to bring Christianity and Judaism together, is extremely important, and how actually very often someone like that can have a bigger impact on Christianity internally than, say, someone like a Richard Dawkins, because all the Christian does to a Richard Dawkins says, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He hasn't read a Chesterton. He hasn't read Austin Farrar, Dorothy Sayers, and they just sort of blow them off. But when you get someone like an E.P. Sanders, which I guess the new version would be like an N.T. Wright, and I'm not going to say I know all of his scholarship, but this kind of critiquing the notion of Christian escapism, that's an example of the kind of work that changes the conditions of possibility within Christianity, that makes them go, maybe we should emphasize being human before we talk about being Christian, because if we're not careful, we're going to treat Christians as other from human beings and destroy relationships, right? And so there's a question. Now, I think someone like a Richard Dawkins can be extremely valuable in so much as they motivate the work of someone like an N.T. Wright, or bringing back a new scholarship, or saying, well, let's be careful about this kind of Christian theology. And I'm just making an example of that because we're in America, that's pretty anti-Semitic. Let's work on that and try to actually help the Christians see themselves as more situated within a Judaism that's also going to bring them closer to a philosophical tradition, that's going to bring them closer to a thinking in the world tradition, as opposed to a certain escapist form of Christianity that becomes more substitutive. So likewise, I think about like an example of that, like what I hear Samuel talking about, like that kind of work, I think is actually really, really important, because I agree with him that a new wave of religion is coming. So the question is, what is the best strategy to deal with that? A hard opposition, or working within it to change its conditions of possibility so that it blossoms in a manner that is more human, as opposed to fascist and destructive and things like that? It's very similar to me as the question of the capital nation state. Like one of the things we've talked about in Courtani is about, if you oppose the modes of production, but don't take into account the value form, then you may overturn the modes of production. The value form's still there. You still have the logic of exchange. It just comes back. And as Michelle Bowens talks about, the fascists come running in, right? So changing the means of production, which I agree with Samuel, then I'll pass it back to him, as being something much more Kantian. It is, I think, the true revolutionary spirit. But human beings don't really tend to like it because it's slow and it doesn't feel like you're doing enough. But here's the key. The capital nation state wants you to give into that temptation. They want you to accelerate the process, because once you do it, you destroy the changing of those conditions of possibility that could have it blossom into something else. And I think Zizek, when he's talking about the key is to interpret the past, not to change the future, that's kind of what he's getting at. And actually, this would also suggest, if changing the conditions of possibility is central, then the art of interpretation is central, which gets into reading books, which gets into philosophy, which gets into the ability to approach difference and not be repelled by it, but to see it as an invitation to go deeper into something you don't understand, to be changed by that thing, and to change it in a manner that transforms the way that you operate in the world. And so I think what becomes central to this are those practices of interpretation that are not mere pursuits of information, but pursuits of transformation that can simultaneously transform the world around you. So I think that does become central, and it makes me think of the emphasis that you're doing here on Theory Underground, on the work of books, on the going through intellectual and so on and so forth.
I just want to say really quick here before I hand it back. I hope nobody thinks it's rude that I'm turning my camera off. I know you guys are probably fine with it, but just so everybody knows, if you're watching this as a standalone in the future, or if you're a podcast listener who doesn't even know my camera's off, because I know they can carry the conversation, I can finally eat. I've been up since 3 a.m. doing this marathon live stream. I haven't eaten anything. I've had 2 cups of decaf coffee. That's it. And so, I'm going to turn my camera off and stuff my face. And you guys keep going. Thank you.
Well, I think Dave, as I mentioned, I think Dave and Nance and Theory Underground is sort of an amazing model of literal philosophical asceticism. So I certainly don't mind. And just to go back to what you were saying, Daniel, and the very good challenge that you posed, Dave. I completely agree with your response, Daniel, which is, first of all, I mean, I agree, our hatreds are very significant, and if we're fortunate, they become redemptive. They destroy us if we can't work through them, right? If you're an analyst and you see a person who's fixated by an intense hatred, in the long term, you're going to know a resolution of that patient's concerns will ideally lead to some kind of reharmonization of the libido that's trapped in that hatred. But if you're a good analyst, you also, of course, know there's some profoundly rational reason in the psyche or body of this person that there's this energy caught up in a form of hatred. And then the structuration of the hatred indicates the fixation of the psychic subject. So if a person feels that they hate religion, they do. The interesting question is what religion is doesn't matter. And so I want to make a distinction, first of all, between religion as a subjective psychic referent of a patient, of each of us understood as psychoanalytic or philosophical subjects of self-interpretation. That's, in that world, what a word means is sort of the Humpty Dumpty rules. It's kind of whatever the subject is interpreting in that moment, you have to work with that from a therapeutic or clinical standpoint. And I want to say that because then I'm going to make a very hard distinction between the actual answer to the question, what is religion, is religion is an invention of modernity. And it's downstream of philosophy, and it actually is a form of philosophy. Philosophy is the ultimate origin of religion. This is my red pill. I gave the red pill first in Origins, a 10-episode series, which you can now buy, but the first episodes are free on my podcast, the first 5. And then the last 5, if you want to listen to them, you can buy the series. And then my book with Columbia is going to be the kind of very scholarly, respectably formed, because UP pressed version of this argument, which is that philosophy is the origin of both religion and science. Religion and science emerge as concepts in a complicated history that really begins in the Middle Ages, but takes on definitive form as we know it in the early modern period of Westphalian state formation. And so then we get to someone like Dawkins. Dawkins is a Christian. Dawkins is a Christian. Dawkins is unimaginable, for example, in an East Asian context. And that's why you don't see Buddhist versions of Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is a wealthy, upper-class member of the English intellectual establishment, like everyone in this class that he's part of, like Dennett. They're very wealthy. They went to excellent schools. They usually, in Dawkins' case, had some pervasive, in his case, cultural exposure to religion, the religion of the Church of England. That's part of the culture of Oxbridge, right? If you go to Oxford or Cambridge, people who consider themselves the most irreligious people love singing in the choirs. When I was at Oxford holding a conference on science 2 years ago, I met 2 guys from New College, which is a very, very old college, but that's how old Oxford is. New College is one of the new colleges for Mary, I guess, in the 14th century, I think. And they were both coming from London. One of them was a barrister. They were both graduates, and they were both coming to sing hymns. These are atheists. These are English. So I think there's a cultural dimension of this that we really need to understand as Americans, which is English culture is religious in a way that Americans almost can't fathom because the styles of religiosity are so different. If you're in the English upper class, no matter what your personal beliefs are, which demographically the English upper class tends to be very atheistic, or the English professional intellectual class, but the culture is profoundly Christian. And Dawkins wouldn't want to get rid of Oxford College, which is dedicated to the Virgin Mary. Right? Dawkins doesn't want to give up his chair in the public understanding of science. So when he wants to get rid of religion, or he wants to lock up parents for teaching their children traditional religion, we see 2 things. First of all, there's no monopoly on intolerance. Religious people are not uniquely intolerant. If we're raised around religious people, the form of intolerance we get exposed to, I was raised in the same context. American fundamentalism, people hated philosophy. They were skeptical of philosophy. I remember trying to be recruited because I was a kid by a fundamentalist college, and I said, why don't you have a philosophy program? They couldn't give a good answer. So obviously I went to a college that did. But I completely resonate with Dave, your background, because this kind of thing, I hated it. I just hated the intolerance towards thinking. But what I very quickly figured out is people like Dawkins are intensely intolerant. And in principle. So I realized, okay, Dawkins is a liberal Protestant Christian. Liberal Protestantism is what gives birth to modern atheism, right? No Feuerbach, no Marx, no Dawkins. You don't get people like this except out of very intense theological forms of Christianity that become self-subversive. So the logic of Protestant development is relative to Catholicism, Protestantism is a reform movement. Relative to religion, philosophy is a reform movement. So in terms of cultural logics, anytime you get a philosophical critique of religion, what you're generally seeing is an internal development of a religious tradition seeking to be more consistent in the application of what the critic thinks of as its core values. So Richard Dawkins, for example, is very critical of Islam, which is extremely politically incorrect, and it makes him hated by the left. And the reason he's very critical of Islam is because he's a Christian. And because he's a Christian, he believes in things like universal human rights, which are these very religious categories, as everyone knows who studies this, starting with people like Sam Moyn, but much more deeply in the work of Hans Joas. And so people who believe in universal values are inheritors of the Christian philosophical tradition, whatever they say about themselves. So I think the first thing is to recognize we have every right to hate religion. Like Daniel, like you said, it's a terrible thing that so many of us have been oppressed by people who represent religion, and we have every right to detest that. At the same time, we have every right to inquire into by what values do we detest it. People didn't always believe in human rights. People have been committing genocide through all of history. This annoys me so much. There was a practice in the ancient Near East called the ban, in which when you put the ban on a city, you killed everything in the city, man, woman, child, livestock, everything. This was a ubiquitous ancient Near Eastern practice. It's heinous. And so you see remnants of it in the biblical record. The question of whether that's biblical values is a very difficult interpretive question to which no Christian or Jewish or Islamic interpreter would let a person just say, yes, this is simply what these traditions teach. But it's completely fair to say, look at all this immoral stuff in these texts. So I think that brings it back to Daniel, your point that ultimately, when we look into religion, we say, what is religion? Religion is the piety of the human species towards truth. That's what it is in its essence, which is philosophy, I think. In other words, philosophy creates a piety towards the truth, where you're willing to suffer for the truth, you're willing to fight for the truth, you're willing to ruin your life for the truth, you're willing to lose your family for the truth, you're willing to leave your family. You don't want to, but if you have to, you do. We know we just saw Navalny was presumably killed in prison. And there was a video from a documentary I saw that was made where the documentary filmmaker asked him, do you have a message for people if you are killed? And he just said, yes, it's very simple. Don't stop fighting. Don't stop fighting. This impulse in the human spirit is what transforms history. The willingness of people to die for what they believe with a complete calm. God forbid it fall upon us, but it is falling upon people. And the stand they make is, the truth doesn't change because of what you do to my body, God damn you. And the tyrant wants to believe that violence and power, like you're saying, Dave, the threat of the religious people are bringing often first. It's kind of like, if you're not good, we're going to ruin your life. We're going to punish you. We're going to call you all these horrible names. We're going to make your life miserable, right? That is so much of our experience as religiously upbrought people. It's also the experience of people in any intolerant context. So, right, if you're in an atheistic upper class family, if you become religious, it's probably not going to go over terribly well, right? So the intolerance is a feature of homeostasis protecting itself in violent ways. And unless we can look into the origins of this as a human animal, look into the origins of why we are intolerant and recognize this is not a thing unique to religious people or atheistic people, these subjective self-descriptions are essential as coordinates for our psychological development. But the objective categories of philosophy, science, and religion, they have a history that has a right and wrong answer to how you interpret it, not a simple one. Like music, there's 100,000 good interpretations of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, but there's also millions of bad ones that don't honor their time signature, that aren't playing the right notes. We know there's bad performances, which doesn't mean there's only one right interpretation. So for me, objectivity isn't binary. It's rather, there's a binary between they're a good musician and they're a bad musician. Every musician knows that binary. Anyone who denies it's a liar. Within the world of good musicians, there's infinite and friendly and productive contestation. And I think that's the space that, Daniel, you're describing. We have to enter into this contestation of, okay, what is the actual reason we think these things about philosophy and religion? What, is Dawkins and Dennett, are they right? What's right about their critique? And the key thing, I think, is where do they get their values from? Atheists today are a type of religious person who doesn't acknowledge they need a Bible. And I don't have respect for that intellectually. I consider myself a philosophical atheist, and that's a much more radical kind of atheism that acknowledges, to use your term, Daniel, the conditions of the possibility of my atheism, which is piety, religion, a concern for the truth. So I think I think that kind of maybe muddies the water. But I think on the one hand, we want a subjective, hard distinction to let the categories mean what they do to us and let that journey take its course autonomously, at the same time coordinating that subjective journey with the objective, scholarly, philosophical, scientific task of what do these categories mean? Where do they come from? Science and religion come from the early modern period. They are a coordination of imperial Christian culture. They're part of the rise of capitalism. And anyone who naively uses them as if they were reified things out in the world is, unfortunately, for whatever their reasons, they're being duped still by capital.
Excellent. I would encourage anyone who is listening to this, if you are in a church, religion, a friend, family setting, or whatever, where you are encouraged not to think, you should leave. Because there is no greater threat to your humanity, no greater threat to your development or your ability to be a full human being than any encouragement that would tell you to shut down. So do not be in a church that tells you that. Do not be in a community that tells you that. Leave. No God is worth following who can't handle your questions. No way of life is worth participating in that can't handle your wonder. And so anything that would shut those things down should be abandoned. And they ultimately will be in service of the capital nation state. I think what Samuel was saying about the necessity of the philosophical dimension of religion cannot be overstated. If it is not philosophical, it is less than nothing in a negative way, not in a Zizekian way. Philosophy, if we think of it as some sort of gathering under the truth, the good, the beautiful, if you would, all put together, then there is perhaps nothing more precious in the human life than this sort of undergoing, this sort of participation, this sort of activity. And the danger of capital is that it would suggest to you that this is a waste of time. The danger of technology is that it would suggest to you that this is a waste of time. The danger of religion can be that it can tell you that it is a waste of time. And anything that tells you that this is a waste of time is a waste, and you should not be part of it. I think it is very astute that it is a modern invention to make these separations of the categories between all these things. One of the reasons we actually struggle to understand, dare I say, the ancient world is because we too quickly categorize things apart, and so we separate them. And I would actually argue that that form of specialization serves capital, because you can't think anything. You can't think anything well. And if you can't think anything well, then you can't think. And if you can't think, you can't orient yourself as a human being toward a way of life that is alternative to the possibilities that you are situated in as organized by the capital nation state. And so you may be very, very smart, and you will not be human. So it is very important to see these things as a whole. I think it also speaks to one of the problems. I think that Samuel, on speaking about the tendency of human beings to suck in any condition of any belief system and any nationality. Do not ever set limits on how much human beings can suck, because they will always amaze you. I think this is only worsened by what I've talked about before that Neil Postman gets into on the trivia classroom, where being educated means you are good at trivia. And he talks about critiquing education in forms of the medium. When you go into a classroom, the medium, regardless of the content, tells you that a smart person is what? Good at trivia, that they know the answers faster than everyone else. And so education becomes trivia. And what ends up happening when you go to church? Do you know the dogmas? Do you know the right answers? Do you do the trivia? You don't? You're bad. You're out. You go into the school. Do you know the answers of what you're supposed to do for the boss? Do you know what you're supposed to do with work? You don't? You're out. Everywhere you go in the modern world, the structure of trivia is what is prevalent, and there's perhaps no mode, no organization of being that more preserves the capital nation state than thinking in terms of trivia. These hard categories that block out everything else, these preset answers that remove philosophy, because in that trivia mindset that I think defines basically the modern world, there's no room for philosophy. And if there's no room for philosophy as this gathering, there's no room for the humanity. So the number one thing is we also have to remove that subconscious association with being an educated person as being someone good at trivia. Random questions to pre-existing answers that get us a job and make us look smart. Cocktail knowledge, as Tim was saying the other day. We have to get rid of that. If we get rid of that, then we open the way of thinking that is necessary so that we can create different conditions of possibility, of which if we do not do, we cannot have this transcendental revolutionary possibility that someone may dare call human. Someone may dare believe that this is what it would mean to be human. And I think if we do that, then in focusing on that, you start to see the church transform, the school transform, the business transform, and all of these different things. Because if we follow Koratani, you have to do something that changes everything and all of these all at the same time. And that's always the problem of an opposition structure opposing something as opposed to working under it.
per se, which is more of an interpretational act. In Hegel, there's always this notion of the dialectic, right? What's critical is Hegel's like, yeah, you're stuck in a dialectic, so you ought to engage in speculative reason, because otherwise you just go back and forth forever, right? And often what ends up happening, if we're not careful, we get stuck in a dialectic as opposed to acknowledging the movement of reality as being dialectical. So we need to engage in something more speculative, moving into the science of logic, that doesn't just get caught in the dialectic. And that is going to require philosophy. That's going to require that speculative knowing that's going to be moving thought, so we change conditions of possibility that actually change the unfolding of history. And if we do anything short of that, we won't be very human.
Really quick here, just want to, oh yeah?
No, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say, guys, I could just like listen to you all day. And Theo in the chat said it's not fair that you guys are only going to be here for 50 minutes. I agree. He said it should at least be 3 hours. I agree. Just one of you should be 3 hours. Both of you should be 6. I know, but we're constrained. And so I want to say really quick, Theo had a question for you both. What about atheism in the sense of, I'm not saying that God doesn't exist. I'm saying the God of the Bible / Quran, etc. doesn't exist. So obviously you guys are familiar with that. So that's one. Weird Solowski also says, I like the Gnostic Christian idea of Yahweh being a demiurge or a kind of charlatan masquerading as God. It's interesting and somewhat comforting. I don't know. Just wanted to read those out. You can do with them as you like or not at all. It's fine. But I'm enjoying this. I'm halfway through my oatmeal and my, third cup of decaf. And so this is great. Thank you for injecting me with enough adrenaline here to probably get me to the end of today's live stream. So.
Well, I'm happy to think about the first question, at least. I think that, yeah, they're exactly right. The question is correct. I think that's what a lot of us, we need that space. And I think if atheism is demonized, which religious people, of course, do demonize it, then atheism looks like this very negative thing. Whereas in reality, atheism it can be negative, right? What I think what one wants to avoid is obviously false positions. For example, when Dawkins and the New Atheists have Marxism thrown at them, and they say this is overtly atheistic and look at the horrible things they do, they give this really terrible response, which is they'll say, well, they're actually like religious. But that is a type of sophistry that I think both sides need to avoid. Overt atheistic regimes in the 20th century were murderous at a huge scale. That's a fact. That doesn't mean, so the question would be, okay, well, whatever kind of atheism that was, probably we want to look at and understand so that we can be sure we don't become entangled in it. But that's not representative of all atheism. And so again, what I think you see is this challenge is, say you don't believe in the God of the Bible or the God of the Quran because you regard those gods as evil. Well, then that means you believe already in a deeper God, which is something like intrinsic goodness. And you believe that God gives you the right, even if it's a frightening right, to take responsibility for. It gives you the right to feel a certain repulsion towards something that has sacredness. And sacredness is a very powerful aura. What is sacred is dangerous to violate. That's a fact. Whether the sacred is good or bad, the sacred is a category of what has been made sacrosanct. So if you go and you deface a memorial, a war memorial in Washington, D.C., it doesn't matter if you disagree with the Vietnam War. No one considers it appropriate behavior to deface the Vietnam War memorial. Why? Because the category of the sacred is not just about the gods. The category of the sacred is about how humans become human. If humans couldn't find a way to set apart certain things as profoundly unique and untouchable, you would never get the development of specialization. This is a very complicated issue, but property and the division of labor all go back to the religious impulse. And the great original sociological tradition, particularly if you look at the work of Marcel Mauss, the nephew of Emile Durkheim, who was a great sociologist in his own right, the French sociological tradition in particular is very, very good on this, on religion as a social collective energy that migrates, but it's how humans organize themselves. And the sacred plays a key role in that. So I think it's completely respectable to say, maybe you don't agree with the God of the Bible or the God of the Quran. I would just say, look into what they really are. Look at the best case versions of people who say they believe in them and then decide for yourself. And the Gnostic God, that's the God of our age, man. Every popular story, Zizek is a Gnostic. The Matrix is a kind of complicated, I don't want to say it's Gnostic, but in the Matrix is a Gnostic theology in the Matrix itself. The machines are the demiurge who's evil, who are controlling everything that people are not aware of. And they misattribute ideologically the structure and origins of the entirety of their existence, the physical conditions, crucially, which is something I'd love to talk about sometime with you guys, the temporal location. I always like to read the Matrix like a Platonic allegory. And if you think about why is the time wrong? This is such a deep thing. When I first saw the Matrix when it came out as a kid, I remember being haunted by that. He said, more important is when. Morpheus says, when. And incidentally, this is true. I think we're wrong about where we are in history in a literal sense. And so I think being concerned about the question of atheism, being concerned about the question of Gnosticism is very valuable, because these things are what I mean by the revival of religion. What I mean is there's certain structures that, like the tide, when it rises, the structures may be concealed. When the tide sets, you will see them. But if you're navigating the waters, you're perennially aware of them. So I see the revival of religion as the actual structures that animate and have shaped our society. They're inescapable. I'm not saying they're good. Many of them are neither good nor bad. Many of them are evil, but you can't disentangle them. And those structures are returning, right? Just like Freud said, it is the return of the repressed. Repression is a mechanism that has a function. And Dave, you had asked about the function of religion. I think it often is a way of dealing with repression, right? Religion, from an evolutionary standpoint, helped us repress ourselves enough to not always be killing each other or sleeping with anyone we wanted to. And that's simplistic, but there is an element which Freud, not the later Freudians, but Freud, you need repression. So you need a kind of stern father figure, and we hate fathers in our culture, right? If you think about this, I thought about, why is Harrison Ford such a unique actor? And the reason is because Harrison Ford is kind of what most dudes and women wish their dad was. And Harrison Ford is the last form of this image of Hollywood. There's no more Harrison Fords in Hollywood. Our Harrison Ford today is Timothy fucking Chalamet, right? And why? Because, in other words, we're afraid of masculinity. We're afraid of power. Does that mean we're less powerful? Does it mean the U.S. is using its industrial power less? Does it mean we're bombing fewer people? No, it doesn't. So there's something very perverse in Zizek's sense about our situation. We're afraid of directly confronting our desire for and fear of power and authority, which we code. Inevitably, doesn't matter what you believe gender ideologically, we code this as masculine. This is the loud, confident guy that I literally had a student at Yale when I was teaching. I had a student come up to me after a lecture, which was a very, calm lecture from my perspective. I'm talking to 40 people. It's a big room, and I don't use the mic. So I'm projecting in this lecture hall, Niebuhr Hall at Yale Divinity School, and the student says, they say, the way that you speak is a little bit triggering to me and some of my friends, because it reminds us of kind of angry men. And you know what? That's fair, because I am an angry man sometimes.
Dude, I just have to, if anybody feels that way about you, imagine how they must feel about me. Like, oh my God, please keep them away from Theory Underground. Oh my God.
Well, so I was very polite, because I take it serious. I don't want to make any student uncomfortable. I want to create a safe space, really. But I thought about this, and I thought, you know what the person was afraid of, they were not identifying. What they were afraid of was a type of energy. And it's my responsibility as a teacher to steward that energy. But I have to say, Dave, per what you're saying, it's one thing I love about this. Like, this energy is something I've never had in all my life. This energy we're having right now with you, Daniel, and this conference. This is not the kind of energy you have in university classrooms, I don't think. In undergrad, maybe. Then you go to grad school dreaming you'll get more of it, and you realize, oh, fuck, this was a disaster. It's like not the same. And so anyway, that's just to say, I think ultimately what we're dealing with here is ways in which religion is a reality of energies that we either are coping with consciously or not. If we're not coping with them consciously, we're looking at them as ideological objects in entertainment and in politics. And so that's what we see with all of these gender movements and all these other movements. They're very real, but what they're expressing is we have an intense anxiety about the structuring energy of the human species. Some of the energy is very intense and violent. And think about, why does the left hate Joe Rogan? Why does the left hate Elon Musk? It doesn't make sense. Musk is literally, he's right. He's done more for the environment than all of the left combined. That's a fact. That's a fact. So if you think that the political position
I know that like Theo's like, oh my God, because like that was something that kind of set him off with an earlier guest. Malcolm said something positive about Elon. You're not supposed to say positive things about Elon. I go further. I think positive things about Bezos. Bezos has done more for the future of automation than any leftist in the history of the world. All right. Sorry. I mean, I also am not sorry. You know, it's just my enjoyment. Purely, there is nothing else here except for jouissance and saying such things. And I'm suspecting there's a little bit of jouissance for you to say such a thing. But also, I want you to, you know, go ahead and steel man your position there with Musk. And I hope I didn't derail you too much.
No, I'll wrap it up because I want to hear what Daniel thinks about this too. But yes, I think, in other words, I just think, why would you code an assessment of a person as a political or moral activity? This to me is unserious. It's not even serious philosophically. It's so unphilosophical. But that's what you see with Harari, and that's the connection I want to make to loop it back. Is if you ask, it's actually a genuine question. Yuval Harari is a very smart person. Like I'm not particularly interested in his work, but I think it's very, he's intelligent. He got tenure as a historian in Israel, but the question is, how can people who are so intelligent, who know, if I talk about philosophy, I should just talk to someone I know. Google probably knows some philosophers. So maybe, but why then could you say something as stupid as he says? And I think what he says is as comparable as saying, just because I don't like Elon Musk's tweets, I can't appreciate how significant he is as a human being. What is that? It's very simple. I talked about it, Dave, in one of our first conversations. That's infantile psychology. When a child is angry at the parent, there's no moderation. It's not like, I don't like what you did there, but I think I can see why you did, and I'm still going to disagree, but I'm not going to throw a temper tantrum right now. That's not a child. The child screams. They scream. And so what do we see if someone mentions Musk positively and someone gets upset? People scream. I don't condemn that, but what I'm pointing out is there's something being triggered energetically that's infantile because there's no assessment. You can hate Elon Musk. I don't particularly like him. But I also think he's very important. Why would you ignore him? And then you say, well, maybe I don't like important people who threaten me. And that's clearly a father complex. See, that's, in other words, whatever it might be female if a person was raised with a dominating mother, but from a traditional psychoanalytic standpoint, a triggered resistance to a certain type of gendered energy probably indicates for some reason someone has a good reason to hate that type of person. There's good reasons people might personally hate Elon Musk, but as people like us who are appreciating Amazon, I wouldn't have half of my library if it weren't for Amazon, in German bookstores and used bookstores. But I do love Amazon. I don't think the practices are entirely ethical, but I agree. So anyway, I think that these issues ultimately, I think we want to let ourselves deal with all the categories, however we subjectively relate to them, while also recognizing the way we relate to the objective categories is ultimately back to that psychoanalytic story we need to be able to tell ourselves. Maybe you hate religion. There's a good reason for that. Find out what it is. Then you can ask, what really is religion?
And I want to turn it over to Daniel. You both are basically in that phase where you get to say your closing thoughts. But Rudy, I know that comment you shared was probably for fun, but I'm going to go ahead and read it because he shared a quote from Pitch Black, right? Where Vin Diesel's character, Riddick, says, think someone could spend half their life in a slam with a horse bit in their mouth and not believe? Think he could start out in some liquor store trash bin with an umbilical cord wrapped around his neck and not believe? Got it all wrong, holy man. I absolutely believe in God, and I absolutely hate the fucker. I just wanted to say that is, as I said, I think the way you are all responding, you're responding to a certain kind of atheist that looks at the horror of the Holocaust and says, that's evil. How could God allow that to happen? And then you're saying, well, this is an appeal to some higher authority. Well, there is this other atheism that doesn't appeal and that doesn't, whether something's evil or not, doesn't care. It just says, I don't believe in God, but if there's a God, I fucking hate the fucker. And also, maybe I do believe in the God unconsciously, and I'm okay with that. I hate that too, right? So I don't know, like I think maybe some of the things Samuel just said actually do address that, right? This does sound a little pathological at a certain level, but then again, religion can be very pathological. So, okay, with that said, I'll let you both have your closing thoughts, and then we'll be switching this over to the second part of this live stream for the day.
Well, I have enjoyed it, and I've really enjoyed this chance to speak with you, Samuel. This has been a treat, and Nance and Dave, I'm always grateful for the space, so thank you for the opportunity. Everything is contingent. Good, bad, AI leading to a world where we don't have to work anymore being great, AI leading to the singularity that destroys us all, Amazon being more good than bad, more bad than good, religion being something that leads to fascism, religion being something that leads to reinvestigation of philosophy. Everything is open and everything is contingent, as Hegel would kind of emphasize on this openness of the future. So what in the world is this radical contingency based on? I think it has a lot to do with the question of if we know what it means to be human, just like Samuel was saying. So then the questions are the following. What are the conditions by which we can become human? And I would say this, we do have to work against this triggering. This triggering takes forms in many ways. Triggering always, I'm going to say something big that I cannot defend, happy to talk about it sometimes. Triggering always benefits the capital nation state. If you do not overcome the tendency to be triggered, then you are unintentionally, perhaps for all the right reasons, contributing to the very self-effacement of humanity that we are working against. Now, not being triggered doesn't mean you give up your position. It means you learn to go about your position in a philosophical manner of which relates to the other person, that does not destroy the relation, but actually enhances both individuals to be more human, to thus participate in the alternative conditions of possibility of which could change the capital nation state. The questions that were asked were very good in the chat. I think Samuel gave good answers, and I think the points on people hating God is reasonable given the grown up and the things that they've dealt with. This is what I would say. I would love for these individuals to go to a church and to engage with the people there philosophically, not as a debater, and for them to be forced to debate and philosophically engage with them. And maybe those Christians or Muslims or Jews would go, you know, I really have not taken responsibility for what religion has culturally done to people. I need to rethink this. And likewise, the other person may go about thinking about how to engage in their atheism in a manner that does not destroy the conditions of a communal possibility. Also, if you are religious and you go to church, I would encourage you to perhaps meet in an art gallery or meet in a building that doesn't look like a church, because a building that looks like a church says to people, you do not belong. I would like people who are religious to get out from behind their armor and go to a place where they are not able to send signposts that self-selects people that are not going to confront them philosophically. I would encourage those people, if they would say, for example, like to be like Jesus, to go to the places where they may actually encounter the tax collector, as opposed to simply talk about the tax collector. And in that space, you will find that a sermon won't cut it. You'll have to engage in philosophical discussion. You will find that lecturing act is simply not going to do for people who do not buy your premises and have traumas that the church has not addressed, because they have sent signals to those people to indirectly self-select them out of being in the community that would force them to confront those things. So I would like to remove the conditions of which keep the relations from occurring, that would change how all of these groups interact and how they engage in these questions, so that we can overcome our triggering and so that we can be more human, because it is to the degree that we are more human that we can offer alternative possibilities to the capital nation state. And if we cannot do this, then we will be stuck in a dialectical opposition that will never negate sublate into a speculative possibility that will prove good, beautiful, and true in a manner that makes us human. Thank you for your time today, gentlemen. I've appreciated it.
Thank you so much. We are at time. We better get going. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Daniel, Dave, Nance.
Cannot wait to have you both back. Hopefully sooner than the next actual marathon event, because I'd like to be less pressed for time, for sure. And we didn't even get to talk about Samuel's course that he's working on to teach here at Theory Underground, called Atheism. Sorry, it's called Theology for Atheists. Theology for Atheists. So stay tuned for more on that. Folks, we're about to transfer you all. Everyone on the YouTube side is going to get transferred into part 2. And then we'll be back with Nina and Benjamin Studebaker. All right. See you all on the other side. Peace.
Thank you, friends.
Let's see. Boom. Done.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McCarricker, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy. I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working-class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big-time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.